welcome to the 5th day of the Wimbledon Championships in 2025. We've got 3 matches coming up for you on centre court, and the first one getting underway shortly. Let's head down to our commentary team then and join all the action down at Wimbledon Radio.
The tennis gear I want.
You could be the Iron Man of tennis going forward, maybe.
Speak to Marvel. Set that up for me, please. Yes.
Do tell us as well about your day here. Is there anyone in particular that you like watching that's playing today that you're lucky enough to be seeing?
It's funny, I used to really despise watching Djokovic, but now that he's older, I really want him to win. I've kind of become a fan of him in his later years.
Tell us what you're up to as well. So, EastEnders, a little link for you. I interviewed Danny Dyer last year here, and he was telling me about a small series that he'd just shot called Rivals, and he didn't know whether it was going to do any well.
Well, how interesting, no way.
How about you? What are you up to?
I've got something coming out which is, well, it's have you heard of The Conjuring?
Yes.
It's like a horror franchise.
Horror?
Yeah. So I've got that, the last movie, The Conjuring, The Last Rites, that's coming out in September. So I've got that coming out. So I'm sort of doing press for that at the minute, which is very exciting. I've never done horror before, so it's interesting, you know, a lot of running around and being scared of things that aren't there when you're filming it, but it's good fun.
You don't look scary enough today, so you're going to have to work on that, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm just very preppy today. yeah, for the radio listeners, yeah.
And a final one as well, our topic. We have a topic every day.
Yeah.
On Wimbledon Radio, we're asking our listeners if they've ever been starstruck, because we caught a picture of a young lad seeing Alcaraz up close, and his face was a picture. Have you ever been starstruck?
I have, yeah, I definitely have. I think early on in my career, I remember Jude Law came to visit one of the actors in a play I was doing. And I remember being almost like paralyzed with fear. Like, he was upstairs and I was on the middle floor. And I remember just thinking he's about to come down. I remember just being like almost paralyzed with fear of like bumping into him, which is very bizarre, really. And now I don't really care who anyone is. But if it's gonna be someone, it's usually an athlete.
Okay.
Like Thierry Henry is the other one. I'm a big Arsenal fan, different sport. Maybe shouldn't mention it on here.
No, you're fine.
What it is, but Thierry Henry is the other one. Yeah, I mean, I'm a massive sports fan. So if I saw Alcaraz, if Alcaraz walked in here, I think I'd probably be like stammering and maybe my knees would be shaking. Wouldn't yours?
Mine would be. I'd just be saying to him, watch out for Ben's tennis balls in the future, the Iron Man of tennis to come. I'd just let him know, you'd be there in the future for him.
Okay, I think he wouldn't be worried at all, but you never know. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now remember, all of the results from Thursday's matches and the full order of play for Friday is available on Wimbledon.com and the Wimbledon app. And it's another incredible day coming up on Friday. We have the order of play for the show court, starting on court number 1, Diane Parry against Sonny Cartal, the British player, of course, who's having such a great year. Matteo Bellucci takes on Cameron Norrie. Elise Mertens faces former semi-finalist Elina Svitolina. And on centre court, that's from 1:30, of course, court 1 starting at 1 o'clock. Taylor Fritz, he's had a couple of battles already against Davidovich Fokina. Jan-Lennard Struff takes on the 2 times and defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. And then it's Arina Sabalenka, the top seed, the favourite, against Britain's own Emma Raducanu. Which of those matches has caught your eye, Claire?
Oh, there's quite a few out there, but I think watching Taylor Fritz against Davidovich Fokina will be an interesting match. Fritz has had 2 5-set battles, and coming up against the Spaniard, that is a guy who he's going to get every ball back. He's going to punish him physically in that match. So.
Good afternoon. Welcome to another sun-kissed day here at Southwest London. It's the 5th day of the Wimbledon Championships, and we're about to get our centre court programme underway. And that roar you can hear from a packed crowd here on centre court is for the arrival of our 2 players to contest the first match of the afternoon. Taylor Fritz, the number 5 seed, last season's US Open runner-up, up against Spain's Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, a very dangerous player, a very gifted player, capable of hitting serious heights, capable of losing his way during a match. It's usually a bit of a roller coaster with Alejandro, and we wait to see how this one will unfold. Of course, Fritz has already come through 2 marathon matches against Giovanni Mapecci-Pericard and Gabriel Diallo, both of which stretched him to the limit, but he had the last word in both. He's a supreme athlete. He's proved his fitness coming in off the back of a record-breaking 4th title at Eastbourne. He also won in Stuttgart on the grass this summer, so he's got a lot of mileage in his legs already. Will that be a factor today? I'm Philip Studd, alongside me, Raj Chaudhary, who will be watching the action with me this afternoon. And I've just got a feeling, Raj, that we might be detained for quite some time.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think this is an interesting matchup. I mean, Fritz coming off those 2 marathon matches with the 2 big, tall servers in Pesci, Pericard, and Diallo, had to battle and just find these slight little openings with the big servers. Davidovich Fokina is a different entity altogether. He can play aggressive tennis, but I do believe we're going to see quite a few rallies, which then feeds into Fritz's game style.
It's a tight head-to-head as the players just get their instructions from the chair umpire ahead of the toss. Up goes the coin. And ADF, as he'll be occasionally known during the afternoon, depending on how long we go, has won the toss. I think he said he was going to serve.
I think so. I didn't quite catch it. So we're going to find out here in a minute.
We'll soon find out as the players head to the baselines and start their warm-ups. It's a tight rivalry, isn't it, Raj? They played 5 times in all. They played twice this year, so they're very familiar with one another's games from recent encounters. Davidovich Fokina getting the better of Fritz on his way to the final in Delray Beach in 2 tie-break sets, but Fritz exacting revenge in their semi-final at Eastbourne on his way to the title. So ADF leading 3-2 overall. And I think the feeling is he's definitely got the game to give Fritz a few headaches out there, even if you have to make the number 5 seed the favourite.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that he's going to have to do to be a real challenge for Fritz is be really steady, and that can be a challenge for Davidovich Fokina. Sometimes he can have, as you mentioned, an up and down aspect to his play. He can be emotional and somewhat volatile sometimes, and Fritz is kind of workmanlike. He's going to be on you the whole time. He's going to be serving at you. He doesn't give a lot of free points. So if Davidovich Fokina has to be aggressive, but he has to stay within himself. He can't get extended emotionally or worked up too much about anything if he's going to keep pressure on Fritz.
Of course, Fritz comes from fine sporting stock. His mum, Kathy May, was a top 10 player, world-class player. His Wimbledon best is a quarter-final. That was back in 2022 when he lost in 5 to Nadal, who you'll recall then withdrew from the tournament through injury. It was a match that he arguably should have won, and the same goes for his last 8 encounter with Musetti last year, when it felt like he was on top in that match but couldn't quite deliver the killing thrust. But of course he has now gone, Raj, to a Grand Slam final, his home slam in New York. And I think one thing that really impresses about Fritz, and he's talked about delusional optimism, about when he was young, not being necessarily very good, but having that mindset that convinced him to believe that he was better than he was. And that has helped him to get to the top of the game. And I remember a few seasons ago when he was languishing around maybe the 20s to the 30s, and he lost quite early in one of the tournaments. I believe it was a 250 series event, possibly in North America. And he was asked in the press conference afterwards about his ambitions. And I think he caught 1 or 2 people by surprise by saying, "I'll be very disappointed if I don't spend most of my career in the top 10. Because at that time, it didn't feel like he necessarily had the game to take that step. Well, he's proved that he was right.
Yeah, I mean, I think you do have to have the ability as a player to sort of see past what is presently in front of you. You've got to have a vision for where you're going. Taylor is incredibly competitive, you know, and I think with that U.S. Open run to the final, you know, his trainer, Wolfgang Oswald, who's been with him for some time now, just said, look, there was a shift in his mentality. He just, instead of being excited, I mean, he was, of course, excited to be into the semifinals, but the attitude was like, hey, we're not done. We still have some work to do. He certainly is looking, you know, his mindset is, how do I win a Grand Slam title? And he's one that wants to earn it. I mean, I remember you mentioned that match against Nadal, where Nadal was ailing, and he lost that match just looking like he had the position to win it. Couldn't convert, was asked about it later, and said, well, look, you know, because Nadal pulled out the next round, and people said, oh, well, you know, wouldn't it have been just good if he had sort of let you come through? And he said, well, I didn't earn the win. I didn't deserve it. You know, and that kind of mentality, I think, serves him well in these competitive environments.
And he's fiercely ambitious. You mentioned about trying to win a Grand Slam. That is absolutely his focus for what remains of his career. He's 27 years of age now. He was asked ahead of this tournament how much longer he thinks he's got at the top and whether he'll still be doing this in 5 years' time. And he said, I couldn't honestly tell you that in 5 years I'll still be playing at anything like this level. I'm conscious of the fact that my time is short if I am to win one, and that if I don't win one, it's something that would haunt me forever. So he really does almost define himself by his results, his success. He equates that with happiness, he says, and he is desperate to win a Grand Slam. Of course, he's got the likes of Alcaraz and Sinner to have to overcome, but that ability he's got, Raj, to believe that anything is possible, even if perhaps from a dispassionate view it possibly isn't, is why he's achieved as much as he has. So who's to say he can't take that extra step? Well,
in truth, you'd rather have the belief that you can do it and be wrong than not have the belief and be right. So I think he's got the mindset to build it. He's been building his game. He's been growing, and we are going to find out what he looks like today, because they're just about to start.
The phony war is over. The warm-up has been completed, and we were right. Alejandro Davidovich Fokina did elect to serve first. From the far end, Taylor Fritz receiving under the royal box, and the first rally underway, and that's a lovely backhand on the angle from Fritz. He really cracked that. Very clean shot. And a little shake of the racket. The perfect start from him.
Oh, yeah, good ball striking right out of the gates. What we would expect out of these two, I think we will see some incredible rallies, both moving well, hitting the ball with a lot of authority.
Beautiful sunny day again here at Wimbledon. The 5th day of the championships. We suspect that the weekend won't be quite so good, but then next week is looking very hot. Overall, it's been a wonderful championships for the weather thus far. Big forehand return from Fritz, too big for Davidovich Fokina, who found that ball onto him off his serve rather quicker than he liked and netted with it. So love 30. Fritz looking to make an immediate breakthrough against Diallo in particular. He was standing virtually on the baseline to receive serve, and Diallo was firing bombs at him. Forehand return from Fritz up the line, and then on the stretch he goes on the backhand cross court. That's good enough. And what a start this is for the American. 3 break points.
Well, he would certainly like to get his foot out in front with an early break. Have the opportunity to just hold serve throughout the set.
Fritz is only the 2nd active player to have won 5 grass court titles. Djokovic, of course, is the other, as Davidovich Fokina gets his first point on the board with an ace. Of course, he's now won a record 4 titles at Eastbourne. He also won in Stuttgart. So he's had a terrific amount of success on this surface in the build-up. That's not necessarily a guide to Wimbledon success, as we know. That's a big forehand up the line from ADF, who, if he could get out of this game, would give him a real boost.
Absolutely. It was a very good serve to the body. Really handcuffed Taylor. Barely got out of the way, but just coughed it up into the middle of the court. Fokina taking care of the forehand handily.
Both players sporting white bandanas. Fritz with a shock of dark hair. Forehand return. Drop shot from Davidovich Fokina. Fritz hits the top of the net as he plays the short ball, and then the lob is catching the line, is it? Close call. Oh, shaving the back of the line. Fritz can't believe it.
Fritz can't believe it, and I believe he might have had a play on that ball. I think he thought it ended up going out. He raced forward to get that drop shot, produced a let court. Fokina putting that ball up, and yeah, Fritz kind of halted his run. He thought it was just long, but it did catch a bit of the line.
From love 40 to deuce, backhand return from Fritz. Brilliant depth on that, and again, ADF having to backtrack there at the baseline. And just skewed his backhand wide, so Fritz will get another chance to make the breakthrough here. In this, their 6th meeting, their 2nd on the grass, Fritz having beaten the Spaniard on his way to that Eastbourne title. Backhand return. 4th break point into the nets. Davidovich Fokina, so the lob, ultimately academic. And it's the number 5 seed from the United States who has the breakthrough right off the bat.
Well, good start for Fritz, and just interesting to watch Fritz playing those 2 huge servers coming in. In his previous matches was standing, as you referenced earlier, just up on the baseline, looking to chip the return back. Completely different approach today. He's come over the return straight away. He talked about that in his press conference after winning against Diallo, saying, look, I'm not going to do that all the time, but I just needed a way to get into the point. Against Davidovich Fokina, he's come over the returns with some aggression, and that's earned him an early break.
Talking of players who've won tournaments in the build-up to Wimbledon, but fallen foul when they've arrived here. In the case of the women's tournament, you've got to go back to Maria Sharapova 21 years ago for the last time a woman won a tournament on grass in the build-up and went on to lift the title. That's a long, long time.
That's an interesting stat, because we sort of try to gauge how someone's form is on grass from the previous tournaments, but this year as well hasn't necessarily proved to be a good indicator.
Of course, Bublik won in Halle after that devastating performance to get to his first quarter-final in a slam at the French Open against Draper, then lost early here. Vondrousova won in Berlin. Lost, of course, to Raducanu, who'll be in action on this court later on today against the defending champion, the favourite, I should say, Aryna Sabalenka, 2-time semi-finalist at Wimbledon and the world number 1. That is going to be an occasion to savour on this court. Most people tipping Sabalenka because she's got such a huge game, ideally suited to grass, but who knows? Raducanu played exceptionally well to beat Vondrousova, and she'll have the vast majority of this centre court crowd on her side. Could that be a factor? We shall find out later on. Deep slice here from ADF. Backhand from Fritz. Another backhand from Davidovich Fokina, and this time it's Fritz who finds the net. Sporting a almost luminous orange racket.
Particularly bright in today's sunshine.
Yeah, you could spot that from a long way away. I quite like it, actually.
It's striking with the Wimbledon whites.
It is. That makes it stand out even more, doesn't it, as Fritz goes long with this 15-30, serving behind the break, but half a chance here for the Spaniard to hit back. It's a backhand return from him, off inside in forehand from Fritz, and then the cross-court forehand. That's a big hit from Davidovich Fokina as they trade bombs from the baseline. Now on the diagonal, inside in forehand again from Fritz, now up the other side of the court. Backhand from ADF. What an exchange this is. Brute force on display from both ends of the court. Forehand from Davidovich Fokina, and now a backhand. Fritz maybe getting on top in this rally, and that's the miss hit from the Spaniard. Goodness me, what a lung buster so early in the piece. And if that's a taste of things to come, this is going to be a true epic.
Well, I don't even know what the stroke count was on that. Probably in the 25, 26 ball strikes for that 1 point. And it was interesting to watch, both jockeying for court position. Davidovich Fokina trying to get up in the court on that last forehand, take that extra step inside the court, rushed himself into an error.
30 all, as Fritz just aborts his ball toss. It's bright and sunny. It might be a little bit awkward at the moment from that end. Just making sure that you can see the ball as clearly as you want to before delivering the serve. Big off forehand from Fritz. That hits the baseline. He really does hit the ball with so much power. Now there's the drop shot that we were talking about earlier today that could be significant, and it was on that occasion, because ADF was able to draw the American in and then find the angle winner.
Yeah, good disguise there. Inside out, short forehand drop shot. And I think the challenge for Fritz there is he gets to the ball, but how he actually decelerates as he approaches it or finishes the shot, he doesn't have control of his weight to recover into the court, much like a Sinner or Alcaraz that can slide on the grass.
He's a big guy, isn't he? 6'5", and he's a tremendous athlete, as we've discussed. He moves well side to side, but perhaps not quite so comfortable moving into the forecourt. And it'll be interesting to see to what extent Davidovich-Fokina can employ that tactic today to make Fritz's life awkward. That is a question that we were discussing before the match, Raj, and whether he's going to get those opportunities to do it, or is he going to be pinned back?
Yeah, it will be difficult. I mean, Fritz hits a big ball, and he doesn't give up court that easily. So you're going to have to earn the right to use the short part of the court by pushing him back, and that is a challenge in itself.
We're at deuce here. ADF looking to hit straight back. He's had a chance to do so, but went long with his forehand in the previous exchange as Fritz misses his first serve. Deuce, 1-love first set. A place in the round of 16 at Wimbledon up for grabs. Another drop shot from ADF, and he played that beautifully. It looked like there was bags of height on it, but it absolutely dropped like a stone, and Fritz, try as he might, scampering into the net, couldn't get there.
Well, again, good disguise from ADF, and he dropped that incredibly short. I mean, the touch that was required to produce that shot, it landed maybe 3 feet from the net and just had some backspin on it, didn't come up at all.
Well, I think it's already clear that is going to be a tactic for the Spaniard today, to try and take Fritz out of his comfort zone at the baseline, firing bombs as he has been already. He's break point down again here with a brilliant backhand on the stretch from Fritz, getting the short ball. That was quite superb, turning defense into attack to save another break point.
Oh, Fritz, what an amazing job, and he has a fist clenched at the end of that point, deservingly so, on the full stretch, producing a backhand down the line that just landed smack on the line, able to turn that defense into offense coming forward and finishing it off with a short forehand.
Clench of the fist from Fritz, no wonder. We're only in the second game already. We've seen some sparkling tennis. Some wonderful exchanges between this pair as Fritz bends the net with his first serve. The second at deuce, out wide, forehand return from Davidovich-Fokina, and that was half a chance for Fritz. He'd open up the space, but the forehand eludes him.
Yeah, it was a good deep return from ADF, right on the feet of Fritz. Saw the open court, knew he just had to guide it into that space to have the full advantage in that court, but found the top of the net.
Backhand off the return from Davidovich-Fokina, and then the chip from the Spaniard drifts wide. So Fritz having to work, as he's done from the get-go in this tournament, extremely hard, but he's well used to it now.
That's almost his way of being at the moment, isn't it?
It's not real unless it hurts. But in terms of the bigger picture, and as we've discussed already, Fritz well and truly with his eyes on the prize. He doesn't want to go deep here. He wants to win this tournament. He's desperate to win a Grand Slam before he does eventually pack away his rackets for good. Expending so much energy in the early rounds, can come back to haunt you as he strikes the forehand long. And Davidovich-Fokina will get another chance to get the break back.
Davidovich-Fokina has been showing some variety there, changing his rally speeds. Of course, he's used the drop shot, but even in the rallies, changing the shape of the ball, sometimes going a little bit heavier and higher, and then sometimes adding extra pace. That one catching Fritz off guard.
Davidovich-Fokina here, courtesy of victories over Brandon Holt. That was in straight sets, and then Botic van der Sandschulp in 4. So he hasn't had quite so difficult a passage to the round of 32. He's overcooked the forehand.
Yes.
And we're back at deuce again. This is a marathon second game. We've already been on the court 12 minutes. Fritz looking to back up the break as he towels a bit of perspiration away from the handle of that bright orange racket. Very tall, wiry individual, Fritz. Fires a big serve down the centre, which ADF gets back, and then the squash shot from him. Big forehand from Fritz. He really unloaded there. And then opening up the court, the forehand into the opposite corner, shorter ball, another forehand into that corner. And in the end, the pressure telling on Davidovich-Fokina, who was having to defend from a long way behind the baseline, ultimately in vain.
Well, great defense from Davidovich Fokina throughout that point, but relentless ball striking from Taylor Fritz, inching up into the court almost with every stroke, taking away time from his opponent.
Some of the tennis in that match in round 2 between Fritz and Diallo was breathtaking. Diallo was playing at such a high level, painting the lines, huge strikes from both players, and Fritz doing extremely well in the end to come through in 5. It was a very major examination of his skills as he finally comes through, and that's a big hole for Fritz because he had to fend off multiple break points there, but he has held on, and that means he's consolidated the break here. So 2-love to the number 5 seed. Talking of seeds, Raj, a record number have fallen in a Grand Slam here at Wimbledon this year by close of play in the second round. 36, which beats the previous record at the French Open of 35 in 2020.
Yeah, what's interesting about that is that you look at those matches, and for the most part, you know, sometimes when a seed falls, they just have an off day. They're not playing their best. It's quite clear they're not at their finest. But in many of those matches that the seeds lost, they did not put in a bad performance. They were just beaten by the aspiring lower-ranked players, and it's great to see the depth in tennis.
I think one of the themes so far this week is just the realization of how strong the depth is in the game these days, that even the top players are under threat right from the early rounds. They only have to be slightly below their level and they're vulnerable because the standard is so high down the ranks, even into the hundreds and beyond. Forehand return here from Fritz. Davidovich Fokina having moved to 30-love as he looks to get his first game on the board. Another big forehand from Fritz. Terrific depth on those ground strokes from him.
Well, he did a nice job, Fritz, on the move forward, sort of floating through that forehand as he crossed the baseline. Anytime you can take that ball a little bit earlier and inject that pace, you take time away from your opponent. Fokina couldn't catch up to that one.
30-15. ADF just taking a few extra seconds to compose himself. He's not played poorly by any means so far. In fact, he's come up with a couple of those eye-catching drop shots of his, but finds himself love 2 down in the first set. And that might already spell trouble for him, given how big the Fritz serve is, as Davidovich Fokina on the run nets.
Well, that's Taylor Fritz after spending essentially 3 days just fending off bombs, having a more reasonable serve to work with, somewhere in the one. Now that second serve was just at 98 miles per hour. He's able to come after it aggressively.
Of course, he won the point with that record-breaking serve from Apechi Pericard in the 153 miles per hour, and Fritz won the point. Pace doesn't seem to bother him. Forehand return is huge, right back on the racket of ADF before he really had time to blink. Now a forehand, that's a miss hit from Fritz, which lands a good 10 feet or so beyond the baseline, to generous applause from those congregated in the Royal Box. A number of big names again on show today, not least Gary Lineker, now retired from his role on Match of the Day for the BBC. Sharon Horgan, the brilliant writer and actress, is also in the box today. Forehand return from Davidovich Fokina, who goes up the line with that forehand, and a backhand cross-court to the backhand of Fritz, who just overdoes it. So Davidovich Fokina holds. First game on the board for him. 17 minutes already have elapsed here.
Fritz leads 2-1.
And it's Fritz with the advantage. 2-1 with the break in the first.
Yeah, big game for Davidovich Fokina to secure and get under his belt. He needed to stabilize the ship. Just got behind out of the gates with that early break, but now Taylor Fritz with the opportunity to just take care of serve and see the set out. Still a long way to go in the set, but that's where Taylor Fritz would want to be.
Terrific lineup once again on the show courts today, of course, as we head towards the first weekend of the championships. Following this match, it'll be Jan-Lennard Struff of Germany taking on the 2 times and defending champion Carlos Alcaraz, and then from a British point of view, certainly the one that's grabbing the most attention, Aryna Sabalenka, top seed, 2-time semi-finalist, hot favourite to win the title.
Time.
Against Britain's Emma Raducanu. That's the last match on. And I've got a feeling that they might have quite a long wait today. We shall see. Right now, talking of British interest, Diane Parry of France, the qualifier, playing Britain's Sunay Kartal, who was a break behind in the first set, but is now serving to win it at 30-love 5-4. What a year she's had, breaking into the top 50. I know she's a player, Raj, that you rate highly.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I got the opportunity to see her play qualies here last year, which says something in itself about her development. She's, you know, right around top 50 in the world, and she's playing well, and she's had to come from behind in a few of her matches. So she brings a really solid level of play to the court. I like the way she moves. She's very secure. She almost never misses a ball that's on her racket when she's in charge.
Yeah, a big future for her and making big strides up the rankings. That's a short return from Davidovich Fokina, and Fritz just stepping in to put the ball away into the open court. So Parry and Kartal is underway on number 1 court. That's followed by Bellucci against Norrie. That'll be an interesting one. Norrie with a really good win previously over Francis Tiafoe. And then it's Elise Mertens of Belgium against Elina Svitolina, a player who hasn't really been spoken about that much in terms of winning the title, but she's got previous here, a couple of semi-finals, and given how many seeds have fallen, 4 of the women's top 5, only Sabalenka surviving in that little group, then Svitolina has got to be fancying her chances, Raj.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, you look at that draw on the women's side, and it certainly has opened up, but that's also a dangerous place to be if you're eyeing the title. You get a little bit ahead of yourself, you start to think it's a bigger opportunity in a match, and maybe don't put in your best performance.
30-love Fritz, who crumples the racket of ADF, who was stretching out to his left-hand side off a big serve up the tee at 132 mph. That is quick. So imagine what 153 was like to face. I mean, it just blows my mind. Fritz handled it, though. Serves out wide this time, just misses the sideline. He likes to get on with it, Fritz, doesn't he? There's no prevarication from him, which is always welcome, as Davidovich Fokina hits the tram lines on the return, and that was a very efficient hold, a rather different service game for the American this time as he moves 3-1 up.
Yeah, if he can start finding his spots with that first serve, Fritz would enjoy getting out of those service games just like that, very efficiently, cleanly. And if you're Davidovich Fokina now being down a break, job's just to stay steady on your own serve, make sure you take care of it, get some scoreboard pressure on Fritz.
ADF back underway, deep slice here from Fritz, and then a forehand as the Spaniard moves into the net. That was a lovely move. Nice depth on the approach, and then just swats away the winner from the forecourt.
Yeah, made that approach look a little easier than it was. Down below the net, had to get it up over the highest part of the net. But Fritz on the full stretch produced an easy volley for Fokina.
1-3, 15-love, first set here. Place in the round of 16 up for grabs at the championships as Fritz gets a deep return in and will maybe be a little disappointed. And yes, that little frustrated nod of the head confirms as much that he missed the backhand because it was a good return.
Yeah, just motioned to his box that he was actually out in front of it. Didn't catch it in his sort of the right spot in his swing.
But of course he already has the break, so if he takes care of his own serve as he misses the forehand return, then this set will be his. But that's a big if. It's early days, 22 minutes on the clock, exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon local time here in London. And centre court looking as pretty as a picture as Davidovich Fokina at that far end. A little trouble perhaps by aforementioned Sun. He resets on the ball toss, backhand return from Fritz, a little miss hit in short, and ADF was all over that. Puts it away to stay in contention in this set, but trailing
3 games to 2
by 3 games to 2. Other luminaries in the royal box today. Former heavyweight champion of the world, Anthony Joshua. And the Lord and Lady Barbara King of Lothbury. Goodness me. They're the sort of circles you normally move in, Raj.
No,
Slumming it today, obviously,
yes.
with me in the box.
Well, I consider you royalty, Philip.
That's very kind. Guess the wine's on me tonight, then. No, but it's a great day to be enjoying the action here. As mentioned, the weather a little more inclement, we think, this weekend. But then roasting again for the finale next week. Day 5 of 14. Of course, we don't have a rest day anymore. We play on the middle Sunday. Of course, a lot of the slams now, in fact, all of them, unless I'm mistaken, Raj, start with an extra Sunday.
That's right, yep. They capitalize on that extra weekend day. Gets a little bit of breathing room as well for, you know, if matches get backed up. So just more Grand Slam tennis spread out over those 2 weeks.
Yeah, and that's been a bit of a theme, hasn't it? Particularly in the Masters Series events, as they're known, the level bit below the slams that have become longer and longer in recent times. I think the jury's out as to the pros and cons of making those tournaments much longer than they were, much longer than a week now, as they used to be.
Yeah, I think we're learning it about how that will affect scheduling and how players can handle that. Those tournaments take a lot out of you. And with them being back-to-back leading into a slam, really, you could see a lot of players struggling with their motivation coming out of those events.
Fritz is ready to go again from that far end. And putting away the +1 with a minimum of effort. He does have a terrific engine, doesn't he, on him, Fritz? He just gives that appearance that he could run all day long if required, and he's been running for quite a lot of this tournament already with those 2 bruising 5-set victories over the big servers, and he gets lucky off the net cord there. The ball pummeled into the net, and the sheer momentum of it just about allowed it to carry over the top of the tape, much to the frustration of his opponent. And you heard those oohs and ahs from the crowd as it dropped in. 30 love, 3-2, 25 minutes gone. Big serve and a great return. Wow, what an absolute howitzer of a return from the Spaniard, right down at the shoelaces of Fritz.
Wow, howitzer. Yeah, that's a good description. That thing was just pummeled through the middle of the court. Literally, Fritz shaking his head at the quality of it.
And right back at you, he says. Big serve up the tee and ace for 40-15. Lost to Yannick Sinner, of course, in that US Open final last year, but it was a breakthrough for Fritz to get to the title match, so he's gradually edging his way towards the promised land of a slam as he fires another ace out wide to close the game out, and that's 2 very convincing service holds from Taylor Fritz, having had to battle to avoid being broken straight back at the start of the set.
Yeah, he seems to have found his rhythm in his service games, and it's going to take some special work from Davidovich Fokina to see if he can put a dent into that rhythm. But first things first, he's got to hold serve here. Doesn't want the set to run away from him.
Sonny Cartal won the first set, by the way, against Diane Parry, the French qualifier. 6-4, having been a break behind, so a great start for her on number 1 court. Here's a big forehand from ADF, and then into the net he goes as he looks to drill one up the line on that forehand wing. Of course, you can follow dedicated commentary of number 1 on the Wimbledon Radio app. Marcus Buckland and company have the overview as usual on this 5th day. Madison Keys underway on number 2 court, another player who many believe could go all the way and add this title to her Australian Open crown at the start of the year. Another big forehand from the Spaniard. Short ball. Can he put it away? Oh, goodness, just for a moment. It looks as though Fritz might make a running passing winner, which would have brought the house down, but it was just wide.
Well, Davidovich Fokina finding himself at the net there in that first point of this game, was in charge of it, and after he lost the point, sort of motioned to himself, God, I should have been in behind one of those.
15 all. Davidovich Fokina, of course, can ill afford to drop serve again. That would be the set, surely. He's got to find a way to unlock the Fritz serve as well as hold his own. If he's to get back into this one, and that's good depth, which has Fritz mistiming a backhand at the baseline as he just adjusts his bandana. I was walking back to the house a couple of nights ago, Raj, and there was a very excited young lady walking behind me describing how beautiful Taylor Fritz's eyes were. I think she'd fallen in love.
Oh, well.
She'd been watching the Diallo match. Well, I say she'd been watching the match. Yeah. I think she'd been watching Taylor for most of it. But I'm afraid he's taken.
Yeah.
Forehand return on the angle from aforementioned Fritz, and into the net goes Davidovich Fokina. So Fritz keeping the pressure on here as he reaches for the towel at the back end again. But he'll be very happy with the start he's made. To get a break right off the bat was a real bonus. He would love, of course, to get this done with a bit of wiggle room to spare. He doesn't really want to be going 5 sets, 3 rounds in a row, does he?
No, he'd rather not. He talked about how those matches spread across the days. Finally, yesterday, just coming out for a half-an-hour hit, just to feel the ball a little.
Backhand cross-court from Fritz. Big off forehand from ADF, but that's wide.
30.
And he's not overly thrilled about it as he looks in the direction of his support staff and mutters something under his breath. It's the Spaniard's turn to reach for the towel there. He's got 3 balls, 2 of which he quickly discards. His racket is of a more yellowish hue. Not quite as in-your-face as Fritz's, with that luminous orange. From the royal box end, he serves. Misses it. So Fritz with the chance for the double break here, and you would think the set, effectively. Forehand return is long.
Yes.
Well, he came up to take that early, and that's been effective for him, Fritz. It's a tactic that he's used to get those break points, really get up in the court and be very aggressive on those second serves. That second serve is a little faster, coming from Davidovich Fokina at 106, so the speed, just a slight increase in speed from his average, maybe setting Fritz off.
Well, you never know. If the Spaniard can get out of this game unscathed, then there's still hope for him. He's at deuce, he's missed the first serve, second serve to the forehand of Fritz, and then the squash shot from ADF, just looking to change the pace of the rally, then a forehand from Fritz, and right on the baseline from Davidovich Fokina. That was just too good. It was struck so cleanly and so deep to take him to game point.
Ah, it's interesting. Just looking up at his coaches, he hit that forehand, Davidovich Fokina, with great depth, but his coaches sort of motioning to him, play with a little bit more height. Asking him to get some air under the ball. He can hit that heavy forehand.
He's one of those players who, when he hits a purple patch, he can be very difficult to play. But it's maintaining that level, which has been something of a challenge for him, as to underline the point, I guess. He throws in a double fault after that brilliant forehand he hit. And we're back at deuce here. He's never won a title, but twice this year he's been to the title match, Delray Beach and Acapulco.
Well, everybody respects his play on tour. They know that they've got to be on their toes when playing him. He brings a high brand of tennis to any surface, really.
Currently ranked at 27, as he very nearly pulls off a drop shot on the angle, racing into the net off a ball that was a little mishit from Fritz.
Well, let's take a look at this big, wide stance to get that, almost doing the splits.
Goodness.
Probably traveling a good 6-8 feet in the slide, but just couldn't control it. He's facing another break point here.
That brought a tear to my eye, seeing the replay on the monitor. As he misses the serve, so Fritz turning the screw here. A chance for the double break again as the sun floods centre court. Forehand return is long, though.
Yes.
The Spaniard needed a big serve there, and he's come up with one.
Yeah, he's fending off these break points, and obviously critical for him to come away with this game if he wants to stay in this set. Going down a double break with a man that possesses a serve such as Fritz is not advised.
2-4, deuce, first set. We've been playing for 32 minutes. Forehand return from Fritz is long.
Advantage.
Getting that first serve in. And doing it regularly makes a huge difference.
Yeah, it shifts the dynamic completely from being on your back foot, giving your opponent the first opportunity to take an aggressive stance in the point.
Both players doing that pretty well at the moment. Fritz at 70% in terms of first serves in. ADF at 66, but of course he's a break behind. Backhand cross court, and then ADF not apparently taking the advice of his coaching staff, because he tried to hit an absolute nuclear forehand up the line and missed by a margin.
Yeah, he just got that wrong. He definitely had more height on it because it sailed well long of the baseline.
I don't think it's landed yet, actually. It's still going.
But he didn't quite generate the spin to bring it back down.
Back at juice here. It's a good serve. Fritz manages to get a racket on it out wide, and then trying to scoop up the backhand as he scampers to the opposite side of the court. Can't quite achieve it. That's a good play again from Davidovich Fokina.
Great wide serve there, effective on grass, and it's interesting. We'll get back to it here after this point, or when this game ends, about some comments from Fritz about that particular situation.
Game point then for the Spanish player. Backhand return into the net. So that's a big hold. How significant is it going to prove to be? Because Fritz had chances for the 5-2 lead there, which would surely have been the set for him.
Leads 4 games to 3.
As it is, still some work to be done. 4-3 with the break in the opening set here on center.
Yeah, so back to the point about Fritz's return on that deuce side. He's really open about it and gives you some insight about how fine the details are that these athletes are trying to work with. And he talks about his grip being, you know, a pretty extreme grip, more on the western side. And on that deuce side, when the swinger comes out, to be able to use that grip and bring it back cross court is difficult to produce, not just for him, but for anybody with that grip. And so against those big servers, you were seeing him opt to chip the return from a closer position. And today we're seeing him be a lot more aggressive off the return, but yet on that first serve, when it lands out wide, it still poses the challenge for him with that grip.
Meanwhile, Sunny Kartal still going very nicely, thank you, on number 1 court now. A break up early in the second set, having taken the first against Diane Parry of France by 6 games to 4 from a break adrift. Laura Sigmund of Germany has an early break against Madison Keys, 2-1 on number 2 court. And Andrei Rublev underway against a player who's always fun to watch. Qualifier. We watched him down in Roehampton Raj, Adrian Manorino, 4 games all in the opening set.
Well, he just has such a unique game style, and grass suits him very, very well. And I think Andrei Rublev is probably having some challenges out there today.
Thank you.
Fritz has a career record of 1-7, lost 9 in third round matches at Grand Slams. But of course he is now a Slam finalist out in Flushing Meadows, New York, and very, very motivated to become a Grand Slam winner. And if he's going to do it, that is a stunning pickup from Davidovich Fokina, a half volley passing winner from the baseline. Wow.
That brought a smile to his face. Well, that was incredible. He guessed right. There were 3 balls in that point where Fritz was at the net, looked as if he could have the easy put away, but Davidovich Fokina anticipating perfectly.
Well, if ever there was a way to start a game, you've got to win. As he looks to get the break back, that was it. That was a moment of brilliance from the Spaniard. That's what he's capable of, but then he's just overdone the forehand inside in. He looks to the heavens, hands on hips, missed by a couple of inches, no more than that, but that's enough. But what a pickup that was. I mean, what touch, what skill you've got to have to conjure a winner like that. So that'll keep Fritz honest, knowing that his opponent's got that in the locker. But again, the return drifts long. And this is the thing about Fritz. There's a no-nonsense kind of approach from him. He's very good at just parking what's happened, isn't he?
Yeah, he is a very, very good competitor. I mean, apparently, in anything that he does, whether it be a video game, board game, he just competes in anything. It's sort of a way of being for him.
Of course, he became a father at a very young age, and he says that has certainly shaped him, given his career a different sort of perspective as he rifles a forehand over the high part of the net. That was beautifully struck by the American to move to gain points for a 5-3 lead. And we've seen some terrific tennis. In this opening set. At the moment, Fritz firmly in charge. Backhand here from Davidovich-Fokina. Forehand cross-court from Fritz. And again, up the line. This time, he doesn't quite find it.
Yeah, moving to his right, trying to change direction, take that ball up the line. Fritz sprays it wide, still has a game point.
Davidovich-Fokina, a former junior #2. He was Wimbledon boys singles champion, but he can do nothing about serving of that quality. Smack on the line from Taylor Fritz at 135 miles per hour. That is a pretty convincing way to take a 5-3 advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And he hits that line. That location probably would have been an ace at almost any speed, but he puts an exclamation point on it with the 135 miles an hour.
First serve lands from Davidovich-Fokina, serving to save the set here at 3-5. Hits the baseline of Fritz and then a backhand cross-court. That's a little shorter though. Fritz is onto that quickly. An off forehand approach, doesn't have to play the volley. And he's very sharp, isn't he, when he detects that the ball is just a little more attackable. He moves in very quickly.
Yeah, his previous shot had a lot of pace on it, almost anticipating that he would have a play to get inside the court, was cheating forward, Fritz, and he was right. Had a forehand to punish.
3-5, love 15. Forehand return from Fritz, backhand to the backhand of the American. Now another one as they trade on the diagonal here. And again, and again. Who's going to blink first in this exchange? Then up the line from ADF, who changes the angle of attack, but then the forehand hits the net. And he's in trouble here at love 30.
Yeah, and as concerning is potentially dropping the set. That would allow Fritz to start the second set serving if he were to drop this game. And Fritz is looking pretty sharp on his service game, so important for Davidovich-Fokina to climb back into this game.
Love 30. Fritz is in the rally though. Backhand into the net as he moves to his left. And do you consider that to be significant, Raj, serving first?
I think so, especially if you possess a serve like Taylor Fritz. You like to be the one out in front. You hold, and the pressure for your opponent. You're always serving from behind in the set, and especially as you get to the business end of the set, you're serving to stay in the set.
15-30. Fritz with a big return right on the baseline. ADF did well to actually handle that one, and the rally is on, and Fritz nets with the forehand. So again, the Spaniard just looking to give himself an opportunity to have another crack at the Fritz serve by holding here and staying in the set. The towel coming into play once again. Of course, these days the players have to get their own towels, and I'm, for one, very much in favour of that. I think that was a task above and beyond the requirements for the ball staff, who are already overworked. Got enough to think about, just keeping their concentration, making sure the balls are in the right place at the right times here at Wimbledon. They do a magnificent job. That's a big forehand up the line from Taylor Fritz, then the off forehand just onto the sideline. I mean, the accuracy of some of this hitting from Fritz is really eye-catching.
Well, Fritz took a huge risk there, had a short ball, but he ran around his backhand all the way into the doubles alley to produce that forehand, and he had to hit it big because he left the court vulnerable. He had enough pace on that ball, even though Fokina got there, just couldn't find a way to get it back into the court.
This has been a very polished set from the American, and he's got a set point, 30-40, 3-5. Big serve up the tee. Fritz has got it covered. Backhand as ADF hits the sideline, then goes up the line with a backhand, and into the net goes the number 5 seed from San Diego, California. So Davidovich-Fokina just about hanging on in there in this set at the moment.
Yeah, he's digging his heels in. Played a good point there. Good depth. Taylor saw a little bit of an opportunity to amp up the pace. Drove it into the net.
Packed crowd here on centre, very much enjoying the action as Fritz frames that one. Way up into the sky and landing close to the northeast corner of this court as you look from the Royal box end, where a number of fans are hiding from the sun under those iconic purple and green umbrellas, which happily are not needed for any rain today. And that's another big hold from Davidovich Fokina. He's competing well. It's a very entertaining first set, but now he's got to do the difficult bit, and that is break the Taylor Fritz serve. Otherwise, the American will be moving a set to the good.
Yeah, and an important couple games there from Davidovich Fokina, just to crawl back into this match, get some stability on his own service games. If he were to let that run away from him, matches can get away from you really quickly. So even if he is to drop this set, starting to get control of his own service games, which is going to be critical for him going forward in the match.
Meanwhile, Sunny Cartel of Great Britain is very much within sight of the round of 16 here at Wimbledon. 4-1 up in the second set against Diane Parry, who knocked out Diana Schneider in the previous round. That was an extraordinary match, really, because Schneider was 4-2 up in the first set, and then her game really collapsed. She lost 9 games in a row, was very nearly bageled in the second set. Her serve seemed underpowered.
Time.
Strange one, because she's had a great year. She's moved well inside the world's top 20, but Parry was too good for her. But today, at the moment, Raj, Cartel is too good for Parry.
Yeah, and Parry started off the match with that break, as you had mentioned. And Cartel just so solid, stays calm, in charge of her emotions, doesn't get too bent out of shape in those situations. It just stays at work. And it's paying off for her now with a game point to go 5-1 in the second set.
Meanwhile, on court 3, the qualifier, Adrian Manarino, who famously never looks at the draw because he doesn't want to know who he's playing. Well, he's playing Andrei Rublev, and he's serving to save the first set and take us into a tie-break in the action there on number 3 court. I'll keep you posted on developments across the grounds as the afternoon unfolds here. In the meantime, the moment of truth for Taylor Fritz as he serves for a first set lead. Can Alejandro Davidovich Fokina hit back? Big forehand again from Fritz, quickly into the net to try and put away the volley, and he does. Davidovich Fokina racing, desperate to lay a racket on that, and nearly landing in the crowd as a result. He actually tripped on the green tarpaulin, which of course happily has not been employed very often at all over the 5 days so far. Covering the court if the rain does come. There might be a bit around tomorrow. He's okay though. 5-4. Fritz, 30 love. Another race out wide from him. This has been a very impressive set so far from Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, apart from that first game where he was in a little bit of trouble on his own serve, he has been clinical in his service game since.
5 aces in all. Make that 6. This is the way to serve out for a set. I remember Andy Roddick doing something similar to this when he served out for his US Open title. I think it took him about 45 seconds, didn't it? Bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, well, it looks like Shelton had to play that one last game potentially. It looks like he got through it.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that was over in a hurry. Yeah. So he'll be relieved because he was not happy, to put it mildly, as Davidovich Fokina goes long on the return, and Taylor Fritz, with a little understated clench of the fist, closes out the first set, and he will be very happy with the level he has produced after those 2 epic battles in rounds 1 and 2. He would love to get it done without need of a marathon today, and that's a very promising start. 6-4 after 47 minutes, Raj.
Yeah, good performance from Fritz, and for Davidovich Fokina, actually not a bad set, really just dropping that first service game, and that just shows you how important it is to kind of have your focus on point from start to finish. Grass can change really quickly, and your opportunities are very, very small, and they're fleeting, so you've got to take advantage of them. Fritz did that in that first set, and I'm looking forward to seeing what develops here, because Davidovich Fokina has lifted his level and kind of stabilized his own service games.
And there were actually 11 break points created in that set, and just the one taken right at the beginning of it. As you mentioned, Raj, Fritz having to battle hard in the second game of the set to hold on to that break, and that proved to be a very significant game, because after that he wasn't seriously troubled on serve. But good serve stats there.
Yeah, I mean, you're serving at 73% on grass. You're pretty happy about that. Strat's not that far off. I mean, first serve points 170 for Fritz and 65 for Davidovich Fokina. The winners to unforced errors ratio really, really close. So a really hard-fought close set. Just that first break that got away from Davidovich Fokina, ending up telling the story for that first set.
Remember, this is their 6th meeting. They're second on the grass in the space of a couple of weeks, with Fritz having beaten the Spaniard at Eastbourne on his way to his 4th title there. But ADF has won 3 of their 5 encounters in all, including at Delray Beach on his way to the title match this season. So a 3rd meeting in 2025, but of course by far and away the most significant, with a place in the round of 16 at the championships up for grabs. Round 4 of the 7 you've got to negotiate to lift the famous gold trophy a week on Sunday and pick up a cheque for, drum roll, £3 million, which is almost as much as Raj's fee for the fortnight. Big forehand here up the line from Davidovich Fokina, and then another forehand. I think he'll have done enough in that set, Raj, to make him feel as though there's definitely time and space for him to get back into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's well aware that that first game got away from him, but he's looked much better on his service game since.
15 love, vital that he starts this set rather better than he did the first. That rather set the tone for him, and he has missed the forehand off a deep return again. Fritz returning well today.
Yeah, that's again nice to see him be able to have that flexibility of tactic, chip the return against the much bigger servers, and then be a lot more aggressive coming over the return today.
Big serve down the tee, but you heard the recorded call of fault, because for the first time this year, of course, at Wimbledon, we have no line judges. Electronic line calling is the order of the day now. Forehand error from the Spaniard. And of course, one of the big reasons for Fritz's success in the last few years, Raj, is his relationship with his coach, Mike Russell. They're very, very close, aren't they?
Yeah, Mike Russell's been in his corner for a very long time, and Paul Annacone as well in that coaching camp, but Mike Russell's with him day to day for a very long time. Russell, a good player himself, and just one of the fittest guys out there.
Passing winner from Fritz on the angle. Smack on the baseline.
15-40.
And just as he achieved in the first set, he's got break points opportunities here at the start of the second.
Well, a great pass from Fritz there. Davidovich Fokina taking the backhand approach up the line, but Fritz able to flick the wrist, get that ball short off the court in front of him.
And it dipped down onto the line with all that topspin he was able to generate there. So the Spaniard under extreme pressure again here. Can ill afford to fall the break behind so early. Forehand return from Fritz is just long.
30-40.
Didn't miss by much, did it?
No, it actually caught the line, but it was just the wrong side of the sideline, and that was mighty close. Crowd have just seen that replay, and there's a little mumbling amongst them as they reflect on how close Fritz was there to a 1-love lead and an early break in set 2 to tighten the screw in this match. The Spaniard missing with the first serve from the Royal box end. Bright sunshine up above. Another warm day here. Forehand return from Fritz. This time it does land in. Shorter ball. Fritz onto it quickly. Now backtracking to hit the backhand. Right onto the baseline again. Tremendous depth here from Fritz. It's the sideline this time. Into the net goes Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. Holds his arms out wide and gesticulating in negative fashion to his box as he drags himself back to his chair. That is exactly what he didn't need at the start of set 2. And Fritz threatening to take a firm grip on this, a set and a break up.
Well, he'll be happy with that. Davidovich Fokina just showing a bit of frustration. Fritz maybe not so clean off that return. Ball still finding the court. The subsequent shots from Fritz were clean and deep in the court. That was a problem for ADF, and he was sort of motioning that anything this guy touches is falling in the court, sort of suggesting that if Fritz had hit it with his racket handle, it would still find the court.
Yeah, he's playing extremely well. Just got a glimpse of the aforementioned Royal Box, and Gary Lineker and Sharon Horgan, as mentioned, in the house, both wearing shades, understandably. Enjoying the action down below, particularly from the racket of Taylor Fritz, who certainly is showing no ill effects after those 2 bruising battles that he managed to negotiate in rounds 1 and 2. And he really is striking the ball with tremendous power and depth and accuracy. He's painting the lines.
Yeah, it's a confident Taylor Fritz that we're looking at right now. He is battle tested already in this week. Lots of tennis under his belt. He actually said, I don't really need to hit more tennis balls. I've hit so many of them. Just need to make sure that I'm fresh for the matches.
Yeah, post-match against Diallo, he said he was looking forward to a day off, and there wasn't going to be a lot of hitting of balls. He must be sick of the sight of them, I would have thought, but the way he's playing, clearly not. He loves what he does, and he does it exceptionally well. There's a squash shot, the attempted drop shot from Davidovich Fokina, but he's just losing his way a little here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just seems to feel like a little bit of desperation is sinking in. Can't find a hole in the Taylor Fritz game. So a little bit of rushing. Maybe not the most opportune time to try the drop shot that was effective for him earlier in the match.
It's not that he's playing badly. He isn't. It's just that Fritz is playing at an extremely high level, and that's another good serve from him. We mentioned that he's nailing it 70% of the time, and when he does, it's making life very difficult for the Spanish player. 40 love, looking for a 2-love lead, going for the big ace. Out wide, just missing. Second serve, backhand return. Forehand from Fritz. Picked that up almost on the half volley and then up the line on the forehand. That's netted as he just adjusts his white shirt, which is no doubt sticking to his upper body with the perspiration he's working up out there.
Well, going for that down the line change of direction there. Maybe not the highest percentage shot, but maybe can't blame Fritz. He is hitting the ball with a lot of authority.
Bit of wiggle room there as well at 40 love. And then he finishes the game to 15 with another ace pummeled up the center at 135.
Fritz needs 2 games to love.
He certainly has the weapons, Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, that's some big hitting from him, and he's, like you said, he's all business out there, isn't he? There's just a driving force that you sort of feel with him on the court. He's just going to keep coming at you.
Yeah, he's playing exceptionally well. And he's in the box seat here as Alejandro Davidovich Fokina hammers away a forehand off the return for 15 love. But love 2, a set behind. He needs some inspiration, and perhaps also, just as importantly, needs Taylor Fritz to see his level dip a little, because he's playing brilliantly at the moment. Backhand up the line from Davidovich Fokina. That's right on the sideline. And the body language there from him as he nailed that was almost as though he was saying, if only I could have done that.
Yeah.
A couple of other times in this match, it could have looked different.
Like, where's that been, essentially? From ADF.
3 minutes shy of an hour on court. 30 love. Into the net it goes. Cue for the ball staff to click into action. Backhand return. Inside in from Fritz, and then cross court on that backhand. Up the line goes ADF with a drilled backhand, then a forehand. He's on top of this rally. Can he finish the job? Fritz is on the defensive, plays the squash shot from way behind the baseline, but that's drifting long. And Davidovich Fokina moves to 40 love.
Yeah, Davidovich Fokina, again, looking to stabilize on his serve. Set looking similar in a lot of ways to the opening set.
Yeah, managed to hold serve after being breached right at the start of it, but of course, that was the difference. He couldn't break Fritz, even though he very nearly did in the second game of the match. After that, Fritz was rock solid. Oh, what a return. An off forehand return winner from Fritz. That ball was just a blur as it went over the net.
Well, that was 104 miles right into where Taylor anticipated it, and he did not hold back on that. That went back with some interest.
He loves pace, doesn't he? He's not remotely fazed by the velocity of the ball coming at him, Taylor Fritz. In fact, he seems to enjoy it. Inside in forehand is just too big for Davidovich Fokina, and Fritz really turning it on here.
Yeah, big forehand there. That's what Fritz can do when he's got just his feet in the right position. Can uncork that forehand and cause a lot of damage.
Still got game point here, the Spaniard. Sonne Cartal, all smiles, racket aloft. What a win for her. Into the 4th round of the championships. Many congratulations to a player who's made huge strides over the last 12 months or so, as ADF nails one for a winner up the line. And a defiant shake of the racket and a clench of the fist from him as he grabs the towel at the change of ends. But Taylor Fritz has the break in the second and has the first set by 6 games to 4. He leads 2-1.
Davidovich Fokina has had a couple break points, just hasn't been able to find a way to get through the Fritz serve, and he's going to need to find a way to put a dent in it, because otherwise he'll be looking at a 2-sets-to-love deficit, which would be a huge hill to climb.
It really would. Of course, Fritz had to come from 2-sets-to-love down in his first match against Mapechi Pericard, who is a remarkable player. Hits his second serve basically as though it's a first, doesn't he?
Well, it's probably as fast or faster than some of the average first serves from some of the other players.
It's bonkers, really, and trying to deal with that on the grass. I mean, you need so much patience, don't you, when you're facing a serve of that size, Raj. You go into a match knowing more often than not you're not going to be able to get it back, but you've got to be so focused on what you're doing so that on those very few occasions where there's an opportunity, that little window that opens up, you're ready to take it.
Yeah, the mental intensity and focus that you need to keep across the entire match, you can't let it slip, because you may get a serve that they miss their spot by an inch, which you can get your racket on and could change the dynamic of the match, maybe open the door for you to get a break, and or even in a tiebreaker, which you might often find yourself in. So super important, and this is probably a much more comfortable setting for Fritz. He knows he's going to get into some rallies. You know, the challenge against those previous 2 opponents was, how do I just get into a rally somehow? And well, he did enough to get through those.
The winner of this, by the way, will play either Italy's Luciano Darderi or Jordan Thompson of Australia. And that'll be for a place in the quarterfinals where things really get serious. 2-1 with the break. Taylor Fritz hoping to go 2-sets-to-love to the good here and get off this court as quickly as possible and rest those legs of his. Forehand from him, forehand cross-court from ADF, and then up the line the Spaniard goes, but little jump of frustration into the air from Davidovich Fokina as he misses.
Yeah, well, probably the right shot for Davidovich Fokina. Had cut off the corner, was inside the court for that forehand, tried to rip it up the line and got it wrong, and just frustrated that he didn't execute.
Of course, he's been famous, hasn't he, Davidovich Fokina, down the years for wearing 1 black and 1 white sock, but there's no chance of doing that here at Wimbledon, because you'd be breaking the rules.
Well,
or does he wear one under one of those white socks?
You've got it, Phil.
As Fritz comes to the net off the short ball, and Davidovich Fokina puts it away, and that's a tactic we saw from him at stages early in the first set.
Yeah, when he's been able to draw Fritz forward on his terms, it's been a good tactic for him. But yes, you are right, Phil. He does wear a black sock on 1 foot underneath. He's got him on underneath the white socks, because he wouldn't be able to wear the 1 white and the 1 black sock.
Let's be honest, you tennis players are a bit of a weird bunch, aren't you? You've got all sorts of weird superstitions going on.
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, I mean, look at Rafa Nadal with his bottle arranging. Goodness me. And lots of others on the tour who have to do things in a certain way, otherwise goodness knows what might befall them. Mind you, this sport will send you bonkers. I mean, it will play with what sanity you have remaining. Yeah, and you know, I think in all kinds of sport, you think about controlling the controllables, and sometimes those taking care of those small details gives you at least the illusion within yourself that you're controlling what you can. It's that illusion thing again, that delusion thing, which is so important in sport. Convincing yourself of something even though it might not be true, as Fritz goes long with the forehand at 30 all. So what about Krabus then? Was she possessed of any strange superstitions in her playing pomp? Yeah, she had some superstitions. She definitely she didn't like stepping on the lines. That even applied to walking down the street with the sidewalk. If there's a crack, she would avoid it. She had one more quirk. She probably won't be happy that I reveal, but I'll go ahead. If somebody bumped her on the right shoulder, she's just felt off kilter. She needed someone to tap her on the left shoulder to even it out. I knew she was nuts. 40-30, 2-1 Fritz, looking for a 3-1 advantage. Happy birthday, Jill Krabus, by the way, on Independence Day. Many happy returns. Big forehand up the line from Davidovich. Fokina, he gets a bit lucky off the net cord. It lands in. The rally continues. It's a bit of a lung buster here. Backhand cross court from Fritz. Backhand up the line from Davidovich. Fokina, a brilliant retrieval from Fritz. And then the squash shot up the line is missed. He seemed to have done the hard work there and was ready to deliver what could have been a winner. A 16-shot exchange, and it is Davidovich Fokina who comes out on top. Well, great court coverage there. Good defense from Fritz with that squash shot cross court. Davidovich Fokina takes his forehand back cross court. Seemingly Fritz just had to chip the ball back into court. Had done everything right to get to that position, but just found the net. Wow. He's got a sniff here. Now, Taylor Fritz just looking in the direction of the crowd behind him and now walking to his chair. Not quite sure what's happening here. Looks like he's grabbing something from maybe, well, is there going to be a slight delay here? Oh, he's going to get some water. It looks like somebody in the crowd is struggling in the heat. Well, we saw this earlier in the week here on Centre with Carlos Alcaraz doing what Fritz has just done, which is to grab some water for one of the spectators who may be feeling the heat out there. It is an occupational hazard in these very hot conditions, which of course we're not generally used to in the UK. It has been exceptionally warm during this championship, and so important to keep yourself hydrated, to make sure the sunscreen is in place. But even taking all of those precautions, sometimes of course you can feel the worse for wear, and hopefully that the person in question is getting the attention they need, and that appears to be the case. So a slight break in play here. Let's just bring you up to date with what else is happening. And Laura Sigmund of Germany has taken the first set. Another seed in trouble. The Australian Open champion Madison Keys, seeded 6 here at Wimbledon, losing the first set by 6-3. Andre Rublev with the first against Adrian Mannarino, the French qualifier, who once nearly beat Roger Federer on this court. 7-5. Mannarino serving at 1-2. And confirmation, if you're just joining us here on our centre court commentary channel, that Sunay Kartal of Great Britain is through to the 4th round, beaten Diane Parry, the French qualifier, 6-4, 6-2. A fantastic win for her. And of course later here on centre, Emma Raducanu will be hoping to join her, but what a task she's got on her hands in the shape of the hot favourite in the women's draw, the 3-times Grand Slam champion Aryna Sabalenka. That's going to be quite an atmosphere, I think, on centre a little later. How do you read that one, Raj? Well, that's a great question. I mean, I think the performance that Emma put in against Vondrousova was pretty impressive. She talked about in her post-match interview there that she was really quite pleased about how much she brought forward some offense in her game. She's been known as a bit of a counterpuncher, being able to neutralize pace and absorb it and then redirect it. But there she was taking the serves incredibly early. I was really impressed with her returns. And I think that's going to be a bigger challenge because she's going to have to get on the front foot early against Sabalenka. And I think the biggest key for Emma is, can she get those first serves
that percentage up high, because if she lets Aryna Sabalenka have a look at the second serve consistently, there's going to be a price to pay.
Well, we're just waiting for play to get back underway here on centre court, with one of the spectators taken ill and getting the attention necessary. The players have returned to their chairs. In fact, I think Davidovich Fokina may have left the court.
No, he's back here.
He is back.
He's been talking to his coach.
At the far corner, yeah. Yep. He's in conversation with his coach, which of course is allowed now.
Yep. They are having a pretty intense, animated discussion. I wish I would love to be able to hear what they're saying, but Felix Mantilla out of his seat, chatting with ADF about what kind of tactics would be effective to change the direction in this match in his favor.
Well, happily, I think we're ready to resume, and at a pretty important juncture in this fourth game of set 2, because Taylor Fritz has been taken to deuce. But he is a break in front, 2-1 in the second set, won the first, and well, that hiatus hasn't remotely affected Fritz's concentration. He's fired an ace out wide.
Yeah, he's dropped that, and that's so frustrating. If you're Davidovich Fokina, you've got a window of an opportunity and just erased by a big serve.
Absolutely nothing he can do about serving of that quality. Fritz looking to go 3-1 clear in this second set. Took the first 6-4, breaking right at the start of the match. Forehand return from the Spaniard, and now a squash shot from him. The drop shot from Fritz, although Davidovich Fokina was moving onto it, and he's put away the smash on the angle. Sometimes you'll see a player behind the baseline on their heels, and then of course it's so much harder to get into the net to retrieve a drop shot, but on that occasion the Spaniard was moving in.
Yeah, he got up to that quickly. Fritz lamenting after that point's over that he didn't play his topspin lob. He had enough time to do it.
So we're back at deuce here. Shortish return. Fritz tries to pummel it away. Davidovich Fokina trying with every muscle in his body to retrieve that one as he looks to get back into contention in this match, but it wasn't to be. And Fritz moves to game point. An hour and 10 minutes of play. Of course, we had that, 5-minute delay just now. But it's all going swimmingly at the moment for the number 5 seed from California. Taylor Fritz. Big serve, good return. Into the net goes Fritz on the backhand.
So Davidovich Fokina starting to potentially find some solid ground on Fritz's serve. He needs to continue to find a way to pressure him a little bit. Fritz giving him a look at a couple seconds.
At deuce, this is Fritz's toughest service game since the second game of the match, when he was nearly broken back, but he's landed the first serve, and that's good enough to win the point. He watches the ball drift wide over his left shoulder. He now owns 10 career titles. Fritz, of course, he won in Indian Wells. That was a pretty remarkable victory over Rafa Nadal. He very nearly missed the final because he had an ankle injury. And I think had he followed the advice of his support staff, he wouldn't have actually played in that final. Ended up beating the great Rafa Nadal for a Masters Series crown, and they're difficult to win. Short ball here for Fritz to attack, and then the lob thrown up by Davidovich Fokina. That's too good, is it? Brilliant effort by Fritz to get it back, which he did, but Davidovich Fokina comes up with a volley on the angle. What an exchange that was. The crowd raising the roof.
Oh, just phenomenal. Fritz coming forward. A great lob from Davidovich Fokina. Thought we were going to see a tweener, but Fritz goes around the side of his body, makes the get, but Davidovich Fokina covers the net beautifully. Wow, what an exchange.
And that's how good it's got to be at the moment from the Spaniard to keep Fritz at bay. What brilliant defense that was. But he's working his socks off here to try and get the break back. Deuce. Fritz at 2-1, bends the top of the net. In the baking sunshine here on centre. Can he bring up a break-back point here, the Spaniard? He's in the rally, big forehand. The squash shot from Davidovich Fokina lands in. Angle forehand, and Davidovich Fokina finds the court. Now a deep slice from him on that backhand side, and then a flatter backhand. Fritz has it covered, but now he's on the stretch, and Davidovich Fokina comes in to try and put it away, and at the second time of asking, doesn't quite, but at the third time, he does. Magnificent tennis again between this pair. Fritz again defending for his life, but the Spaniard kept his cool and won the day.
Well, Davidovich Fokina coming in with a nice forehand volley, followed up by an angle. Fritz racing forward, full stretch, diving, gets the ball back. But Davidovich Fokina is there. He got there just in the nick of time, Fritz. And that might inject some life back into Davidovich Fokina. He's got a break point here.
Now, has Fritz drawn blood again? I thought I heard the umpire referring. This happened in his previous match when he grazed his knee and needed a bit of treatment to clean up the wound. Is that what has happened here, Raj? Looks like he may have grazed his elbow.
I think he dove in a previous match, and he had a bit of a scab that had formed. And as he laid out to make that get with that dive, he's just scraped and reopened the wound.
Well, he was Becker-esque, wasn't he, in that rally? I mean, it was a desperate dive forward, and he actually made the ball. Davidovich Fokina put the volley away, but we can see the blood just trickling from that scab on his elbow, and that means that they need to clean that wound up. I mean, clearly it's not going to impede him in terms of his game, but when blood is drawn, it needs to be dealt with. That's the rule, and so we'll have another slight delay here while that's dealt with. And Fritz looks a bit fed up that that's the case.
Yeah, he does seem a bit frustrated, and it is an odd time for it to happen. He's facing a break point, and there's just a halt there. I think, as we discussed, he likes to get to business. He likes to play on, and would probably rather be serving right now, choosing out where he choose to serve against Davidovich Fokina, but instead on the sideline, on the bench, just getting it treated. Trainer will come out, clean it first, and then they've got a substance that they put on it to help it coagulate and keep it from bleeding more.
Well, how well has Davidovich Fokina done in this game to create the break point? That was another brilliant exchange, a couple in a row. I mean, Fritz diving forward there, managing to get the ball back into play, but the Spaniard had it covered with the overhead volley. Wasn't really a smash, it was just guided into the court, but he had to earn that point.
Well, somewhat telling, after the dive, really no chance for Fritz to be in the point, but he still rolled over and stuck his racket out just to see if by chance he might reach that ball.
And that spray that Raj was talking about now being applied just to stem the flow. So he's been in the wars, hasn't he, Taylor Fritz? Goodness me, I mean, he's had to work exceptionally hard in his first two matches, as we get a glimpse of Anthony Joshua, former world heavyweight champion, alongside his manager and promoter Eddie Hearn, son, of course, of Barry Hearn of Matchroom fame, chairman of World Snooker and entrepreneur extraordinaire, among those guests in the Royal Box today, alongside the likes of Lineker, Sharon Horgan, Dame Mary Berry. And many others. Now, ADF will be hoping with every fibre of his being that Fritz, after this break, doesn't fire down an unreturnable like he did when we had the previous break in play, because the spectator was taken unwell.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fritz coming into this match, I think he had 56 aces, and he was leading in the tournament. He was banging down the most aces so far. He'd like one here.
Break point down. ADF looking to get back on terms in set two, having lost the first 6-4. We're back underway. He's in the rally. Off forehand from Fritz. And Davidovich Fokina lands it wide.
And then just too much power from the forehand wing of Fritz. He runs around. He's so dangerous when he's in that backhand side of the court, hitting forehands. Tough to read where he's going to take it, inside out or inside in.
Back to deuce then. Fritz looking to maintain this break advantage that he's got, just as he got right at the start of the first set. That proved enough, taking it 6-4. Up on his toes, Davidovich-Fokina. Forehand return from him. Oh, and now no. Davidovich-Fokina's hit the turf. He's hit the turf, he's lying on his back, he's clutching his right knee. Is he okay? I think he's okay. He's back up. Just for a moment, that was a cause of concern. It always is when a player goes down on the grass. So that could have been nasty, actually. But I think he's all right. He's just stretching out his legs right now at the Royal Box end.
Yeah. Looked a bit concerning. Lost his footing. One foot just sliding out from underneath him. And it's good to see him bouncing around for the return.
But game point Fritz. Into the net he goes for a 3-1 advantage. Second serve. Backhand return from Davidovich-Fokina. Miss hit from Fritz. That's wide.
Yes.
Yeah. Just catching the frame there. Fritz. Davidovich-Fokina just urging himself on, shaking the racket in hand. This game time with the delays is running into the 18th minute.
Yeah, it's been eventful, hasn't it? In more ways than one. Shortish return. Fritz is onto it at the net as Davidovich-Fokina looked to come up with an awkward pass, which might well have been a difficult ball for Fritz to deal with at the net, but the backhand fails to clear the net, and a cry of anguish from the Spaniard. Fritz at game point for 3-1. This has been an epic, but Fritz is well used to those in this tournament. Backhand to the forehand of Davidovich-Fokina. That's into the net, and Fritz once again showing his tenacity under pressure to come through an awkward game unscathed, and in the process maintain that break advantage at 3-1.
Yeah, big hold for Fritz there, and Davidovich-Fokina expressing some frustrations, knowing he had some opportunities in that game to level this set. Now still working from behind, down a break.
And what a discrepancy,
yeah,
in terms of the second serve hit points, Raj, that we just saw flash up on the screen, with Fritz right up on the baseline to receive the second serve, and Davidovich-Fokina well behind it. Drop shot from him, that's good enough for a winner. This time Fritz was back on his heels. Perfect play.
Yeah, that's a great pattern for Davidovich-Fokina. When he's able to have authority, he pushed Fritz around with his forehand side there, quickly changing the grip, dropping the forehand drop shot. Fritz didn't even get to make a play on it.
15 love down the center, and that's too strong for Fritz to handle. Just shaving the edge of the line. Davidovich-Fokina has played well. It's just that Fritz has been that little bit better. 1-3. 30 love, and another good serve. And this is what he needs, isn't it? To be able to race through his own service games with little bother and try and heap that pressure back on his opponent in a bid to get back into contention in this third round match at the championships. Backhand up the line from Davidovich-Fokina, and then the slam dunk overhead. He enjoyed that one, so did the crowd. Just 75 seconds that game took.
As opposed to 18 minutes of the previous.
Night and day.
Yeah, well, that was a athletic looking overhead. Not quite the Sampras slam dunk, but Davidovich-Fokina airborne for that overhead, flying forward. Still down a break in this set, but get a shirt change from Fritz here on the changeover. Just checking that spot on his elbow that he scraped up again on the dive.
Made the semi-finals on the clay of Monte Carlo. That's a Master Series event, of course, part of the build-up to the French Open. Alejandro Davidovich-Fokina, he lost to Alcaraz. He beat Jack Draper on his way to that last four match with the defending champion here. Made the last 16 at the start of the season at the Australian Open, the first slam of the year, of course. Losing to Tommy Paul, one of the big names, has already bitten the dust this week. So he's had some strong results. Mentioned his two final appearances, losing to Mahac in Acapulco and Kecmanovic at Delray Beach after beating Fritz 7-6, 7-6. Fritz, of course, returning the compliment at Eastbourne, which is a more relevant result in terms of the surface, of course. But then Eastbourne conditions are rather different. I think they play rather fast there at Eastbourne and rather quicker than they will have done here at Wimbledon, Raj.
Well, and I think I wasn't in Eastbourne, but the conditions here, as we've talked about a little bit, being so hot, definitely slowing things down. Ball sitting up a little bit, the court's a little bit harder. So, that's the beauty of this living surface of grass, is that, everything affects, there's so much to adapt to. And, you might need a certain style of play early in a week, and then by the end of the week, a completely different one.
Taylor Fritz serving at 3-2 with the break advantage. It's been an eventful second set. We had an 18-minute game just now, a combination of a spectator taken ill and Fritz providing some water to help them out, and then Fritz for the second time in this championship drawing blood after a desperate lunge to the net to retrieve a ball which his opponent Alejandro Davidovich Fokina put away with a volley, and was able to get a break point on the Fritz serve, but yet again the American, so stubborn, has been able to fend off the break points he's faced early in the first set, again early in this one, and has the break early, just as he achieved in set one, taking it by 6-4, and now moving to 30-love at 3-2 in the second. In the bright sunshine on centre court, it's been a really entertaining match. For my money, ADF has played well, but Fritz has just played a bit better as the Spaniard tries to lace a forehand up the line, and that's just the wrong side of the line for his liking.
And that's what can happen when you start feeling that kind of pressure. You've got to find a way to change sort of the flow of play. Davidovich Fokina trying to just blast a winner there.
3-game points for Fritz. Looks for the big haymaker up the centre, just misses. Davidovich Fokina at times has been employing the drop shot, which has worked for him on occasion, which we thought could be a tactic that would just mess with Fritz's head a bit. Here's another one on the angle. Fritz gets there, tries to drill one on the backhand, but the net gets in the way. So 40-15.
Yeah, good tactic again, and it just shows again that Fritz, on that move going forward, has trouble decelerating, and so he knows he's got to hit the winning shot because otherwise the rest of the court is open. So take some risk trying to hit that low over the net.
2-game points for the number 5 seed from San Diego, California, and watches the return. Just drift long, little shake of that bright orange racket of Taylor Fritz's. This is their third meeting this year. Davidovich Fokina getting the better of Fritz in 2 tie breaks on his way to the final in Delray Beach, but Fritz returning the favour on his way to a record 4th title on the grass at Eastbourne in the build-up to the championships. He owns 5 grass court titles, Taylor Fritz, and only Novak Djokovic in terms of active players, with 8, has more. So he's very comfortable on this surface, twice a quarter-finalist. But as we were talking about ahead of this match, he is extremely motivated to become a Grand Slam champion. Indeed, he says he measures his happiness by his results, and it would haunt him forever if he doesn't win one of the big 4. So he's certainly putting pressure on himself to deliver. He's playing brilliantly, but that's a lovely drop shot again, just dropping the wrist from the Spaniard on the angle. He wins the first point on his serve.
Yeah, and when he's been able to get forward, he's handled himself extremely well. Davidovich Fokina, low forehand volley, puts one knee pretty much on the ground and produces a beauty.
Both players sporting those white bandanas in the searing heat here. Big forehand inside in from Davidovich Fokina. And then on the other side of the court, Fritz has got that covered with the backhand, and then a big forehand. Absolutely blasted that out of the sweet spot for 15 all.
Well, that forehand side from Fritz can be devastating. Great example here. Steps inside the court, accelerates, and crushes that forehand.
2 5-setters, remember, for Fritz to set up this 3rd round meeting with Davidovich Fokina, who leads their overall head-to-head 3-2. Forehand return from the American. Backhand is a good one from Davidovich Fokina. Good depth on that. And he just snuck into the net, but doesn't have to play the volley.
Well, again, when Davidovich Fokina has been able to get to the net, he's been extremely effective. He's 17 of 19 when coming forward. The challenge for him is just setting the point up enough for him to be able to get in.
He's a former Wimbledon junior champion, the Spaniard. Beat Brandon Holt and Botic van der Sandschulp to set up this showdown with Fritz, but that's a double fault. A gift for the American, and 30 all in this second set. And at 2-4, things are beginning to look a little bleak for Davidovich Fokina. He's fighting for all he's worth to wrest some momentum in this match, but at the moment it's not quite happening for him. 30 all from the far end of this beautiful centre court. And the grass still looking extremely well manicured. A little bit of wear beginning to show at the baseline, but not all that much actually when you consider this is day 5 and the heat we've had. Conditions still perfect as always here at the championships. Game point, Davidovich Fokina down the tee. Just missing. Nearly 90 minutes on court now. The winner to play either Luciano Darderi of Italy or Australia's Jordan Thompson in the round of 16. Forehand to the backhand of Fritz. That hits the sideline. Then the inside-in forehand, using the full width of the court, Fritz. But Davidovich Fokina defending well. He cracks a backhand up the line. And then a massive forehand up the line is a winner. And that was like a bullet. And when he turns it on, ADF, he is quite a sight.
Well, that was just a rocket ship off of that forehand, and just such an athletic thing to observe. He just flying through the air to his right, 10 feet behind the baseline, generated enough power to just strike that ball deep down the line. And he just continued to hop away from it, just enjoying it as he watched it sail by Fritz.
Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, who's never won a tour title, staying in the hunt with that blazing forehand winner, but still trailing in the second set and by a set to Taylor Fritz, who leads 4-3 in set 2.
Well, Fritz still in a comfortable position, just looking to take care of his own serve and see this set through. I wanted to ask you a question. Earlier you spoke about the players now responsible for getting their own towels,
yes,
which I think is completely legitimate. But the other question that I would have is, because on stadium courts, the distance to the towels is so much more. Do you think they should be allotted a little bit more time between points?
No, they're cosseted enough. No, I think that's a fair point, actually. I mean, they do have to walk a fair distance, and when you think how long these matches can be and the conditions they're playing in here at Wimbledon this year, maybe, yeah, maybe they could be a bit closer.
Maybe a 5 seconds or something like that extra on a large court.
All I know is, as one of the ball kids, I would not want to have anything to do with those towels. And we won't go into any more detail than that. Taylor Fritz still has the break advantage in set 2. He's looking to go 2 sets to love up. Of course, he came from 2 sets down to beat Mapechi Perricard in the first round, and then extended once again to 5 by Diallo, who played brilliantly in defeat. The Canadian, who's got a big future. Certainly got a big game, that's for sure.
I believe he came back from a 5-1 deficit in the 4th set against Mapechi Perricard. That tells you a little something about his tenacity.
Yeah, that was amazing, really, when you consider the size of the Frenchman's serve. By the way, another leading light in the women's draw in a world of trouble. Madison Keys lost the first set to Laura Sigmund, 6-3, 4-1 down. The Australian Open champion in the second. Many people felt she might have the game to go all the way this year. She was arguably the best player of last year before she got injured as ADF goes long. And it's 15 all, 4-3 Fritz. Does that surprise you, that scoreline? Assuming that we can now still be surprised, given that we've lost 36 seeded players.
Very true. We may have lost the ability to get surprised, but you know, Madison Keys showed a lot of promise with her ability level and the big game that she possesses, but Siegemund has been a giant killer through her career. She's had some big wins.
That was about as easy as it gets for a professional tennis player. I might even have made that forehand myself. It was sitting up invitingly about a metre from the net, and Fritz just swatted it away for 30-15. Yeah, it's not over yet, and of course we've seen greater deficits than that overturn, but Madison Keys with it all to do on number 2 court at the moment, as has Adrian Manarino on number 3 against Andrei Rublev. He trails by 2 sets to love as Davidovich Fokina nets with his return, and Fritz moves serenely to 40-15. Just a reminder that later on this court it'll be Raducanu against Sabalenka. That is one not to miss here on your dedicated centre court commentary channel. The overview with Marcus Buckland next door. And of course court 1 commentary available as well. That was a good pickup from ADF, but Fritz had it covered at the net, and that was an untroubled, unflustered service hold from the American player.
Yeah, when he serves and hits those spots as he did in that game, Fritz is a very difficult player to break, and you just have to keep working if you're Davidovich Fokina to see if you can find just a moment of opportunity to climb back into this set. First things first, let's take care of your own serve.
From the roll box end, he arches his back. Fritz makes the return on the backhand, then hits a forehand to the forehand of the Spaniard, who goes long. Of course, before we get to Raducanu and Sabalenka, a small matter of Jan-Lennard Struff against Carlos Alcaraz, the man that they've all got to beat, the 2 times champion, going for the hat-trick, 3 in a row this year. Not in the best of shape in the first round against an inspired Fabio Fognini, but then again, you wouldn't want to be. It's about getting through the rounds.
Yeah, Andre Agassi famously said in the past, you don't win a Grand Slam in the first week, but you could lose it. So, got to find your way into those later rounds.
Yeah, and those great players like Alcaraz just have that ability, don't they, to do enough and then crank it up when it really matters. Again, Davidovich Fokina finding the net, finding himself at 15-30 now, and can ill afford a misstep on this point, because otherwise Fritz is going to have 2 set points for a 2 sets to love advantage, and that would take an awful lot of retrieving for the Spaniard, who's produced moments of brilliance in this match, but Fritz has been the more consistent for sure. Backhand from the American, big inside in forehand from the Spaniard. And now a forehand on the other side of the net. Again, Fritz defending brilliantly, throws up the defensive lob, which is only just missing the baseline. And that reaction from the crowd will tell you as much, as they saw a replay on the big screen.
Yeah, just barely missing on the full stretch. Fritz throwing up with nearly perfect touch, just sailing a touch long, and Davidovich Fokina back to 30 all in this game.
A must hold, quite simply. Otherwise, he's going to be having to go very much the scenic route to get back into this match. He'd be 2 sets to love down if he has his serve breached here. Forehand return from Fritz. Just bunted up the line on the forehand this time from Davidovich Fokina. Some deep slice, the chip, and then unloads on the forehand.
30,
but
40.
Can't control that particular ground stroke. Can't harness the power with the accuracy required. It's long, and it is a set point for the number 5 seed, Taylor Fritz, at 30-40, 3-5, as he looks to take an iron-like grip on proceedings here on centre court, eyeing a place in the round of 16 at Wimbledon. First serve lands, forehand return mistimed into the net by Fritz.
Well, a much-needed free point for Davidovich Fokina there. Unusual. Fritz has been good on the return, especially when he's had a look at it. That one just off the frame.
And so deuce. Of course, he did bring up a break point in this set. Fritz got out of trouble. And Fritz is going to get another chance. The +1 finds the net from the Spanish player.
And again, that stat we saw, Fritz right on top of the baseline on that return, driving it deep, got onto Davidovich Fokina fast.
Currently the world number 27 ADF, formerly world number 21 back in August of 2023. Still looking for that first elusive title on tour. Right now, looking to avoid falling 2 sets to love behind. He has, though, via a double fault. Well, that is a most disappointing way for Alejandro Davidovich Fokina to lose the second set. But for Taylor Fritz, this is exactly what he would have hoped for, Raj, after the bruising first 2 hurdles that he's overcome, to be inside of a straight sets win.
Well, if he can stay on track and the third set looks like the previous 2, he's going to be happy about that, because as you start getting to the later stages, you know, physically and mentally, to be on the court as long as he has been, especially, I mean, the mental drain of those first 2 matches that he would have had to be razor sharp for those 5 sets encounters was just colossal. So for him to be able to have a little bit of time to breathe and kind of reset would be really, really helpful for him. So, yeah, Fritz not serving as well in that set, but getting the job done, winning 84% when he does land that first serve. And second serve, point 1, Alejandro Davidovich Fokina only at 33%. And that's not a stat you want to sit on very well. That's a little bit troubling, and that's due to the Taylor Fritz return. He's been taking it so early, putting pressure on him right away. And that adds up over time. The double fault that he just executed to lose the set, probably in part due to some of that pressure.
And just the one break point created by the Spanish player in that second set, as Fritz just attending to some bandaging on his foot, on the ball of his foot there. I think all of these players are carrying some sort of niggle or injury or another, aren't they? It's almost impossible in the modern era, given the power, the intensity of the matches that you now see in both the men's and the women's draws, for you not to be feeling some sort of ailment somewhere in your body, and you just got to negotiate that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great to see, you know, most of these players are traveling with a coach, a physio, and a fitness trainer, so they're dialing in all these things. And really the truth of it is that they are so good at what they do that they're enabling these athletes to push even harder. And, you know, these great competitors are just going to keep pushing their limits to the very, very end to compete at their highest level. And that will result in some wear and tear on the body.
And one of the big talking points, and we've kind of touched on it already with the lengthening, for example, of the Master Series events, is the absence of time off to allow your body to recover. You know, the off season in tennis, Raj, is so short, isn't it? And if tournaments are getting longer, I mean, I know one of the arguments for lengthening them is to allow players to rest for a longer period of time between the matches within that tournament. But this whole issue of the amount of tennis that they're playing continues to be a major bugbear, a major point of contention.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you take a step back and you look at the schedule, you know, players can choose to sit out weeks, but the 10-day, the 2-week events that are now the Masters 1000s, they're mandatory, which means if you don't play it, you get a 0-pointer on your ranking, and you don't actually also have access to the bonus pool at the end of the year. So these are factors that really encourage people to play. You get fined if you don't show up for them as well. So it's a real battle for these players. And yes, while they may have more days off during an event, you're in the middle of a competitive event, and so you're kind of mentally switched on the whole time.
Well, Taylor Fritz is going to get some attention to his right foot here. I mentioned that bandage, which is covering the ball of his foot just below his toes. Maybe feels as though he needs a fresh one. I'm not sure. Perhaps he's got a blister there, which can be a major impediment. I remember when Marin Cilic played Roger Federer in the final here, he was basically scuppered, wasn't he, by blister, and he was actually in tears sitting down at the change of ends because he knew that there was no way he was going to be sufficiently competitive to have a chance of winning that day.
Absolutely. He had a great run to the finals. I think it was 2017, if I'm not mistaken, that he was in the final against Federer, and yes, the blisters added up, and how great was it to see him? Well, maybe not for anyone in England with Jack Draper, the home favorite, but Nice to see, if you're a Chilich fan, that he could elevate his game. He played superbly against Jack Draper yesterday and put on a real great performance, knocking out the number 4 in the world, Jack Draper, and giving him some things to think about.
Now, what is it he's doing there, Raj? It looks like he's like drawing on his foot. Is that some sort of tincture that hardens the skin?
Yeah, no, I think that's probably a little bit more of like a betadine solution of some kind that's probably rubbing on there just to make sure if it does sort of tear open that you don't get any kind of infection.
Oh, goodness, that doesn't sound good. That's grim. Well, I think we've spoken sufficiently about Taylor Fritz's foot now, but we're just waiting for play to resume at the start of set 3. ADF, I think this time definitely has left the court just to regroup.
He's back.
He's
hiding in the shade.
He does. He likes to hide, isn't it? It's like one of those things you get in the newspaper where you've got to spot the hidden character. And this time he's gone to.
He sought out the shade at the back of the court.
Yeah.
So he's
hand on hip, looking a little bit frustrated because he's not played a poor match by any means, but Taylor Fritz has been like a wall, really.
Yeah, the challenge for Davidovich Fokina is that he's been successful in 2 different instances.
A medical timeout.
He's been consistent. I mean, successful when he's been able to get forward, and also when he's able to draw Taylor forward on his terms. But both of those 2 circumstances have been very difficult for him to create behind the barrage of shots coming off the Fritz racket.
Now, you may have heard the umpire there confirm while Raj was speaking that Taylor Fritz is having a medical timeout. That basically means from the moment of that announcement, there are 3 minutes allowed to get the attention that he requires, and then he's got to start over.
Get back to work.
Start
Yeah.
over.
So they'll have when the trainer comes out, they'll do an assessment, and that doesn't really have a time limit on. They're just trying to assess what procedures or methods need to be done. So in this case, they've decided they're just going to rebandage the foot. It was taped previously. They've taken the original tape off, and now they're going to apply a different adhesive to the bottom of that foot to help protect it. I mean, the amount of friction that those feet see covering court, accelerating in the sprints and decelerating is just incredible.
It really is. The toll that the sport takes on the body. And you do have to wonder sometimes whether these top professional athletes will pay the price later in life for what they're achieving in the here and now, but that's a whole different debate. And Fritz's foot now freshly bandaged. A little bit of talc is going on, I think. And then the trainer will be back on, as in his trainer for his foot, not the person applying said bandage, and we'll be back underway for set number 3. We've been out here now for 1 hour and 3/4. A 4th round place in the offing, and Laura Sigmund on court number 2 is serving for victory over Madison Keys, the Australian Open champion. 6-3, 5-3. What a win that would be for the German player.
Absolutely.
Adrian Manarino 2 sets to love down to Andrei Rublev, who's never been past the quarterfinals of a slam. He's been there many, many times without taking that extra step. Well, he's certainly well on his way to round 4 at the moment on number 3 court. And Noskova and Rakimova are playing on court number 12. Noskova from Czechia has taken the first set 8-6 on the tiebreak. Very tight match. It's 5-6 in the second, so it looks as though serve is dominating in that one.
Yeah, Rakimova coming through against Paolini, knocking out last year's finalist. That match, she played a very courageous match, just did not back down in the key moments. A lot of forehand winners for her, so she's in a deadlock battle now with Noskova.
Paolini, one of the many big names to bow out early at this year's championship. Just to remind you, a record number of seeds have fallen by the conclusion of the second round this year. 36,
Fritz,
which beats the previous record in a Grand Slam, which was set at the French Open 5 years ago, 35. Pretty amazing, really, as we are belatedly ready to resume this match with Taylor Fritz in complete control at the moment, leading by 2 sets to love, 6-4, 6-3. And with his foot freshly bandaged, he's firing what he hopes will be an ace down the tee, just catches the let cord. Is there any way back from here for Davidovich Fokina?
Let.
Yet again, the ball flirting with the let cord, so Fritz will get another crack at a first serve. Looking for his second win over his opponent on the grass in the space of a couple of weeks, having beaten him at Eastbourne on his way to that title. He beat Jensen Brooksby in the title match, his fellow American, and said afterwards he just loves playing at Eastbourne. He loves the conditions. Of course, he lost in the first round at Queen's, but he also picked up the title in Stuttgart. He beat Alexander Zverev there for the 5th time in the space of a year, 5 in a row against Zverev, who I think is heartily sick of seeing the side of Taylor. He said so in the press conference afterwards, albeit with a smile on his face.
Yeah, yeah.
15 love. Serve down the centre from Fritz, and the forehand into the net, but the sheer weight of it, again, not for the first time today, carrying it over the tape and making life impossible, really, for the Spaniard. .30 love. First game, third set, Fritz by 2 sets to love. Good news for Davidovich Fokina as he hits the baseline on the return, and then again with the forehand, 2 mighty blows struck by the world number 27, is that he has come from 2 sets to love to win before twice in the past. And his overall career 5-set record, 1-9, lost 8.
I think he just had that this year at the Australian Open. I think he had back-to-back 5-setters, one against Ajay Aliassime.
Yeah, so he's proved that he's got stickability in these long matches at Grand Slams. Fritz has done that on 4 occasions, by the way, but of course he's 2 sets to the good here, and he's got game points to take the first game of the 3rd set. As the sun briefly disappears from centre court behind a cloud up above. The return is long. Fritz holds. He only faced that 1 break point in the 2nd set, which Davidovich Fokina had to conjure some magic just to create, but couldn't take it.
Yeah, critical moments now. This first service game is where Davidovich Fokina faltered in both the first and the 2nd sets. And that ended up being enough for Fritz to capitalize.
The American looking to reach round 4 at a slam for the 8th time. He's in joint 2nd place on that list for the most Grand Slam round of 16 appearances by active American male players, alongside Tommy Paul, who of course has bitten the dust already. Were you surprised at Paul's demise?
Yeah, you know, yes, I was. I think he has a great game on grass. He likes to come forward. He's so fast. He did have some physical woes, you know, at the French and leading in here. So maybe not to take anything away from his opponent, but maybe that played a small role in his performance, or maybe just a bit undercooked with his preparation.
Sebastian Offner, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
After he'd taken the first set quite comfortably.
Yeah.
Losing in 4. I think it was 4. Anyway, he's out, that's for certain. Of course, he grew up on clay, didn't he? Which is unusual for an American, Tommy Paul. I expect he'll be heading home to his farm because he loves to decompress by working on the family farm.
Yes, and his truck is back in his possession, I hope. He had that in traveling, it's tough to stay on top of your bills. And had his truck taken, famously.
30 love here, Davidovich Fokina. Thought about coming forward off that backhand, but in the event, Fritz is missing, and as he attends to the strings of that orange racket of his, the Spaniard moves to 3 game points to level at 1 game all. He's lost his serve early in the first 2 sets, but looking good to avoid that calamity here, and that is another sweetly struck forehand. When he does connect, Davidovich Fokina, the ball certainly flies.
That's a great stroke, and Davidovich Fokina, as you mentioned, breaking the trend the first 2 sets, losing his first service game. He's hoping that trend will lead to a different outcome in this set.
Fritz serving out wide, and all Davidovich Fokina can do is just get the edge of his racket to that ball. Fritz's appearance in the title match in New York last summer, where he lost to Sinner, meant he was the first American to reach the US Open men's singles final since Andy Roddick was runner-up there in '06. So that was some achievement in itself from Taylor Fritz, but of course he wants to go one step further than that. He's extremely motivated to do so and says he'd be miserable for the rest of his days if he didn't. So no pressure then. Big backhand here, cross court from him, and that's just too big for ADF to handle, and that's been the pattern, hasn't it? Just the relentless consistency and depth from Fritz, applying so much pressure.
Absolutely, and that rally was just a good example of it. Davidovich Fokina hitting the ball well, but Fritz just a hair more pace and depth, shot by shot, gaining him the advantage.
30 love, 7 minutes shy of 2 hours on court, and again, Fritz landing that serve, and he's been doing that with great regularity around about the 70% mark, which is very good. He is a tall guy, of course, standing at 6'5" tall. And he has 3 game points for a 2-1 lead. And it's proving very, very difficult in the main for the Spaniard to get involved in a Fritz service game. It's been rare. He can't really lay a glove in that regard at the moment. Big forehand, though, wins the 4th point of this game. Talking of gloves being laid, just a reminder that Anthony Joshua is in the royal box today, former world heavyweight champion.
I see what you did there, Phil.
He packs
that
a
was
punch.
Well done.
I want to be on the wrong end of one of those, I tell you. 40-15 into the net from the Spanish player. Fritz holding with comfort again, discarding the ball that he doesn't need as he marches to his chair for a brief sit-down. Followed quickly by his opponent, but it's Fritz who's looking much the happier, and no wonder. He's sitting pretty at the moment and heading for a 4th round showdown with either Darderi or Thompson.
Fritz had the foot treatment on the last changeover. Doesn't seem to be any effect to his play. Just making sure that he's protecting his foot, as you said. That's, I think that's what we talked about, with the professionalism around who you have in your team, just making sure that you get ahead of those things, right? I mean, if that exploded into something bigger, it could really affect his campaign here at Wimbledon.
Absolutely. Yeah. Players are very mindful of the need to keep their bodies in the finest possible fettle. Negotiating 7 Grand Slam rounds is the ultimate challenge. That's why these tournaments are so special. There's only 4 of them a year.
Yeah.
And the demands they make on you, both mentally and physically, are extreme. You've got to deal with so much during the fortnight at these slams.
Yeah. And these athletes, the recovery, you think, oh, well, they just go lay down or rest. It's pretty intensive. There's compression boots, there's massage, there's ice baths, there's all kinds of different tactics to help your body recover a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think at the end of a long day's toil, the least you could ask for is a nice hot bath, but no, no chance. You've got to sit in sub-zero temperatures just to rub salt into your wounds, honestly. It's a kind of masochism, isn't it?
Have you ever done a
cold
plunge?
No, I have not. I've tried the cold showers, and I'm reliably informed by one of my tennis colleagues that once you get used to them, they are wonderful and extremely good for you. And I don't doubt that, but it's getting used to them that's the difficult bit, isn't it? It's actually crossing that Rubicon, which I don't particularly fancy doing for any length of time. Here's a backhand from Fritz to the backhand of Davidovich Fokina. Now the slice from the Spaniard, drawing Fritz in, but he retreats to the baseline off a big backhand, and another one, wrong footing his opponent for the winner. And again, it's just supreme ball striking from the American.
And like you said, Davidovich Fokina not really doing anything wrong in that rally. Just Fritz with that percentage more pace and position to dictate the rallies and come out on top.
Is an ice bath part of your
It has been. It has been. Yeah. Not daily regime, but I have partaken numerous times.
And the verdict?
Well, it's interesting because, you know, as we learn over time, science is starting to show us that if you do it too much, it actually can have an adverse effect. So you've got to do it just the right dosing.
Too much of anything is never a good thing. Here's a forehand from Fritz, chasing back to the Royal box end, but amazingly back in the rally. That was great defense again. Now the drop shot from Davidovich Fokina. Fritz scoops it up on the forehand. This time he can't chase back. That's a perfectly played lob. Another wonderful exchange. The crowd are loving this match because it's full of great tennis from both of them, actually, and there's an example from the Spaniard.
Yeah, he's used that tactic, that drop shot we talked about, and he draws Fritz forward. Fritz gets there, but great hands from Davidovich Fokina. Still low volley he had to produce the lob off of.
Yeah, he's having to play so well just to stay in some of these games. He's at 15-30 even after that brilliant lob volley. And here's a big forehand from Fritz, who's in at the net and is passed. Another inspirational winner from the Spaniard, who's having to pull all kinds of tricks out of the hat just to remain in the hunt.
Well, Fritz would be happy with this approach and would take it. Davidovich Fokina just getting to it, scraping it off the ground and driving it down the line.
I mean, that was the point, wasn't it? It was barely, what, 6-8 inches off the ground when he struck that winner. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Backhand from Fritz, forehand cross-court from Davidovich Fokina, but he's only at 30 all, despite all of that, and now he's at 30-40 as he nets up the line. And that's just testament to how Fritz has been able to just remain at a very high level throughout.
Yeah, Fritz changing, using that chip forehand down the line. He's been going with pace, using that chip forehand down the line, draws the error.
Break point for Fritz, and this could be potentially the beginning of the end for Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. If he loses this game, lost the second set to a double fault. Backhand return from Fritz. Oh my goodness me. What speed was that? I mean, that would have broken all sorts of speed limits.
Oh, well, that serve comes in at 84 miles an hour, and Taylor Fritz does not hesitate, runs around and just unloads on a forehand of colossal proportions, just to put an exclamation point on that break.
And just holds his pose and clenches his fist. He absolutely marmalized that forehand to get the break. What a way to achieve it. And straight back into the action. He doesn't hang about, Fritz.
No, he spent a lot of time on the court this week. I think he would welcome a quick and tidy 3-set win.
And maybe not too many predicting that it would be as straightforward as at the moment, certainly on the scoreboard anyway. It has been for Fritz as he goes for the inside-in forehand. This time he does miss.
He just played a couple weeks ago in Eastbourne. And Fritz winning, but it did take 3 sets to get the job done.
But right now, a rather lopsided look to that scoreboard. 6-4, 6-3, 3-1. It looks routine. It hasn't been, because Davidovich Fokina has, at times, played some sparkling tennis himself, but Fritz has just been relentless. 15 all, forehand return from head high from Davidovich Fokina. He hits an off forehand, backhand cross-court from Fritz is missing.
15-30.
Well, Davidovich Fokina has played some extremely good tennis. He's come up with some amazing shots, but in truth, that's just been enough to keep him in the match. He hasn't been able to sort of really threaten Taylor in any way.
And the problem is he's been falling a breakdown early in every set, hasn't he? So he's playing catch-up from very early in the piece, rather than being able to dictate play in any way. He's the one having to chase Fritz's tail. Backhand here, another extended exchange underway. He's got half a chance here at 15-30 on the Fritz serve. Big inside-in forehand, but that's long from the Spaniard, who's down on his haunches. And then showing his exasperation at not being able to extend that rally.
Well, that was an unusual error from the forehand wing from Fokina, but it's just the constant quality of ball coming off the Fritz racket.
30-all, 3-1. Fritz behind the break, which he achieved with that enormous forehand up the line. Backhand cross-court from him, likewise from Davidovich Fokina, and again from Fritz on the backhand. Now he runs round the backhand, hits the inside-in forehand. Cross-court on the forehand from Davidovich Fokina. Fritz having to defend, but he can't do anything about that one. The Spaniard opening up the court on the angle, and into the open space, he cracks the winner.
Well, he's had to work hard for that point, and he's opened the court up. Fritz on the full stretch, just neutralizing through the middle, but Davidovich Fokina, too much space on that backhand, and now he's got a break point.
(30-40). Yet to breach the Fritz serve. Is this the moment? He's in the rally, he blocks it back into play. Now he hits a backhand. Oh, that will absolutely drive him round the twist. Because he got into it, but then missed.
Yeah, the frustration evident there, and it's just interesting to watch the reaction as that ball clipped the net. Davidovich Fokina exasperated, can't believe it, found it, and Fritz just crouching down, clenching his fists, knowing how important it was to fend off that break point.
So near and yet so far. It's kind of the epitaph, the way things are going for this match for Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, who misses again and showing his annoyance at the last couple of points, having once again crafted a rare opening on the Fritz serve. He can't quite convert it, and Fritz a point away from a 4-1 advantage, and within 2 games of round 4 here at the championships, he's achieved it. The return drops wide of the court, and Fritz is closing in here on round 4. 6-3, 6-4, I should say, in the first set, 6-3 in the second, and now 4-1 in the third.
Well, Fritz thumping a huge serve out wide to get that 4-1 lead, and he's sitting comfortably on that changeover. Fokina with his head in a towel. Well, he's got the ice towel around his head, just trying to keep himself cool. But he will have to come up with something special here if he's going to break down the game of Taylor Fritz, who's looked really good today.
And 0 from 6 in terms of break points for ADF today. By the way, another big name has gone, and it's a Grand Slam champion of this year, Madison Keys, bowing out in straight sets to Laura Sigmund of Germany, 6-3, 6-3. So another leading contender bites the dust, and it's only the 5th day of 14 here at the championships. And the women's draw more wide open than ever. And of course, we've had 8 different winners in the last 8 years in the women's event here at Wimbledon. But of course, the standout favourite, and I guess that's only being cemented by what's going on around her at the moment, is Aryna Sabalenka. She'll be in action against Emma Raducanu. Our final match on centre. Before that, Cam Norrie will be taking to the court as Davidovich Fokina continues the post-mortem after that previous game when he had a chance to get the break back. It wasn't to be, talking intently with his support staff. And in a world of trouble here, trailing as he is, 1-4 in the third and by 2 sets to love. And Fritz looking to go in for the kill now and get this match won as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Drop shot from Davidovich Fokina. I mean, it is such a weapon. He plays it beautifully because there's a lot of height on it, but the underspin he gets means that when it does reach the net, it just drops vertically.
Yeah, and in this is a situation where he's actually moving forward into the court, so Fritz has to respect the potential that he hits a big shot, changes to the drop shot.
15 love. But Fritz, of course, in the comfort zone at the moment. He can take a free swing on the ADF serve, knowing that if he takes care of his own, it's job done into round 4. And this time, with something to spare compared with the first 2 rounds when he had to dig extremely deep to get through. So this is exactly what he would have had in mind when he woke up this morning. so far. But you just never know in this sport. Things can change very quickly. At the moment, it doesn't feel likely, but we've seen some dramatic turnarounds in the past, have we not?
Well, absolutely. Grass is probably more so a surface that those types of momentum shifts can happen in a blink of an eye.
30-15. Davidovich Fokina, though, missing the +1 on the forehand. And time again, he's found himself in difficulty on serve, whereas in the main, Fritz has been moving through his service games with some comfort. Couple of exceptions, but those 6 break points that ADF has created have all failed to work out for him as he misses the first serve, and Fritz will be sensing blood again here, and not his own, which was cleared up earlier on today. Forehand return, backhand down on one knee from ADF, and then the forehand right onto the baseline of Fritz, who hits a backhand and on the run plays the squash shot. He's on the defensive, but he's done that extremely effectively today, and then just overhits one, which he hasn't done very often. But he has been so good with the depth of his ground strokes, but when he has been on the back foot, he's been excellent at defending the court.
Yeah, did great defense there and finally got back into a position to take a strike with that forehand side. Overcooked it.
Davidovich Fokina then with game point to make it 4-2. Backhand from him, backhand from Fritz. Trading on the diagonal here, and then Fritz changes the attack up the line on that backhand, then the forehand on the other side of the court. But there's a clean winner from Davidovich Fokina, and a little defiant shake of his racket. This time the body language is positive from him because he finished that game with aplomb.
Well, that backhand just about shoulder height to generate that kind of pace down the line takes great timing and some strength, and it was a beauty.
Just to underline the point that he has played some really good stuff today, even though the scoreboard would suggest otherwise. He's hit one more winner than his opponent, 30. But 31 unforced errors, just 19 from Fritz as against the 29 winners, and that is a really good return. That ratio is exactly what you're looking for, isn't it? Well and truly in the black in that regard.
Yeah.
It's when you've got more errors than winners that the alarm bells are sounding. 4-2. As Fritz goes wide, but he's just 2 service holes away from the round of 16 here. After 2 hours and 10 minutes on court. Backhand return from Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, then the squash shot. Backhand across the court on the angle from Fritz, and another one. Chipped back right at him by Davidovich Fokina. Good depth on that one, and then Fritz up the line on the backhand, changing the pace, and on the move. Davidovich Fokina can't make his own backhand, but that was another example of one of the more difficult skills in this sport, I'm assuming, Raj. That ability to change the angle of attack, having gone cross-court on numerous occasions, to then drive it up the line.
Yeah, changing, especially off of a ball that had as much heat on it as Fritz put on it, to redirect that down the line. It's a risky shot.
15 love into the net goes the Spaniard. Fritz moving to 30 love. I think he'll be delighted with the level he's come up with today. 1 or 2 questions as to whether he might be feeling a little stiff after his exploits coming into this match. Of course, the Mepechi Pericard match was played over 2 days. As he grazes the edge of Davidovich Fokina's racket, but it was virtually an ace. It was certainly an unreturnable. 40 love. Cam Norrie now in situ on court 1, playing Matteo Bellucci of Italy, a dangerous player. First set going with serve by the looks of things. Bellucci serving at 5-6 to take them into a tie-break. You can listen to dedicated commentary on our Court 1 channel here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Day 5, and there's another winner on the backhand from Fritz, and that was another highly convincing hold of serve to love, and he's just a game away.
Oh, how precise has Taylor Fritz been in this match? That was another backhand down the line that landed essentially on the line. His measured ability to land those ground strokes deep and close to the lines has just been consistent throughout the day. That's just causing Davidovich Fokina all kinds of headaches.
And it's all over for the qualifier from France, Adrien Manarino, beaten today by Andrei Rublev, who's safely into round 4 with a 7-5, 6-2, 6-3 victory on court number 3. And next up on that court will be Karen Achanov against Portugal's Nuno Borges. Achanov, another player who brings plenty of artillery to the court, can be unplayable when he's on his game.
The depth, as we spoke about in the draws, you just, you can't take anyone for granted. And Alcaraz even said it about Ali Tarvit. Just sort of, hey, he's in the second round of Wimbledon. If he is in the second round, he's earned it. He's playing a level of tennis that deserves to be there and deserves to be respected. And I think that can be said almost increasingly as the tournament goes on. Each round going on, it may not be the biggest name that you see in the draw, but if they're there, they're playing a level that deserves to be there.
And in Tarvit's case, Raj, another wonderful advert for the strength of collegiate tennis.
Lots of them. I mean, Cam Norrie on court now came out of the college system.
And although ultimately it was a comfortable win for Alcaraz, certainly on the scoreboard, Tarvit did give him things to think about, as this time it's Alejandro Davidovich Fokina who's just scraping the edge of Taylor Fritz's racket on his way to the first point of this 8th game, a game he has to win, otherwise his Wimbledon adventure will be over in round 3. Serving to save the match at 2-5, going up the tee. And it's been sort of a similar story today. The scoreboard suggests a very routine win for Fritz. It hasn't been that, assuming he does go on to complete it, but he's just been playing at such a consistent level.
Yeah, a really clean performance from his side of the court. He has been really precise with his ground strokes, serving relatively well.
30 love. First serve missed by the Spaniard. Who's already equaled his best performance at Wimbledon, round 3. Forehand into the net from him.
30-15.
Made the last 16 of the Australian Open, where he lost to Tommy Paul. And also made the semi-finals this season on the clay of Monte Carlo, where he lost to Carlos Alcaraz, having beaten Jack Draper, who of course bowed out yesterday to a truly inspired performance from the evergreen Marin Cilic, who was down in the 80s coming into this tournament.
Yeah, went down and played some challengers, and he seized his opportunity yesterday.
One of the more famous performances of the last decade or so, a bit more than that now, I guess, was his dismantling of the great Roger Federer in the semi-finals of the US Open on his way to the title.
And that year he won the title, and that was something to watch. Roger Federer, uncharacteristically
blown off the court, basically.
Yeah.
40-30 now as ADF misses off the return from Fritz, and then went on, of course, to beat Nishikori for the title in the final, and made the final here. But as we mentioned earlier, the blisters on his foot basically ending any hopes he had of adding this title. How far can he go? Can he replicate the level that he produced against Draper? That's going to be the challenge now for Cilic.
Yeah, absolutely. That level was incredibly high, and just particularly off the forehand side. His movement as well was really on point.
Yeah, that forehand was ludicrous, wasn't it? He was just painting the lines constantly with it. Did so much damage. Off forehand here from Davidovich Fokina. Unloads with another off forehand, but this time it's wide, and he's 2 points away from an exit here at Wimbledon now. Taylor Fritz closing in. The crowd trying to lift the underdog who's on the brink. They'd like to see some more tennis in this first match of 3 scheduled on centre. Fritz, on the other hand, wants the complete opposite. He wants to get in that ice bath, rather him than me, as soon as possible. Big serve down the centre. That almost knocks the racket out of Fritz's hand with the weight on it. 131. And at this stage, all he can do is just keep his opponent honest, make him serve it out, and hope that he can get that first elusive break of the match. He's failed to get one so far, having had 6 break point opportunities. This is the first serve. Hits the service line with the second and then unloads on the backhand. Down the line, Fritz is wide, and so Davidovich Fokina does hold. But now this match is well and truly on Taylor Fritz's racket at 5-4 in the afternoon here in southwest London. Another gorgeous sunny day, of which we have had many so far here at the championships. Taylor Fritz, the number 5 seed from the United States, serving for a place in the round of 16. Forehand up the line. Backhand from Davidovich Fokina is into the net, and at this stage you just cannot afford an error like that.
Well, the body language from Davidovich Fokina just doesn't really convey that he feels like he could really make a move in this match from this position.
The very first game set the tone, didn't it? Losing his serve right off the bat and going on to do so in sets 2 and 3 as well. And Fritz has been able to control the sets from there, although he has missed that forehand, going to the forehand of his opponent. So 15-all on the Fritz serve.
And that forehand from Davidovich Fokina finding the baseline. Taylor not able to fend that off.
Lands the first serve, forehand from Davidovich Fokina. Can he strike late in this match to get himself a glimmer of hope? Drop shot from him, and that's good enough. Fritz perhaps a little slow to get off the mark to that drop shot and can't make the backhand.
Yeah, a little bit slow getting out of the gates, and then look to have some indecision as to where to take the shot. Davidovich Fokina committing, and Taylor just dumping it in the net.
Is there to be a late twist in the tail? 15-30, 5-3. Fritz serving for the match. Pummels the net with his first serve. Is there just a glimmer of hope for the Spaniard here? Second serve. Backhand return up the line is a winner. Yes, there is a glimmer. Maybe a little more than that now. He's got 2 break back points. Can he finally convert one?
Wow, what a return here. Again, that shoulder high backhand down the line. What a moment for it. Earns himself 2 break points, and can he climb back into this match?
This is his 7th of the match. And he's in the rally. Good return off the tee serve from Fritz, who hits a forehand. Who saw this coming? Fritz with another forehand. Up the line goes Davidovich Fokina, and now the backhand down on one knee. Inside in forehand from Fritz. A break point down. Another big hit from Fritz, and Davidovich Fokina hits the turf, amazingly gets back up. And if he'd made that backhand on the run, it might have been the shot of the tournament. But he's flat on his back now. I think he's okay. And the crowd giving him an enormous round of applause for the effort that he invested there, ultimately in vain, and yet another break point comes and goes.
Well deserved. He way out wide on the forehand side, slipped just a hair, got back up in a hurry, and went for the diving ground stroke backhand, which we don't see very often.
Well, if he'd made that, honestly, show real time. But it's still break point. Fritz at 30-40 serving for the set. Davidovich Fokina makes the return on the stretch. It drops inside Fritz's baseline. Forehand from Fritz, forehand from ADF, backhand from Fritz. Davidovich Fokina with the backhand on the angle, and now a huge forehand. Fritz is on the turf. Surely this is the moment. No! Oh! Fritz nearly pulled off a backhand passing winner, but it hits the net, and finally, at the 8th time of asking, the Spaniard has a break. And what a moment to conjure it, with Fritz serving for a straight sets win, and incredibly here on centre court, we're back on serve, 4-5 ADF.
Wow, what an effort from ADF to find a way to get into the Fritz serve. Fritz finding himself on the ground, diving there, almost makes it back for the backhand pass. Not quite enough, and Davidovich Fokina for the first time breaks Fritz today. And he's back on serve. Does that inject some life into him?
Well, both players are going to need some extremely effective washing powder, I think, at the end of this match, because they've been hitting the turf with regularity. And once again, is Fritz's elbow scab opened up because the trainer's back on, or is it to attend to that foot bandage of his? Not sure, but I don't think we saw that coming, did we? Because Fritz had been holding with comfort. He looked in complete control, but I think just reward for the efforts that the Spaniard has put in today to finally get that break.
Yeah, and I would agree with that 100%. It feels like he had put in the level of play that deserved getting this match onto more level footing. But Fritz now again opening up another spot on his elbow from that dive. These guys are literally laying it all on the line.
And of course you wouldn't want a bandage on that, would you? Because it would then restrict your racket arm.
Yeah,
so
you'd probably want to stay away from bandage unless you absolutely had to. But Phil, we're gonna have to refrain from using metaphors like drew first blood in this match.
In this case, it's third blood. So
yeah, it's exactly right.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, are we talking about real blood or?
And the strawberries and cream are on hold as well. Because I think we thought we might be done and dusted there.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, there is a wrinkle here, and that's why we love this sport. Just, you know, it's one of those sports where we don't have the clock running down. Anything can happen at any given moment. So you've got to stay tuned, and I'm very interested to see how that break energizes Fokina. Does it just help him bring his game up just another notch? And how does Taylor respond to that, feeling like he probably should be in the locker room at the moment?
Well, that is the point, isn't it? And as well as Fritz has played today, and he absolutely deserves to be in charge of this match, as he still is, but he will be very irritated to have lost his serve serving for the match, because had he seen it out there, it would have basically been the perfect performance today. But he'll just be a little irked that he couldn't finish the job on his own racket, and now has got to try and get it done without need of a fourth set, and then things could get interesting. But that's still some way off, of course. The Spaniard has still got a hold serve here, having got the first break of the day on the Fritz serve. 4-5 from the Royal Box end. And what an entertaining match this has been, and that's an ace down the center from the world number 27.
And you can see in Davidovich Fokina just a pep in his step, posture a little bit higher.
Well, he's had to persevere today, and finally he's got some rewards for his efforts with that break of serve. But it won't mean anything if he doesn't hold here. So he's got to stay in the moment, forget about what he's just achieved, focus on what's in front. That's good depth again from Fritz on the forehand, and then the backhand. Up the line goes Davidovich Fokina, though, and that was a sweetly struck backhand, which had Fritz rushing and making the error 30 love.
Well, the depth of the Davidovich Fokina backhand causing the trouble there, but just great work. So low on the ground strokes from the Spaniard.
2 points away from parity, having been 5-3 behind. Another ace. And there's no doubt that that break of serve, when he had to achieve it, has just given a little bit of extra energy to the Spaniard. A pep in his step at 40 love. Forehand return from Fritz, right on the baseline. Davidovich Fokina playing the half volley pickup. He's in the rally on the stretch at the baseline with the forehand. Big forehand down the line from Fritz, and now the inside in forehand. Oh, that is an ridiculous. The forehand from ADF was off the scale, and Fritz said, I'll see your forehand and raise you for a winner.
Well, it was forehand to forehand, and it was just who was going to amp up the pace more. Davidovich Fokina just drilling that forehand, and Fritz picking it up off the baseline. Even Davidovich Fokina says, well, that's just too good.
That was astonishing. Brilliant stuff. Great match, really is. And the crowd want more. Fritz doesn't. Can he get it done without need of being taken to a tie-break? Well, he might do. He's still in this game as he wins the 5th point to move to 40-30. A little shake of the racket from him. What a winner that was that he conjured just now. It was incredible, because the ball from his opponent went like the proverbial rocket and came back with interest. And there's been a lot of that today. Not for the faint-hearted, the hitting on this court. The ball taking a fearful pummeling out there. Big forehand from Fritz to the forehand of Davidovich Fokina, who goes up the line, and Fritz has overcooked one. And we suddenly have a match on our hands here. 5 games all now in the third. And Taylor Fritz has got something to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, such credit to Davidovich Fokina. He just looked a bit dejected and didn't really look like he had any belief that he'd crawl back into this match, but he just kept fighting, and he's brought himself level in this third set.
Ever more compelling. This time it's Fritz nailing an ace up the tee. The crowd fully invested in this one. Which direction is it going to take now? Can Fritz close it out in straight? Or can ADF produce what would be a remarkable fight back? First serve missing from the number 5 seed from San Diego, California. Second serve, forehand return. Forehand from Fritz up the line. Short ball, he's onto it, and that's a winner.
Fritz back to work here. He's been clinical up until that little blip on his service game, but real credit to ADF to just be persistent. Kept knocking on the door, finally found his way through.
Fritz looking to guarantee himself a tie break, and that's another sweet swing of the racket from him. An ace down the center at 133 miles per hour. How he would have liked this service game in his previous one. And then that ice bath would be beckoning. Forehand return is deep from Davidovich Fokina, and then the inside-in forehand winner. The winners coming thick and fast from both players in this match. But Fritz has the comfort of a 40-15 advantage nevertheless. And then the pressure will be back on the Spaniard to take this to a tie-break.
Oh.
And Fritz nails another ace, cranking up the power.
Fritz leads 6 games to 5 full sets.
So,
and 2 sets to love.
Can he find another break and get this done? Or can the world number 27, formerly world number 21 from Spain, take us the distance in set 3?
Yeah, well, after that disappointment of not being able to serve out the match, Fritz comes back with a very strong service game. Just shows that he stayed on track. Would be easy in that position to let the frustration kind of get under your skin, feeling that you should have been off the court, but he was right back to work there. Very solid hold, and puts the pressure right back on Davidovich Fokina. He's gonna have to work hard again here, but he's played inspired in the last 10 minutes, really. I mean, he's played a good match throughout, to be fair. He's just been outclassed a little bit by Fritz, and now he is serving to stay in the match, but with some renewed vigor.
Taylor Fritz hasn't got the best tie-break record this year, including the 2 rounds he's played here at Wimbledon. He's won 10 and lost 15.
That seems a bit surprising with that record. You'd think that he'd be a little bit better off, considering his serve is such a weapon. And I mean, I know that they've been working on, Mike Russell and him, have really focused on the return, which has paid some dividends for him today.
And for the Spaniard, 1-11, lost 12 coming into this championship in tie breaks, but of course he's not secured that yet. He's got a whole serve here, otherwise Fritz is through to round 4 at Wimbledon, and he's threaded a backhand up the line for a winner as the world number 27 from Spain. And you can just tell in his body language that that break of serve when he was on the cusp of defeat has just re-energized him.
It's like a B12 shot. Just lit him up a little bit.
It really has. Fritz, of course, can take a free swing in this game, and that's a good return right onto the baseline of Davidovich Fokina, and he looks to finish the job inside in on the forehand side, but this time he's just overdone it a little, and it's 30 love as the sun continues to illuminate this wonderful, iconic centre court in the late-ish afternoon on day 5 of the championships. Forehand from Davidovich Fokina, backhand up the line from Taylor Fritz. He's on the stretch, playing the squash shot, and is wrong-footed and goes down on one knee as he sees the ball whistle past his right ear for a winner from the Spaniard, who moves swiftly to 40 love.
Davidovich Fokina with the slide on the grass, bumping the ball past Taylor Fritz.
So, game points for the tiebreak. And that didn't seem likely just a few minutes ago when Fritz was serving for the match and hadn't really been troubled on serve in this set. But the Spaniard had a few tricks still up his sleeve, and finally, at the 8th time of asking, got the break and now has the hold, and that was convincing. And so we go the distance in set 3. And if Davidovich Fokina can win this set, then this whole match has a rather different complexion.
Oh yeah, I mean, he has, again, just elevated enough. He was playing a good level, just found that magic spark to earn his way into this tiebreaker.
Fritz has the honor, serving under the royal box. Their 3rd meeting this season. Fritz having beaten his opponent on the grass on his way to his 4th title at Eastbourne, but the +1 is into the net. That was a swift return, right back at him, and rushed into the error.
Yeah, and that was a bit of a change. We talked earlier about how deep Davidovich Fokina was returning from. He was much tighter up on the baseline, and that enabled him to rush Fritz into the error.
So the early mini break goes the way of the underdog. He looks a different player now. He produced some magic at times, even in those 2 sets that he lost, and found himself a break behind in the 3rd, and it was looking a little forlorn for ADF, but now he's back in the hunt, but he won't be happy with that one. That was an unforced error, just didn't time it as he wanted to. And balloons beyond the baseline of the American player.
Well, that could prove costly. He had that forehand just sitting mid-court, kind of no pace. Got it all wrong. Got a bit of the frame on the swing and squandered the mini break.
Looks for the serve out wide, just misses. Crowd glued to the action here. They've been royally entertained. It's been terrific stuff. Forehand return from Fritz. It's a little short. The backhand approach from Davidovich Fokina, then the forehand volley. The lob goes up, and it's a winner from the Spaniard.
Great play from Davidovich Fokina there, coming in. Fritz getting to the backhand and putting up a good quality lob, but Davidovich Fokina, athletic, jumping backwards, slices the overhead into the court. And we're still on serve now, 1-2.
Perhaps Fritz also just dealing with a few demons in his head, thinking what might have been had he been as solid on his serve as he's been throughout this match and converted that chance to close this out 10 minutes ago. Now he's got to win it again, and that can sometimes play with your mind as Davidovich Fokina this time fails to execute the drop shot. He's had plenty of success with that tactic today, but shows his frustration in missing that one.
Well, he has used that to great effect today, but he's hit it so fine, and that one cut just too fine.
And so we're level at 2 points all in the tiebreak. Of course, it's the first to 7 points, but you've got to win by 2 clear. Fritz wins it, he's through to round 4. And that serve is too strong for the Spaniard to handle. So the American edging in front. He's won 10 and lost 15 tie breaks this season, including those that he's played already in this tournament. Of course, he lost a couple to Mapechi Pericard to find himself 2 sets to love down before fighting back, and then beat Diallo of Canada, another epic encounter. Fritz with the forehand, little short. Big forehand from Davidovich Fokina, and a wrong-footing backhand volley into the open space to level up at 3 points all at the change of ends.
Yeah, Davidovich Fokina coming in again, and he's been successful there. He's been 23 of 25 when coming in, so whenever he can set up that dynamic of getting forward, he's been extremely successful.
He's got so much game, the Spaniard. He's fun to watch, and when he hits one of those purple patches of his, he can be irresistible. He's been largely outplayed today by the sheer consistency of Fritz, who's been excellent, but the job is not yet done for the American. And if ADF can win this set, it's game on. It really is. Into the net he goes. Both players sporting those white bandanas. Second serve, forehand return from Fritz, backhand from Davidovich Fokina, and now another backhand down on one knee to strike that one. They trade on the diagonal, then up the line goes the Spaniard, and Fritz, perhaps for the first time today, showing some outward exasperation at the way this set is just in danger of slipping away from him.
Yeah, the outward exasperation, and quite frankly, just a couple miscues off the racket that haven't been present prior to now. A couple of errors that just weren't showing up until we've gotten to this late stage of the third set.
Well over 2.5 hours of action now on centre. As Fritz looks for the biggie down the tee, misses. Second serve, double fault, double fault, cardinal sin in the tiebreak, a gift for his opponent. He's only missed it by a couple of coats of paint, but Davidovich Fokina won't care about that. He has the mini break advantage here at 3-5. And if he can win this point, what an opportunity he'll have to turn this set his way. That's an ace from Fritz. But now, this tie-break is on the Spaniard's racket. And it would be a pretty dramatic turnaround in this set, because Fritz was seemingly heading serenely towards the round of 16 when he was serving for this match, having fended off 6 break points in the match to that point. But then at the 8th time of asking, his opponent broke through. Can he bring up set points here and get himself right back in the contest? Or can Fritz conjure something to get himself back on terms in the breaker? 5-4. The crowd hushed for the moment. All eyes glued on the action on terra firma. Forehand return from Fritz, who hits a backhand, and now a forehand on the run. Big forehand, too big from the Spaniard. And Fritz does restore parity, and Davidovich Fokina furious.
Yeah, that was just a solid point from Fritz. Not looking to do too much, really challenging Davidovich Fokina to come up with the goods, and he sprays a forehand a little long. Back to 5-all now.
Still looking for a set point. Big serve, blocked return from Fritz is long. So ADF does get the break point, but of course it's on the Fritz serve. That's the difference. Even so, he would have certainly signed up for this 15 minutes ago.
Just gonna say, 10 minutes ago, would you have imagined that Davidovich Fokina is sitting on a set point?
That is the beauty of this sport. It is quite incredible how quickly things can change. Set point on the Fritz serve for Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. It's a let. Fritz looks at a couple of balls, discards one, pockets another with that luminous orange racket of his from the far end. Fires the serve, but it's a return that's deep from Davidovich Fokina, and then unloads with a forehand inside in. Fritz is in the rally though, backhand up the line from him, and now the forehand on the run, but a big backhand from Davidovich Fokina, and Fritz is into the net. An extravagant celebration from the world number 27 from Spain, and it's game on centre. What a turnaround in set 3. And Taylor Fritz pegged back from the brink of victory. It's now 2-1.
Just phenomenal, unbelievable to see that turnaround. I mean, really on the brink, looking like he just didn't have any answers. Davidovich Fokina stays in the match and just finds a way to grind down Fritz, and that's all it takes. We were talking about throughout this match how close it actually was, but Fritz was just that percentage point better. And Davidovich Fokina tipped the scales in his favor, just looking completely down and out. And wow, you can see his box celebrate. Just a whole new breath of life. Just incredible, as you said. This sport just holds so much drama. Just anything can happen, and wow, this is amazing.
Raj almost speechless, and I don't blame him, because it is yet another example of how this sport can be confounding. And that is the beauty of tennis, isn't it? That it's not like a soccer match. You can't just take the lead and nurse your lead until time runs out. Until you've won that final point, the match is never in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, both players leaving the court now, and just gives us a moment to take a look at some of the stats. I mean, both of them serving up in the 70s, and or 69 and 70% first serves. Break points won, both just converting them one time. And unforced errors to total winners also really comparable. Total points won, just one more for ADF in that set, and that seems just about right considering the 7-6 outcome.
Now, what does this do to Fritz, Raj? Because he was in complete control, he was playing superbly well. His opponent was being repelled, as well as the Spaniard was playing. For 2.5 sets, Fritz in control. He's served the match, he's let it slip, and now, having had those 2 titanic wins in the previous 2 rounds, he could be forgiven for thinking, oh no, here we go again. So for him, this is a tough moment right now mentally.
Yeah, absolutely. The challenge for him is he really has to get present. You could just imagine that you could sort of replay those moments that would have ended the match in your favor if you're Taylor Fritz. And it's really, really hard to let that go, and you've got to get back to business. Now, Taylor is shown, just if we even look at the recent pass in these last couple, his rounds to get here, he's had to face a lot of his uncertainty, a lot of setbacks, a lot of challenge. So he's sharp for that type of thing, but he has opened the door to the possibility that Davidovich Fokina grows in confidence. Fritz maybe falls off just a little bit, so he's got to be on his toes. He's got a lot of work to do. Davidovich Fokina, if he starts out this 4th set with a strong hold, he's going to start putting some pressure back on Fritz, and he's going to have to really hunker down, because it's really, really difficult to play that clean of a match and not be back in the locker room.
And also in the back of his mind, Raj, in terms of Taylor Fritz right now, that annoyance, apart from anything, that he's now going to have to expend at least another maybe hour of energy, even if he's to win this in 4 sets, which he didn't look like he would have to do. And then he's thinking ahead to the challenges he would face if he does win today. And we know that he's desperate to win a Grand Slam. He believes he can win one. That is what he's manifesting right now. But he's just made that a whole lot harder by not closing this out in straight.
Yeah, I mean, if he does have thoughts about how he would like to conserve energy for further rounds, he's got to put that out of his mind now, because he's got a match on his hands. What looked like it was going to be really straightforward has turned into something a little bit more complicated. And, you know, Taylor is a great competitor. I mean, that's one of the reasons he is 5 in the world. It is because he is just tenacious, and he just doesn't give away anything. So I expect to see him come out and respond well. And if Davidovich Fokina can keep this going, we are in for something really special. I mean, we've been entertained all day today, even though it looked like one-way traffic for the most part. And the surprise at the end just has us both really, really excited about what's to come in this 4th set.
Well, you're quite right. In my opinion, this is perhaps the most exciting match I've watched so far. Obviously, Alcaraz and Fognini was extremely entertaining, and to the surprise of many, went to a 5th set, which Alcaraz ended up winning with plenty to spare. But I think in terms of some of the shot making we've seen today from this pair, it's certainly on a par with that match, let's put it that way, as one of the great highlights of the first 4.5 days of this championship. And it's going to be fascinating to see how things unfold from here. Taylor Fritz has got to go again. He's got to somehow bury the disappointment of not finishing the job when he had a golden chance to do so. And for Davidovich Fokina, well, he will now be all the more re-energized, having bent the match his way at the end of that set from a seemingly hopeless position. So all to play for here on centre, and of course this bag still to look forward to here on our dedicated centre court channel to follow this match. The aforementioned Alcaraz, of course, #2 seed, but defending champion, going for the hat-trick, playing Jan-Lennard Struff of Germany. And then it is what for many British fans today, I guess, could be described as the main event. Emma Raducanu looking to replicate the level that she produced against Marketa Vondrousova, the champion here 2 years ago, and she'll have to, surely, against Arina Sabalenka, the world #1 and the red-hot favourite. And talking of favourites and the number of leading lights who've fallen by the wayside this week, we've had another one in the women's draw this afternoon, of course, with the demise of Madison Keys, the Australian Open champion, beaten by Laura Sigmund in straight sets. So Davidovich Fokina has returned to the court, marching purposefully to his chair with his white bag in hand. And you've got to give him a lot of credit, Raj, for the way that he dug in and just refused to believe that it was over.
Well, I mean, Fritz has been a freight train today, hasn't he, up until that moment? And you would be forgiven if you were Davidovich Fokina and just thought, well, today's just not my day. But he did not relent, and he stayed tough, just kept posing the question, and Fritz just opening the door for him. Davidovich Fokina earned it, kept the pressure on, came up with some magical tennis to find his way into a 4th set, and this match just feels really different at this stage.
It really does.
Time.
Of course, you'd have to make Fritz the favourite from here because he's got the 2-1 advantage, but psychologically it's a very different feel around centre court now. And I wonder if he is, great athlete that he is, feeling just a little heavy-legged, Fritz, after his exploits to get this far. We shall see. Probably not is the answer to that question, because he is super fit, but he'll be irked that he's still out there, make no mistake about that. The off forehand and then the volley stretching low to his right, but the ball sat up for Davidovich Fokina to deliver the winner.
Yeah, Taylor coming in, that pass actually just touching the net, changing its trajectory. Taylor did well to make the volley, but Davidovich Fokina had an easy pass.
15 love. First serve missed by the Spaniard, who has been as high as 21 in the world, who, amazingly, given his skills, has never won a tour title. Been in 2 finals this season, mind.
30 love.
As Fritz can't make the blocked return on the forehand. And so ADF moves to 30 love. We've been playing 9 minutes shy of 3 hours now in the baking late afternoon sun. And again, down the tee goes Davidovich Fokina. That's good enough. And he's just carrying a much more positive air about him now, striding back to the baseline, just looking like he really fancies the job from here. And he has won twice before from 2-0 down. Can he make it a hat-trick today? It would be one of his most memorable victories. Darderi or Thompson to play the winner, so a big opportunity. Both players will feel of further progression as Fritz goes into the net. Of course, Taylor Fritz has been a quarter-finalist twice here at Wimbledon before, including last year when he lost to Another Italian, Massetti, having previously been beaten by Nadal in 5, a match that he should really have won. And of course, Nadal then withdrew straight away from his scheduled semi-final through injury that year. But as Raj correctly noted earlier, when asked about that in the post-match press conference, Fritz made absolutely nothing of it. He said, well, I didn't win the match, end of story. The fact that Rafa's pulled out is neither here nor there. I wasn't good enough to get over the line. And so that's that. And he is very honest and very, very dedicated. Love won, 4th set, 2 sets to 1 to the good. Misses the first serve. Second to the forehand of Davidovich Fokina, who slaps his left thigh in annoyance that he didn't make that.
Yeah, a little frustration there for Davidovich Fokina. I think he can feel it also, that there's just a little bit of an opportunity. Taylor maybe not as happy with his game as he once was in this match.
Inside in forehand's a clean winner from Fritz.
30 love.
A big forehand there, though. Fritz, when he's got time on that forehand side, he's going to cause some damage. So
just needs to regroup, really, after the shock of losing set 3. And I guess that's not too strong a word, because he did seem in complete control. But it took some inspired tennis from his opponent to snatch that 3rd set from his grasp as Fritz moves to 40 love. So this is exactly what's required from his point of view, just a straightforward service hold to steady the ship. And, oh, well, that was very nearly an ace out wide. It just caressed the top of the let cord. Would certainly have been an ace. So I'll have another crack. And he's done the same again. Is it me, or have there been an awful lot of let cords?
Well, he had 3 consecutive. That's an interesting thing to look up. I don't know if you can even look it up, but most consecutive lets.
Not just today either. Alcaraz had loads
He
in
did,
his match against Fokina. This time he's into the net, so 2nd serve at 40 love. Forehand return from ADF, forehand from Fritz, and then another sumptuous drop shot winner from the Spaniard. He does play that so effectively.
Yeah, it's, you know, that's the slight difference between him. You know, Alcaraz famously plays a drop shot, but Alcaraz tends to play the drop shot when he's pushed his opponent far back and has a lot of court to work with. Davidovich Fokina much finer with his.
And he gets so much air on it, doesn't he? But the thing is that when it drops, it's like a cannonball. I mean, it just drops like a dead weight.
Yeah.
Forehand cross court, just wide from Davidovich Fokina. So Fritz does hold to 15.
New balls, please.
And we're level at 1-1 in the 4th set here.
1 game on.
Got some new balls coming, as you may have heard. So Davidovich Fokina, as many players do, will change rackets. Interestingly, Fritz opting to stay with the same racket. Sometimes they'll stay with the same racket and then maybe switch on their own serve. So we'll see about that with Fritz. But Davidovich Fokina has gone to grab a new racket.
Do you use the same tension with new balls, or is it a slightly different tension?
Well, well, it depends. A lot of players will have different tensions in their bag depending on if the conditions change, if it gets cooler, if it gets warmer, how the ball feels on the racket. For the most part, it'll be the same tension that you're going for, but it's just a fresh batch of strings that helps control the lighter, faster balls.
1 game all. Alejandro Davidovich Fokina with a swish of the racket on the backhand cross court for a winner off the return, serving at the Royal Box End, which is a little less populated now than it was. But why you'd want to miss a moment of this, I'm not sure, because it's becoming more compelling by the stroke. Forehand return from Fritz is a good one, and now a backhand to the forehand of ADF, who nets with it. And I guess what he's got to guard against, having produced that brilliant fight back at the end of the 3rd set, is not allow that redlining adrenaline to cause a bit of a downer at the start of this one, and before you know where you are, you've lost your serve and you've lost that momentum that you built up. That can happen. 15 all, that's a great serve. Right on the postage stamp of the sideline and the service line, but Fritz got it back, and that's another mistake from his opponent for 15-30.
Fritz took that return from the serve that was on the line and then just placed it on the baseline himself.
His depth and his consistency off the ground today, and it's been a regular thing for Fritz in the last few seasons, has been outstanding. Forehand, oh no, he mistimed that badly. That went closer to the backboard behind Fritz than it was the baseline, and suddenly, as we were saying, that danger that you just throw in a couple of loose points, particularly on the grass, and suddenly you're in trouble. And that's where ADF finds himself at 15-40 here. Needs to land the first serve, does so. Oh, it's a return winner from Fritz. That is another humdinger from him. And a little clench of the fist as if to say, crisis. What crisis?
That was just a stunning return from Taylor. Read the serve well, out wide to his forehand and crunched it down the line. And he's got the break. That's just a tough game from Davidovich Fokina. 2 unforced errors off that forehand wing on routine forehands. He's going to look back and think about those. But, wow, that return just had some sparkle to it, didn't it?
And we've seen a lot of those today. We've seen some wonderful shot making and some brutal ball striking from these two players. It's been wonderful to observe from our commentary position high up under the roof. If you imagine a clock face from the Royal box end, I guess we're around about 4 o'clock, aren't we, Raj, looking down on the beautiful lawn of centre court. It's a great position to observe what has been a terrific tussle, but that is exactly what Taylor Fritz needed after the circumstances in which he lost that third set to get the early break again here.
Yeah, absolutely. You start to feel just a little bit of just a hair of loss of focus there for a moment, but Davidovich Fokina kind of opened the door for him. Couple unforced errors in that game off the forehand side, and Taylor smelled a little bit of an opportunity, taking full advantage, reading that serve right. Just must have seen something in the toss from Davidovich Fokina, or maybe, you know, there's so much data in the sport now that maybe potentially knew, hey, in these situations, this is where his tendency is to serve.
One of my favorite stories of recent times is how Andre Agassi revealed to Boris Becker how he read his serve long after they'd both packed away their rackets, of course. More on that in a moment. Here's a forehand down the center of the court from Fritz, and now a backhand on the angle. Forehand down the center again from Fritz, and Davidovich Fokina is giving that thigh of his a fair old whack, having missed that one. Yeah, Agassi revealing that Becker had what you would call, I guess, a tick when he was serving. Whether it was out wide or down the center, he would move his tongue in the direction that he was going to serve, and Agassi picked up on this. And Becker had said that he just could not understand how Agassi seemed to have this telepathic ability to read where he was putting his serve, and then Andre revealed to him one day, well, that's how I did it. And I think Becker went as white as a sheet. It may have cost him a couple of Grand Slams, who knows, as Fritz finds the net with his forehand.
Wow, it's interesting to see. Fritz, just not a typical miss from him. Short forehand inside the court. Starting to see a few errors creep into both players. The level still high, but uncharacteristic for the match from both.
Fritz serving behind the break. 15 all, 2-1 in the set he needs to carry him into the round of 16. The wrong footing forehand in behind the Spaniard for 30-15.
It's more like it, the serve +1 with the forehand from Fritz. That's the kind of point he'd like to see often on his service games.
On serve, by the way, on court 3, Achinov at 4-5 against Borges of Portugal. Ace from Fritz. We saw the chalk fly up, smack on the line, and You cannot place a serve better than that.
He marked the corner from depth and width perfectly.
And the small matter of 131 miles per hour behind it. So it seems as though Fritz has well and truly regrouped after the chastening third set for him from the brink of victory. That's what the finest players do. They don't allow disappointments to hold them back. And there's another ace. That was a great way for Fritz to back up the break. And he's back in charge of this match now after the blip of set 3, 3-1 with the advantage of the break in the fourth.
Yeah, pressure on Davidovich Fokina. Again, he's going to have to stay tough. He's shown that he can do that. It's how he pulled out that third set just miraculously. But he's got a lot of work to do here if he's going to try and pull off the same kind of turnaround.
Meanwhile, Nicholas Jarry on court number 2, a set to the good against João Fonseca, of which much has been made of his potential in the game, but he's being given a bit of a lesson at the moment. 2 love down in the second set as well. So work for the teenage Brazilian to do, but of course he is very young. He's still only 18 and he's got enormous potential with his firepower, and he's very, very popular as well. The noise that was being made the other day, I think it was on court 12 where he was playing against Brooksby.
Yep.
He's got his own fan club out there already, and he'll be adding a lot more fans to that roster, I'm sure, in the months and years ahead as Davidovich Fokina unloads with a backhand cross court for a winner.
Yeah, just at the single sideline, just such a cute angle to take it off the court, hard and flat.
Fritz was nowhere near that one. 15 all, 1-3. Well, the good news for the Spaniard is that he's proved to himself that he can retrieve a break and turn a set his way. He's got to do it again here if he's to take this match to a decider. The squash shot this time, bringing Fritz in. Fritz retreating to the baseline off the backhand, but his opponent goes well wide of the court, and Fritz is shaking his racket furiously in positive fashion, as if to say, come on, I'm back in it now. I'm very much back in the zone. That third set was just a blip, just a bump in the road. I'm still on track. 30-15, he leads on his opponent's serve hit. And if he gets another break, well, surely there's no way back for the Spaniard from there. So this is a big point. Inside in forehand from Fritz. Hits the baseline again. Great depth. That's been a theme of his play today. The Americans off forehand. Davidovich Fokina turning up the heat on his own on the angle, and then too much from him. And it is going to be 2 more break points. And it feels as though Fritz is well and truly reassuming control.
Well, Davidovich Fokina looking at his box, sort of throwing his hands in the air, just saying, what do I got to do to win a point here? He played a great point, deep ball into Fritz's backhand, but he was able to, on the full stretch, drive it deep in return, and he's earned himself 2 more break points.
15-40. Forehand return. Fritz has regathered himself very impressively, and that might be the beginning of the end for ADF. Fritz has the double break cushion now,
4 games to 1, fourth set,
and is just
and 2 sets
a
to
couple of service holds away from a place in the round of 16 and a meeting with either Darderi or Thompson, the Italian or the Australian.
Well, there was a moment not so long ago that we thought Davidovich Fokina's Wimbledon was coming to a close, and we were surprised. Does he have another magic hat to pull out this set?
Well, this is going to have to be even more magical, isn't it? Because he's got to retrieve 2 breaks of serve this time. And that is a giant ask on the grass when you consider how big the Fritz serve is. But never say never in this sport of tennis. And that's why we keep coming back year after year. And we keep being amazed by what we see.
Yeah. And if you look at Fritz's performance today, when it started out, you said, well, it just says, you know, I'm sure Mike Russell is in the stands thinking, wow, this is a clean performance. I couldn't be more happy with you. Certainly, Davidovich Fokina elevated in that last moment, but Fritz maybe blinked just a hair, And I think as a coach, you'd probably say, well, what's more important is not that that happened, but how are you going to respond? What are you going to do in response to that? Because if you get too bent out of shape about it, you know, you open the door for your opponent. And Fritz came back and he's had to battle a little bit, but he has put forth a good performance here in the 4th set so far.
And now it's just a case of applying the finishing touches, having got himself the comfort of a double break advantage here. Can he move to 5-1? The rally is underway. Big forehand has got Davidovich Fokina off the court, and the off forehand is way too good from the racket of the American.
And it almost feels like Taylor is sort of making the statement that you're not going to do that again. You will not find your way back in this set. He's playing with some real authority here.
4-1, 15 love. Just aborts the ball toss. Fritz, who stands at 6'5" tall, arches his back and fires one out wide to the backhand of Davidovich Fokina, but just missing. Sun still beating down here. Forehand from Fritz into the net. That was a good return. I mean, the quality of the ball striking in this match has been of the highest caliber.
Yeah, they are really connecting well, and we have seen some phenomenal rallies.
Especially bright right now overhead as Davidovich Fokina blocks that back into play, throws up the defensive lob, and Fritz more than happy to shepherd that ball as he watches it dropping well wide of the action zone.
He made sure, though, he followed it till the bitter end.
He did, just in case. 30-15. We've been playing for 3 hours and 8 minutes. And it's been a cracker of a match. The crowd have loved it. And this is just the hors d'oeuvre for what's to come. A couple more matches, of course, on this centre court. But they've set the standards incredibly high in this one. As Davidovich Fokina goes wide, and you just feel as though some of the energy has been sucked out of him in the last 5 minutes or so. Losing his serve not once but twice has made this task almost impossible from here, especially as Fritz has gained points for a 5-1 lead. 40-15. Blocked return, that's going to land long, and that's an easy hold for Fritz, who's on the cusp once again, but this time with plenty of room to maneuver. 5-1.
Fritz leads 5 games to 1.
Yeah, well, that was a strong service game from Fritz. Actually, interesting to just see his movement in the back of the court. Had the towel to towel off some sweat, sort of threw it down with a bit of aggression into the box, sort of saying, I got to get this done now.
Yeah. 2 5-setters. This is going to be, barring something even more remarkable than we saw at the end of set 3, a 4-setter, but you've got to give Fritz a lot of credit for the way he's regrouped very swiftly after the disappointment of losing set 3 as he did. Forehand return. Now a backhand to the forehand of Davidovich Fokina. He hits that well. Right onto the sideline, but a big forehand up the line. Fritz well and truly in this rally. It's a shorter ball, which he went after, but just overdid it on the forehand.
30 love.
Yeah, well, again, great ball striking from both. Fritz just getting a little too ambitious with the last forehand.
30 love. Backhand return. And then a huge forehand off the +1 from Taylor Fritz. He does strike the ball so cleanly.
Yeah, it's just also the fact of the matter is that he hits it with a lot of pace and the consistency that he can do that at.
Talked ahead of this tournament about how he loves the strategy involved in tennis and sees himself in a coaching role when he does eventually pack away his rackets for good, but that's still a long way off, of course. And before he does that, he is as motivated as you can be to be a Grand Slam champion. And who knows, could it be over the next 10 days here at Wimbledon? He's been a quarter-finalist twice before, made the last 8 last year. He's been a finalist in New York. He'll feel he's getting closer to the promised land. Forehand return from him at 30-all. He's only 2 points away, and now just one
30-40
from getting the job done.
You can hear the crowd just, they've been treated to some incredible tennis. If it ends here, just expressing, I think they'd like to see this go just a little bit longer.
Match point for the number 5 seed from the United States, Taylor Fritz. The forehand return is slightly mishit, but it lands in. Backhand up the line. Forehand from Alejandro Davidovich. Fokina is long, and Taylor Fritz has won a wonderful tussle here on centre court. That was one of the matches of the week, and he's shown once again what a potent force he has become at the top of the game. The US Open finalist of last summer can now look forward to the round of 16 here of the Wimbledon Championships. But goodness me, did the Spaniard push him, particularly in set 3 when he turned it his way from the brink of defeat. But how well did Fritz regroup to dominate the fourth. No 5-set marathon this time for Taylor Fritz. 3 hours and 12 minutes. He's through to round 4 at Wimbledon. 6-4, 6-3, 6-7, 6-1.
Well, despite being extended into a 4th set in this match, that would be considered a really short day's work for Taylor Fritz in comparison to his first 2 rounds. So, well, just a hand for ADF as he exits the court, wave to the crowd. Warm appreciation, well deserved, in fact.
Absolutely, he played his part, and some of his winners today were spellbinding, but he just lacked the consistency of his opponent.
Please make sure you take all your belongings with you.
So Taylor Fritz taking a well-earned swig of H2O from his bottle as he reflects on getting the job done, this time without need of a 5th set. He's through to round 4 once again. And Fritz just packing away his equipment before he will give us his reaction to his win. And I think he'll be highly delighted, Raj, with the way, in particular, that he bounced back from the disappointment of losing that 3rd set as he did.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll want to look at that and see how they can clean up that so that he doesn't open up the opportunity for any of his opponents to maybe sneak a set away from him. But really, at the end of the day, there's quality players everywhere, and Taylor knows that. I mean, he said himself he has a brutal draw here. So he's going to walk away from this feeling good about the fact that he could react the way that he did, and I think his coaching team would be quite proud of him.
Well, it's quite a performance, isn't it, these days, for the players to pack all of their equipment away. There's so much of it. The bags are almost as big as they are. But in the next few moments, Taylor will be ready to say a few words after his...
Yes, he will, and we are going to continue in the break, and we are now going to hand over to centre court with BBC for all the action.
It looks like he'll play Jordan Thompson, 2-1 up against Darderi. Doing a bit of housework. But he should be very pleased, because a lot would have been rocked by what happened in the 3rd set, but he came back even stronger in set number 4. And his terrific grass court record this summer continues. First American to win the 2 grass court titles in a year since Sampras, the turn of the century, winning Stuttgart and Eastbourne. Just making sure all the sponsorships in shape. And he deserves his day off, if anybody does. But first, let's hear from him. He's talking to Annabelle Croft.
Well played, Taylor. That was quite a battle out here, over 3 hours on court. But your first match on centre court this year, did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it was amazing to be out here. I thought the crowd was amazing, the atmosphere amazing. You know, center court playing center court Wimbledon is, that's stuff you dream about when you're a kid.
Yeah, you have such a great record on the grass courts. You've got 5 titles, 2 of those this year, second only to Novak Djokovic in the draw this year. What is this love affair with the grass?
I don't know. I mean, there's lots of parts of my game that work well on it, but it is nice to play, I guess, quicker points, get rewarded when I want to, pull the trigger on a ball, take a chance. I love the fact that I get rewarded for going for some risky shots, and I can play aggressive.
We saw you diving around quite a bit. Do you like hurling yourself around on grass courts as well?
No, it's getting pretty annoying actually having to stop all the time. But I feel bad for my opponent as well when I keep having to stop all the time. But I mean, you can only really do it on grass. I'd really be hurting myself any other surface. So I'm just really determined to get some of these balls, and eventually I'm gonna win one of these points. It's gonna be really cool.
Well, we look forward to seeing that. And just finally, there have been so many upsets this year at Wimbledon. You're the number 5 seed. You survived today. What's the atmosphere like in the locker room?
We don't really talk about it much. I think I'm trying not to look, too far ahead of the draw. I'm trying to take all my matches one at a time. I know that, I mean, my draw so far has been tough, but I'm happy to be getting through and kind of just trying to keep my head down and just one match at a time.
Yeah, as you say, you've had a tough battle. 2 5-setters, 4 sets today, 14 in total. How's the body feeling going into the 4th round?
This is going to sound crazy, but my body's actually feeling better after each match. I feel like.
That's good. Okay.
I feel like somehow it felt the worst in my first round, and it's getting better.
Well done. Well, we wish you all the very best of luck going forward. You're into the 4th round. Taylor Fritz, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the big man is smiling, and if anyone deserves to get a smile, it's Fritz. What a week it's been for him. And he showed true colors there when, just for a moment after cruising, he was under real pressure, but he came back as strong as an ox in set number 4. He can relax now, but it was fascinating to watch when he did get tight in the 3rd set and lost it. He was so stable in set number 4, and if anything, played his best tennis. Yeah, the moment of celebration. Mum, girlfriend, coaches, and they know he had to fight. So let's see the tail of the tape. Terrific serving. The first serve just dropped a little bit in the 4th set, but nothing else did. Just 27 unforced errors, and you think of the velocity of the strike. That really was incredible. Davidovich Fokina did all he could possibly do, but it wasn't enough. Fritz too strong, and in a week of upsets, it's proved that class can tell. And Fritz is through to the 4th round. In the end, in 4 sets, and he looked mighty impressive in doing so.
2 times defending champion, the number 2 seed, Carlos Alcaraz. Ranked 2 in the world at the moment, and he's taking on the German number 3, Jan-Lennard Struff. A taller man at 6'4", and they know each other very well. This is their
And hello everybody joining us on the JB Sports coverage here of Wimbledon. We are gearing up then for yet another match on centre court. Let's head back down to BBC Radio 5 Live.
Afternoon. And Mariana Veljovic is the umpire.
25 seconds in between the points. The clock is at the 2 boards only, and the system is making all the calls, including foot faults. Is there any preference with the color of a towel box? Green, purple. And one more reminder, try not to bounce the rackets on the grass, as if you do, you wouldn't, but just have to stay. Who would like to call it? Jan? Heads? Heads is called? See?
So as best as I could hear, Struff, I think, has won the spin of the coin and elected to recede, but we'll get confirmation of that, no doubt, fairly shortly. It is a lovely afternoon, of course, warm patches now on the 5th afternoon of the championships, all the wear and tear, the battles we've had, not least that immense battle that Alcaraz had in his opening round against Fabio Fognini, a match that I don't think many expected to go the distance, but that's how far it did go, over 4 hours on the court. He had a smoother passage through in the second round, albeit a very entertaining tussle with Ollie Tarvit, the young Briton, who got in as a qualifier into the draw and had done so well to advance to the second round. But now he's facing a seasoned campaigner, and as I mentioned, their head-to-head has had some significant battles. Nick, very warm welcome to you. Obviously, Alcaraz has really enjoyed himself on this court, particularly in the last couple of years, becoming champion and then defending that title. But for Jan-Lennard Struff, a good win for him that he completed yesterday against Felix Auger-Aliassime. And bearing in mind that Struff had that battle with him 3 years ago that was one that went the distance, is he getting enough confidence in his game, do you think, to extend the Spaniard now that Alcaraz has become such a multiple major champion?
Yeah, warm welcome to you as well. And yeah, I think so. I mean, I think for Jan-Lennard Struff, I mean, being 35 years old, beat his 3rd round, you mentioned that Struff had beaten Alcaraz before, Roland Garros back in 2021. I think he's one of those guys that, look, he's been around for a while, right? And I don't, he's had some tough form as of late, but, as we mentioned, 125 in the world. But I think he's going to be one of those guys where he's going to believe when he comes into this matchup. At 35 years old, you kind of know, I think you're just going to be able to relax. If you're younger, you feel more pressure. And now at 35, I think he's going to be able to relax out there and really enjoy it. And if he's able to really enjoy it and that arm feel loose, then he can play some big tennis.
Exactly that. And you would think that somebody in his mid-30s, he'll be aware of the opportunity, but it might be one of the last times, if not the last time, that he gets to play such a big match on this biggest of stages in the game in terms of its tradition, its history. But a big man he is. I mean, he's tall. He's obviously got the power in the serve. I did actually follow that match, the 2-day match that he had against the Canadian Felix Auger-Aliassime, and initially looked quite uncertain, unsure, and Felix was up a set and really should have won the second because it went to a tie break. He had 4 set points in it, but Struff somehow found a way. And then even in yesterday's resumption, when Struff did obviously look more confident because he'd got into the match by then and had leveled it up, they'd had to stop for bad light the day before, but he did play with more confidence, and yet Felix did have many opportunities. I think it was 7 break points in that 4th set. Ultimately, though, it was Struff who prevailed. And when you look at the weapons, he does have the serve, the strong forehand, and he's got some net skill. But Alcaraz is obviously right up at the very top of the game right now, along with Yannick Sinner, and what he can do and what he's already shown us he can do on the grass. That forehand of his, I mean, just describe that. As a former player yourself and a coach, what Carlos does particularly with that, and you know what else he does that's so brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, look, his forehand, Alcaraz is amazing. You know, I was actually speaking with, and we'll get into this, with Craig O'Shaughnessy, who owns an analytics company called Brain Game, and he actually gave Jan-Lennard Struff the tactics to go into this match, and we'll go into that as this goes along. But, you know, Carlos Alcaraz, one thing he said about Alcaraz's forehand is currently, if he looks at the video, Alcaraz is actually pulling off the forehand a little bit more over these last couple rounds than he normally does. You know, what I mean by pulling off, when you make contact there, normally you finish through 2 or 3 more tennis balls. He's actually kind of making contact at 1 and then pulling up, which is getting spin on the ball, but not getting as much power and depth. So that's something that, as an analytical company, they noticed, and they mentioned that to Jan-Lennard Struff and said, look, you know, this is a forehand. He might not be feeling as confident currently. You know, look, any given day, maybe he's able to flip that switch. But, you know, Struffy's actually going to go into that side quite a bit. That's the game plan, is to go into that forehand a bit more, keep Alcaraz even more in the center of the court to not give him as many angles. And Jan-Lennard Struff is a guy that doesn't give you a lot of rhythm. You know, he's going to play big tennis.
Yep. So the big time is about to get going here. This feature match, the second feature match of the day on centre court. Taylor Fritz advancing previously. Later on, Aryna Sabalenka, the world #1, to take on Britain's Emma Raducanu. But right now, our focus is on the defending men's champion, Alcaraz, to start from the roll box end, a serve down the middle on this very bright afternoon. But a fault called against that by the live electronic line calling system. Struff onto the baseline. He's got some punchy returns, not big swings, but of course that's what you need on the grass, particularly if he can redirect that pace, make good use of the return game today. Who knows what he might be able to achieve. And that is a faltering start from the defending champion, because the final serve there off the tape and missing the service box, so a double fault to begin. Juan Carlos Ferrero, Sam Lopez, the coaching duo up in Alcaraz's box, sporting their sunglasses on this delightful afternoon. It's warm. It's not as warm as the first couple of days, which is perhaps a bit of a mercy, but it's still a very pleasant day to be watching tennis in, and for the players, well, I guess they're used to these kind of conditions. They'd accept them as well.
Yeah, the players, you know, we train in heat like this, so it's welcomed. But interesting looking at that last serve from Carlos Alcaraz. Went more into the body of Struff, didn't let him get those arms outstretched, and Struff ended up missing that return because of that.
So the defending champion here, and of course the reigning champion at Roland Garros. What a performance that was, an amazing final that he managed to win against Sinner. Will they clash again here on Sunday week? Many people would sign up for that, I'm sure, but right now, Alcaraz at 30-15, serves into the body, and the forehand flick goes only as far as the net from the German. He's got that white tennis cap on, turned backwards. Wipes his brow. He's got white wristbands on both his forearms. Alcaraz just the one on his right playing arm, serving arm. And the dark-haired Spaniard serving down the middle. Strong serve, stretch from Struff, but it won't clear the tape on the net. And after a double fault beginning, the rest of it was good enough from Carlos Alcaraz to get the first game here.
Yeah, it was a good first game from Carlos Alcaraz, although the first point was a double fault. Then he made his first serves, and I like seeing Jan-Lennard Struff. He's running out from his chair right now, showing confidence in himself. And speaking with Craig O'Shaughnessy, the owner of the analytic company Brain Game, he said, look, we're going to serve a lot to the forehand. On the deuce side, they want to spread Carlos Alcaraz out to that forehand and then keep him more centralized over to that side. So it'll be interesting to see how Struffy starts.
Sure will. He's already wiping his brow, twiddling the racket. He does that vigorously. A yellow-framed racket with a darker handle. Just having to wait while Alcaraz sorted out the towel. Now he's in position to try and return this first serve from the German today, which is fired right-handed out wide to that forehand. You were correct in your reasoning as to what he might do based on Craig's analysis of what he's done so far, and it was a service winner because the return was long. He's gone to the forehand again, and that's into the net from the Spaniard.
Yeah, and I think the percentages they want to see is about 70-30 to the forehand, and get Carlos Alcaraz worrying about that wide serve. But then when Struffy goes up in the score, 30 love to go down the tee to keep him honest, like he did there.
Yeah, just missing that one long. This one to the backhand, return deep, two-handed from Struff, again with the backhand. Now Alcaraz working with that cross court. It's a low angle. Struff's getting to it, but a very good slice backhand up the line from Alcaraz, and a little shake of the racket in acknowledgement of the quality of his shot there. Pleased with that one.
Yeah, it was a great backhand from Alcaraz on the stretch, just getting it nice and low, not letting Struffy have anything too high to come in on.
We know that the winner of this match will take on Andrei Rublev, the 14th seed, who surpassed Adrian Manarino today in straight sets. So he's through to the fourth round, the last 16, waiting one of these two. And another good serve to that forehand gets the same result, a long reply from the Spaniard.
Yeah, Struffy, he's just got a big-time first serve, and not easy to read as well. It's kind of a lower-ish toss, and not easy for Alcaraz to get ready for it.
Yeah, the last couple of serves at 135 miles an hour. This one, second serve to the forehand, and the return hammered back, but too far. So that tactic is clearly going to pay some dividend, it would seem. Certainly has in the first service game for the German, who started the fortnight ranked outside the top 100. He only had 5 wins so far this year prior to coming to Wimbledon. Ranked 125 in the world, has been much higher than that. But it has been a difficult time for him in the last few months to really put victories together. Got the better of Filip Misalic, the Austrian, in the opening round in 4 sets before coming from a set down to beat Felix Auger-Aliassime. Missed first serve, second one now. Return slightly miscued, but in play. And there's another forehand mistake from Alcaraz. So we're going to keep an eye on those. How many unforced errors from that wing?
Yeah, that's something that, once again, these analytical companies, they're checking out every shot from these top players and trying to decide, okay, what's the best game plan against a Carlos Alcaraz? You obviously have to nitpick because he's so great. But so far, the forehand, the first couple rounds has been the weaker side.
The Spaniard's next serve, down the middle attempt, but he's missed the wrong side of that service line. Struff stepping up onto the baseline, blocks the return back down centrally, the forehand then to his forehand side. He's slightly late to cover across to that and puts it in the net.
Yeah, and Struffy kind of just checking the grass as he was moving to his right, missed that forehand and maybe slipped a little bit. He was checking the grass with his feet to see how it's feeling. But one thing Alcaraz will do is try to keep Struff on the move, try to get him on defense.
Yeah, for a guy who's got sort of a lot of upper body strength, you know, on having to move across on that lush grass is not easy at times. Trying to keep his balance. He got a net called reply, though, and that went to a sharp angle to Alcaraz's right, and he then failed with his little flick back. He put it in the net.
Yeah, that was smart. As it was coming forward, you know, kind of the geometry of the court, he had Struffy behind the baseline, so going for a drop shot to try to bring the big man in was the play. Just missed it. But you definitely don't want Struff standing and hitting. You want him on the move, on defense.
Some pressure early on. This third round examination of the defending champion. Blocked return. Forehand drive, though. That was clean as a whistle from Alcaraz. Really got up the court quickly to that short reply and whipped the ball in for a winner.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see what Carlos Alcaraz, where he's going to serve in big moments. That was 15-30. He went into the body so that Struff couldn't have those arms outstretched. And that's why he was able to get the short reply and then finish with the approach.
3 bounces of the ball, cocks the racket, and now fires this one. He was going centrally or maybe body, but it's only as far as the net. What can the German do with his return here? It was into the body, but he makes a return to the backhand side. He's now got to chase across to his backhand corner. Alcaraz with the mistake from his backhand wing, and he's facing a first break point.
Yeah, Struff did a much better job of fighting off that body backhand return. He got around the ball just a little bit more, gave himself more space to get depth on it. and then stayed low on the next couple shots from the baseline. Great movement from Struff.
8 minutes into this third round meeting, their fifth encounter, 3-1 the head-to-head in Alcaraz's favour. And Struff just, again, having to deal with a body serve falling slightly to his right and could not return over the net. And I think back to a couple of days ago when Ollie Tarvik was out here taking on Alcaraz, and actually in the first game then, Alcaraz did face break points. In fact, he faced 8 break points in the first set, but he managed to fend off all of them. Hasn't put the serve in play there, so another chance perhaps for the German to strike big with his next return if he can get onto it. He does go sharply back against Alcaraz, and Alcaraz, a defensive chip, floats long.
Yeah, and that's exactly actually what Craig O'Shaughnessy told me. He wanted Struffy to be able to rattle the cage. He wanted him to stay consistent, hit big, kind of show some different shots that maybe Alcaraz isn't used to, and have Alcaraz looking at his box already in the third game of the match. That's exactly what they had drawn up for Struff.
Miss first serve again into the net. Just 5 out of 11 that he's managed to put in play so far. Very deep second serve, just whipping up the forehand, and Struff on the run to the right again, finding that tricky.
Yeah, and Struff actually thought that second serve was out. I think it caught the back of the line. After Struff missed his forehand, he was kind of looking at the service line as if to say, oh man, that wasn't out. Give it to me.
So a pause, and then Alcaraz loading up, serves this once more into the net, keeping the ball kids busy across the middle of the court there. Backhand reply, too much height on that before it landed long. And the Spaniard trying to make his escape from this tricky third game. Not to be rushed, taking the time allowed, still about 10 seconds on the countdown clock.
Oh.
A clear call from the system to say that next serve was a fault. This one into the backhand, hammered back only into the middle part of the net by Struff. So he had chances, but he wasn't able to take them. And Alcaraz is 2-1 up in the opening set. I was just looking back at the numbers from that match they had, albeit 3 years ago here, but just to see what fun they had between them. And I mean, it was an incredible contest. There were 135 winners in total, 62 for Struff, 73 for Alcaraz, both of them with 40 unforced errors. There were only 4 breaks of serve in the whole match.
Wow.
But 2 each, actually. But Alcaraz did have more break points. He had 14, Struff had 8. And yes, Alcaraz actually that day served 30 aces. Okay, 5 sets, yeah, you know, he's going to serve a few more probably, but that still seemed to be a pretty high number.
It is a high number. I mean, you know, as you said, 5 sets, but if I look at the numbers over the last year for Carlos Alcaraz, he actually averages 4.8 aces, and the tour average is 5.8. So he's actually below the tour average when it comes to 2 out of 3 sets as far as aces are concerned, Carlos Alcaraz. And then if you look at Jan-Lennard Struff, he averages 8 aces, and this is over the last 20. This is over the last 52 weeks. He averages 8 aces a match, and then once again the tour average is 5.8. So Struffy's over the average. Carlos Alcaraz 1 below the average.
Thank you. More fans coming in. You often get this, of course, after that first sit-down change of ends. There'll be a slight delay, I think, as we wait for many spectators to try and take their seats. Struff wanting to get on with it, and does so now from the far end towards the royal box end, and he was coming in behind the serve there for some serve and volley, but he missed. Into the body, good return though, what a return, and Struff again kind of waiting for a call, but no call came as that was pinpoint into his backhand corner, just catching the back of the line. He's just taking a little more time to compose himself, think about it. Now bouncing the ball a couple of times. Takes aim and fires this, but only into the net. Alcaraz tugging on the strings of his racket, sets himself in his return position. He's just behind the baseline, and he's now got some momentum going here. The double fault from Struff.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happens, right? You get one breakpoint chance against Alcaraz in his last service game, and then all of a sudden you don't take it, and these top players put you right back under the gun.
1-2, love 30 for Jan-Lennard Struff at the moment. And he didn't clear the net with that serve. This is deep down the middle, comes back to his forehand. He goes heavy with that, but even heavier up the line from Alcaraz, and he doesn't need to worry about defending anymore. It was too much sting in the tail of that shot.
Yeah, and I think that's the tricky part, right? You know, you want to go to the forehand maybe a little bit more than the backhand, because if you go to the backhand too many times, he starts to run around for the forehand. But also by the same token, if you go to the forehand too much, he's going to find his rhythm.
Yeah. So at love 40, the Struff serve, that's good, but the stretch return is in play. The forehand hammered back. However, Struff's going to make a backhand volley, and there's Alcaraz to meet it, and goes down the line, and Struff chasing back can only flick it into the net. And there's the breakthrough as quickly as that, just moments really after he was under pressure himself in the previous game, but he's broken in the next.
Yeah, I love seeing the intensity that Carlos Alcaraz is bringing. I mean, even in the first game of this match, he was already looking up at his camp, giving fist pumps, and he knows that he's got to get on top of Struffy, because Struffy serves big, hits big, so he's got to get on top of the big man as he is now up a break.
So looking to establish himself even further now, following up that first breakthrough. 3-1 from the royal box end. He serves to the backhand, it's punched to his forehand, but he's then overcooked that by a couple of meters. On this incredible run of success now, the last man to beat the Spaniard was Holger Rune in the final in Barcelona. From there he went on to triumph in Rome, to retain his title at Roland Garros, to win again at the Queen's Club, and now to get to this third round contest. Forehand impeccable, punched into the corner. Struff again looking, but the image shows how again he's found like the back inch of the line.
Yeah, he sure has, and that's the third forehand winner for Carlos Alcaraz, and he's starting to get that extra spin on the forehand to have it just dip into the court right on the line at the last minute.
So again, the defending champion serving, and serving pretty quickly into the body. 132. Struff trying to jab it back, tapping on his legs, perhaps just feeling he needs to react more quickly than he was able to there. Easier said than done. And Alcaraz taking aim at this next point, 30-15 ahead. Has to backtrack to his mark after missing that serve in the net. Struff slightly to an angle, now steps onto the line, punches again, but punches long. Trying to create some pressure, but just not able to find the length required sufficiently.
Yeah, Carlos Alcaraz really taking his time in between points, and that's just great to see. Not rushing this moment, even though he's 3-1. He could try to just rush through, but wants to be methodical about everything that he does.
And he came in behind that serve, doesn't need to volley because it's gone in the net off the return. But a calm confidence, an air of that about Carlos Alcaraz this afternoon, as there so often is. And he's now ahead 4-1. What a special player he is. I mean, still such a young man, and yet what he's achieved, 5-time major winner, that US Open to go with 2 Wimbledons, 2 Roland Garros titles. Of course, the Australian has eluded him so far, but you would imagine at some point before too long he'll find a way to claim that as well. But just great to see the way he has come through, and how brilliantly, of course, Juan Carlos Ferrero and the team have mentored him, guided him, and just what a pleasure he is, what a great ambassador he is for the sport.
Yeah, and they've let him be himself, right? You know, if you watch the Netflix documentary, I mean, you know, it kind of shows a story and tells a story of Carlos. You know, after a tournament, he needs his time. He needs his time to maybe hang out with his friends, have a night out. You know, after Roland Garros, he goes to Ibiza, you know, for a few days and has a couple nights out. And, you know, I'm not sure Jannik Sinner or some other players might do that, but for Carlos Alcaraz, he needs to do that to kind of shut off from tennis and then come back and be ready. So as a coach, you kind of have to understand your player and let them be in a way.
On they go. 1-4, Struff serving from the roll box end now after they've changed around. And good backhand so far from Alcaraz now. Driven forehand with shape on it, but a lot of power, and you can hear the effort he's putting into that, and it's too strong for Struff in his backhand corner.
Yeah, you just literally right now has Struffy on the run so much, has him on a string. Struff can't get on top of the point as he's normally used to. He's used to hitting that big first serve and then getting a big first strike, but right now, Alcaraz has such great depth.
And the German knowing that his level has got to improve if he's to get close here at all. That's a very good serve, and it brought up Pigment off the corner of the box.
Yeah, and then he was looking to serve and volley there, and that's something that his coaches have been talking about him doing throughout this match, just changing it up on Carlos Alcaraz, showing him something different.
I was surprised by the lack of that in the previous match against Felix Auger-Aliassime. But yeah, his game surely has that ability if he wants it, but it's got to be very good serving, obviously, to deal with one of the great returners that he's facing here today. Alcaraz now using the slice backhand, and Struff in trying to counter that slice can't clear the net.
Yeah, and that was interesting. Alcaraz went slice down the middle of the court, and normally I would think most players run around to hit a forehand there from the middle of the court. Struff went the other way, ran around to hit a backhand from the center. So kind of keep an eye on that and see if maybe he's not feeling his forehand as confidently as he's used to.
1-4, 15-30. He's really thinking about where he's going to hit this and how. He did think about coming in again, but he didn't land the first serve, so it's going to require a good kick perhaps on this serve. It does kick up. He comes forward behind the second serve, but pays the price. The volley, it was a simple reply, a dipping ball from Alcaraz, and the volley not good enough.
Yeah, Alcaraz doing a great job on that forehand return to keep the backswing nice and short, to get the ball low on Struff, and he just didn't get his legs down on that volley.
So a man who has 12 top 10 wins to his name. He's lost his last 13 against top 10 players, has Struff. And he's possibly going to lose this first set fairly swiftly now. He's certainly in danger of being broken once again, but that serve for once got him the point. The return hooked wide. But Alcaraz just looks like he really is the king of this court right now, surveying the scene, very calm, knowing, having had a couple of matches on it already, how it really feels this year, what it's like to play on, and we'll be looking to build up even better form as he goes further forward in the draw if he can get through this today. Certainly played better in round 2 than he did in the opener, but still found a way, of course, to win after that challenge from Fognini. Depth there, great from Alcaraz. Then he's on the run, and he has a mighty heave at that, but misfired.
Yeah, and that was actually a ball to the forehand that was a little bit slower, and I don't know if I'd want to go slow to the Alcaraz forehand. He's definitely going to make you pay normally, but was able to get the mistake there off the forehand. That's the 5th unforced error off that forehand wing for Alcaraz.
Struff up to deuce. Again, stepping in, but same old problem, not clearing the net with that serve. Does with the second, stays back this time, backhand down the middle from him, slice from Alcaraz, driven low across the court off the two-hander by Struff into that backhand wing, but it keeps coming back from Alcaraz, and then the switch in direction by Struff is misguided up the doubles alley.
Yeah, Alcaraz doing a great job of mixing in some slice to change up the pace on Struff, because also Struff likes to have pace on pace. So if you change it up, make a tall guy have to bend down just a little bit more, change his footwork. That was impressive stuff from Alcaraz.
time being taken by Jan-Lennard Struff prior to this next serve, but down by the advantage to the Spaniard, and he's missed that first serve long. Off the tape with the next one, so looks for another ball, and that's thrown to him by one of the ball kids in front of the Royal Box. Forehand reply to the forehand of Struff, goes down the middle, but great shape again from Alcaraz, and then a slice into the forehand corner. Back cross goes Struff, deals with another fizzing forehand from Alcaraz, now working with the backhand himself, having been switched to that side by the Spaniard, and Alcaraz gets the game, gets a double break because Struff has netted another backhand, and his unforced errors are very much from that wing.
Yeah, his unforced errors are starting to pile up. Struff, you know, it's one of those things where he knows he kind of has to play out of his shoes in a way to get through the defense of Carlos Alcaraz. So that's why he's going for bigger shots, trying to hit bigger, and you know, he's got 5 unforced errors off that backhand. He's got to tighten things up, bring in his targets now.
So Alcaraz is serving for this first set. He's brought wide to his forehand, but still manages to reply, and then hits an awesome forehand winner, just dancing around the ball. A fabulous shot there from Carlos Alcaraz, a forehand that he really got around so quickly in the backhand corner, and then fired inside in down the line for a sizzling winner. And having dealt with an initial difficult game, saved a couple of break points very early, but since then he really has taken control of this, broken Struff a couple of times. And although he's just missed that first serve, he hasn't missed much else since then. Having said that, he's just double faulted.
A little jinx there.
Oh yeah.
That's the second double fault for Carlos Alcaraz. He had a double fault at the very first point of the match, and then this was the second one.
But again, looking to really shine on this court on which he has shone so brilliantly the last couple of years. The two-time champion aces down the tee.
Yeah, so make that 2 aces to go along with the 2 double faults, and he's actually only lost 2 points on his first serve as Carlos Alcaraz. When that first serve has gone in, he's hit his spot well and set up the +1.
And 2 points away from taking this first set now. 25 minutes play. Just 1 away, because that serve clattered off the frame as Struff back onto the grass in front of him after a strong serve down the tee. And well, gone tea time now, but it is approaching evening, and it's approaching the end of this set, because here are 2 set points for the second seed. The world number 2 takes aim and serves this into the body. Did come forward. And he's obviously feeling that comfortable that he can attempt already plenty of serve and volley. Take that forward into the second week of his defence. He has double faulted there. I think he was even thinking about coming in behind that one, which is something you don't often see. We saw Struff attempt that earlier, and he paid the price for it.
Yeah, and I think at 5-1, 40-15, he's thinking, you know, why not serve and volley? Why not keep being aggressive? I mean, he is on top of Struff at the moment, trying not to let him breathe.
But there's an air of sort of almost a relaxed nature about him, isn't there? Even in the heat of battle, the way he is managing things so far. And although he's missed that serve, see if he can seal it now. That was right off the junction on the corner of the service box, and it kicked up, and he puts up a hand of apology because it did that off the line. However, what a serve it was. And so as quickly as that, 27 minutes gone, Alcaraz taking charge here. He's taken the set by some margin, 6-1.
Yeah, and that was a quick set for Carlos Alcaraz, 27 minutes, and once again only losing 2 points on his first serve. But for me, what it was the variety with the serve. You know, he was mixing a lot body into Struff, didn't let him get those arms extended, and then Struff started looking for the body, and then that opens up the angles, right? So when you're serving, you got to be a great pitcher out there. You got to show some different looks, and especially for a guy like Struff, he kind of likes to know exactly where it's coming. He's going to take big swings. So if you're able to mix it up on him, as we saw, that last serve was a kick out wide for an ace. So mixing up kicks, slices, spins, then it kind of throws off the returner.
So there we are. It is Alcaraz with command here on centre court. This third match of the week for him, the second match of the afternoon, and he is very much in charge, leading 6-1. And he's now sat there with the ice towel around him. In fact, both players making use of that. And you can understand why. It is, well, it's been a wonderful week. Yes, we had a bit of rain, didn't we, on the third morning, which delayed things by a couple of hours, but that soon cleared away. And I think there's possibility of some rain over the weekend. But overall,
we don't want to say that word.
Well, you know, yeah, you have to if you come from this country.
For sure.
know. But actually, I think the forecast for the finals weekend is very warm.
Oh, good.
So,
yeah, I think for players, you know, they like the warm weather, and when you know it's not going to rain, that also is good for you mentally because you know you're going to be playing and on and off the court.
The second set to get underway here. Struff trying to find a way back, and he'll be glad that Alcaraz just missed that because he came in behind the serve and it missed by about an inch out wide down the side as Struff came forward. But how much more of that will he attempt to do? Well, there you go. He's coming in now. Maybe he's just decided, you know what, Nick, I've got to come in much more behind this serve because, you know, trying to out-rally Alcaraz staying back is not going to work. Try and impose himself. That serve into the net, but he was already stepping inside the court as he landed. Alcaraz steps up here, looking at this second serve now, takes it on the backhand, and that goes long. Good serve.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, just Struff at the moment trying to out-rally Alcaraz isn't quite working. So, you know, you want to come forward, and even if you miss a few volleys, just keep showing Alcaraz you're going to do that. And that also helps Struff's mentality, just a positive, aggressive mentality.
Fault on the next serve from this right-handed German, and that's another fault.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing that's got to change for Struff. His first serve percentage is 38%. Yeah. I mean, it is super low, and being at 40 love, that's why he went for an absolute 140 cannon out wide, just trying to get a little bit of a rhythm.
Can't find that target again, failing with that. And another double fault from him. So a game that began very swiftly in his favor suddenly gifts back to Alcaraz, and a bit of work to do if he is to hold at the start of this second set. And he really doesn't want to be handing any more momentum to the defending champion. He's having to look up to the sun as he serves. And he's missed the corner again. This one to the backhand, the return comes to his two-hander. He's flicked it deep, but it's powerful cross-court. That off forehand from Alcaraz really having an impact, and suddenly we're at deuce.
Yeah, and the problem with missing so many first serves is then you're just under pressure on that second serve, because Carlos Alcaraz, you know he's going to hit a deep return. You're going to have to defend. But also when you're missing first serves, you're just not able to get into your own rhythm. And that's why I think we see Struff missing a few more balls than he's used to missing, because he can't get into his own rhythm.
Next serve from the German, that was some way down the net. Struggling to get into the groove here. Better second serve, the return to his backhand. He goes deep to the backhand corner. On the charge, I should say. And then a backhand volley, because that was a defensive play, but it's out from Struff. He's hit wide onto the other side when he had a ball to try and put away with that stretch volley.
Yeah, and Carlos Alcaraz on the extreme stretch was sliding into a slice forehand, and he actually got the pass high on the volley. If it would have been low, Struff would have made that volley, but because it was over his shoulder, almost over his head, it's a tough volley to hit from there.
Break point then. A game that he led 40 love, but now in peril here as he serves to the back, and that was better. He's finally put a first serve into the corner of the box.
He said, I gotta have a first serve here if I'm gonna win this point. Took a little bit off. I say a little bit. It was still 133 miles an hour.
He could do with plenty more of those, couldn't he? There's another one. The short reply. He has a ball to attack, and he puts that away cleanly. Nice play. Good 1-2 combination. That serve and first First ball after it.
Yeah, that was heavy again, 139 miles an hour.
But a little too much force behind that, took it long. With the advantage, serves this one, kicks up, Spaniard returns it, but Struff flattens that into the middle of the net by the band, and has again to go back and load up at deuce.
And sometimes what happens on that approach shot, he missed a backhand in the net, and he was almost trying to rush to get in too quickly because Carlos Alcaraz has been finding the spots on the pass. You want to get in, not give him any angle, but then he rushed himself and missed that approach shot.
Struff trying to reach the 4th round of Wimbledon for the first time in his career. That's a great serve down the middle, the reply just over the net, and then a hammered forehand. Alcaraz almost runs into it and doesn't manage to put it back in play, but the German who reached the 3rd round here, first of all in 2018, he did it the following year, he did it last year as well, but can he go further? It's a huge task for him today, obviously, against the mighty Alcaraz. Serve down the middle, he looked for the volley, but the fault called against the serve. He has been to the 4th round twice at Roland Garros, and in doubles he made it to the semis one year at the Australian Open and the quarterfinals here back in 2018.
Game.
Just the one singles title to his name, but he has the first game eventually to his name in this second set.
Yeah, it was a good hold from Struff there, you know, being up 40 love, and then he went for a second serve, 140 miles an hour that he missed way long at 40 love, and then got into a tricky game. And he's running back to the baseline, fist pumping to his team. You know, he's one of those guys where if he can get into a rhythm with his serve, then he starts to play really aggressive and play well. But as we mentioned, that with Struff's first serve percentage 38%, still trying to find his game, but that was a key hold.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
A very good win earlier on for Britain's Cam Norrie, who's in the same quarter of the draw as these two. He was able to beat Matteo Bellucci from Italy, having been a breakdown early in that match, but turned it round, won the first set on a tie break, and then took the next two more comfortably. Decent return, little chip there from Alcaraz, and he's lured Struff forward. Struff made the slice to that short play, but then the pinged pass off the backhand from Alcaraz was so pinpoint.
Yeah,
so
you just
good.
see Carlos Alcaraz improving day in and day out. You know, that was hitting a serve, then a slice that landed short in the court on purpose to bring Struff in. And Alcaraz is so good at finding those open spaces in the court.
Pretty good against a guy as tall as Struff, who has such wingspan, but he couldn't lay a racket on the ball, and then a strong serve takes Alcaraz to 30 love.
Alcaraz hitting that serve down the tee. Typically only goes down the tee 38% of the time over the last 52 weeks on that ad side. But he found a good target there.
Bit of shadow now coming onto the corner of the court at this hour.
Oh.
And the gasp from the crowd because he served. It was a fault. Struff hit the ball back and he just caught it on the racket strings. As easy as that. He's a pretty talented player.
Yeah, he almost did like a no-look, you know, in baseball, the no-look catch.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, yeah, is that all you got? Bring
Yeah.
it again.
Yeah.
And then just flicked it to the ball kid. The talent is oozing out of this guy.
Framed reply. Little clever dink there from Alcaraz when he got to the net behind the serve. And it fools the German somewhat.
Yeah, this is interesting, you know, because that was almost kind of it was a short ball. You thought he was going to hit a topspin shot to hit it, but then he actually hit a slice. You know, he's feeling good out there. He's using pretty much every shot in his arsenal. He looks so loose, does Carlos Alcaraz.
And just doing some stretching before he gets into his return position. Blocks this back, half volley from Struff, but that should be a simple pass, and it is for the Spaniard. Like all great players, he seems to have time on his side and just calmly set up and put that past.
Yeah, I mean, look, Struff came in, had a low volley, and just tried to go deep. If I'm Struff, I'm trying to use a few more drop volleys. Let the grass help you out on the volley, because if you hit it deep with not a lot of pace, Alcaraz is going to hurt you big time.
Again, aiming at that backhand corner of the service box. But again, just not there on target. That was 136 mph. This one down the middle, takes the return on his backhand, and it's another mistake from that wing, and these really are adding up and hurting him. That's his 8th mistake, his unforced error off that side. Hasn't made any off the forehand yet. But he's also only managed 3 winners, and you compare that to 11 winners from Carlos Alcaraz. Taking this in his stride, isn't he, the Spaniard? And threatening already to break in the second set, but that serve not returned as Struff moved in behind it. So Struff should take encouragement surely from that stat that says he's been attempting a serve and volley now 6 times and he's won 4 of those. Shaded court at the moment. A let first serve. Alcaraz 2 meters behind the baseline, perhaps a little further, but he'll jump forward. He does, blocks this return, it goes in low, and that's such a clever return. I mean, that was almost Roger Federer-like.
Yeah, it was, and look, he's done such a good job of keeping those returns low and even passing shots low because he's such a tall guy as Struff. So if Struff is too far from the net, he's going to keep it low, make Struff have to pop it up, and then see you later.
German under the cosh here. Comes in behind that. That's a good serve. The return a bit higher, and he judged it right, let it go past him and land long. Didn't win that one title until last year, the age of 33. That was in Munich. Steps back. This one comes to his forehand. Alcaraz again going cross-court with that. Struff answering it, but then down the line from the Spaniard. Switch of direction from Struff. But that final shot, again, is a backhand error from the German, and he's been broken yet again by the Spaniard in this matchup.
Yeah, you just start to feel like Carlos Alcaraz right now is suffocating Jan-Lennard Struff. I mean, Struff just hasn't been able to find his game. He's been trying to go too big, and now has 9 errors on the backhand wing, does Struff, and Alcaraz is just using every shot in his arsenal.
Yeah, the net points, he's paid a price with a few missed volleys, but it is particularly the backhand that is the element where he has been hurt significantly. And for Alcaraz, whilst he won't be getting ahead of himself, we know that Andrei Rublev awaits the winner in the next round. Norrie, I mentioned, getting through. The British former #1, the left-hander, beating another left-hander in Bellucci, and he awaits the winner of what I'm sure is a pretty rowdy #2 court counter between Chile's Nicolas Jarry and the Brazilian, the young Brazilian, just 18 years of age, João Fonseca. Jarry took the first couple of sets, towering Chilean that he is, took the first couple of sets 6-3, 6-4, but Fonseca, I mean, the support there now, you can imagine with him hitting back to take the third set 6-3.
Nicolas Jarry's trying to find some form. He's ranked 143 in the world right now. At Australian Open this year, he was ranked 34. He just missed being seeded. Had to play Jannik Sinner first round, lost that match, and things started to kind of go south for Nicolas Jarry. So he's trying to get back inside that top 100.
Back on centre court, Carlos Alcaraz, who we've yet to see face João Fonseca. I think that's a match we're all looking forward to seeing at some point soon. The young Brazilian with an immense game already and incredible poise.
Yeah, you want to see those 2 forehands go at it, because Fonseca's got an absolute cannon on the forehand.
Have we ever seen a tennis ball explode on the court? It might do.
It would happen.
Yeah. Big serve down the middle, but a good return and a little attempted block back to that. Drifts wide from Alcaraz, but Struff certainly caught hold of the reply on that one. Alcaraz just going through his routine now, sets up to serve this. But he does still look so relaxed, doesn't he?
I mean, that right arm is just about as relaxed as it can be. He feels like he can do anything with the ball right now.
Backhand reply down the middle. Good reply that time, and it draws an error from Alcaraz hitting long.
And that's why actually I didn't mind the fact that Alcaraz had to go 5 sets against Fabio Fognini, against a guy that, you know, Fognini knowing it was going to be maybe his last Wimbledon, gave everything. And when you have to go 5 sets, 4 hours, and you just hit a lot of balls, you see all the angles of the court. You know, obviously Alcaraz is a bit nervous in that first round, but you start to see the ball like a basketball after playing so much tennis.
Yeah. This serve into the net. Shadow cast out from in front of him. The ball coming back strongly off the reply, just on the line. It must have been that last drive from Struff. So 15-40, here are 2 more break points. He had a couple at the very start of the match. Can he convert one of these?
Yeah, Struff, that was a big inside-out forehand hitting right on the baseline. The depth is what ended up getting Carlos Alcaraz there.
Alcaraz, just a quick look up to his team, a look at the racket as well. Now into this next serve from the Royal Box end. This one going into the body, steps back, takes it with the forehand, goes up the line, comes back to his forehand. He now looks to go cross because Struff was out of position. However, it's too short, lacking the weight required. It's gone in the net, and suddenly Struff has broken back.
Yeah, and one of the, like we talked about before, I mean, Struff, 35 years old, currently ranking 125, but he's been, you know, top 40 in the world. So he's been there, done that. He's had matches where he's been down a set in a break, and he knows just it could turn at any point.
Struff has reached 1 tour-level final on grass. That was in Stuttgart 2 years ago. He was runner-up to Francis Tiafoe. Backhand reply from Alcaraz, and then under pressure in that forehand wing, because that was a really good second ball approach shot from Struff. When he gets it right and hits it that flat and hard, it's a difficult one to handle.
Yeah, and there's a reason he's been 21 in the world. You know, it said top 40, and I had to look, but I know 21 in the world is what Struff's been. He's not afraid to play these top players. He knows that still at any given day, his power can affect people.
And he suddenly looks to have a little bit more belief in his shots and conviction and hitting them more cleanly. And that's a good serve. There's another one. So that was to the forehand.
Well, and it's a good testament to his positivity. I mean, you would never know that he was down 6-1 and a break in the second, because he's been so positive throughout this match and looking up at his team. And that positivity is starting to ooze out of him.
The forehand hammered to his forehand. That time he can't live with the heat of the shot from the Spaniard. And he's put it in the net, but he's still got game points here at 40-15. The racket through the air sharply with that serve. And he's just overdone a forehand drive to the Alcaraz backhand corner. Missing that baseline, not by much. What he doesn't want to do is have one of those games which he started so strongly, only to concede the break, particularly as he's just broken back himself. This serve is another fault. Doesn't take long, does he, before going into the second serve? And maybe he should have taken a little longer, a little more time and care and attention about that, because now he's double faulted. That's his 3rd double fault of the match. Excuse me, his 4th.
Yeah, you know, we've seen some double faults where he's gone really big. We've seen some where he just hasn't put enough shape over the net. So his first serve percentage has got to go up.
That was a great serve. Clatters off the frame and veers into the fans just to the side of the court there by Alcaraz, down on our side as we look down onto this great arena. And it was another one of those heavy serves to the forehand. When he's got those in, particularly from that due side, it's worked very well. That one whistled past Alcaraz. He couldn't lay a racket on the ball. It's an ace. Only the second of the contest for Jan-Lennard Struff, but it now puts him ahead in this set, 3-2.
Yeah, that was a well-timed ace from Struff right there. He needed that one to get out of the game. You know, you mentioned up 40-15, then all of a sudden back to deuce, and you never want to lose those games where you're up a couple points to have that game point. But Struff, I feel like, is starting to find his form. I feel like the positivity has been there, but now he's starting to kind of bring in his targets. He's not going for the lines quite as much. I like the fact that his coach, he was kind of looking at him and smiling, you know, so just to kind of take the edge off a little bit. Say, hey, man, have some fun out here. This is center court Wimbledon. This is what you dream about as a little kid, so have some fun.
And, you know, it's best of 5 sets, so there's a long way to go still.
Yeah.
And as we've seen, the great thing about the distance of a match like that, the fluctuations you get, even the very best, can dip. And we saw that obviously at the start of the week for Alcaraz. But how important is it? Is it one of the big things for you if you've been struggling that first set, when he got that break back, to be able to say, well, okay, I've done it once, so I can try and do it again? Why not?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's important to get the break back, but then also you got to take care of your next serve, right? Because it's easy to get the break back and then be happy about it and not really focused on your service game. So for him to stay still dialed in there and realize, okay, I did get the break back, but I need to get this hold and send the balls on Alcaraz's side, that's what he was able to do.
2-3, Alcaraz serving from the far end. Blocked return just into the net, and a ball girl hastily gets that and does what she needs to do to send that down to another ball kid at the far corner. Meanwhile, Alcaraz choosing which ball to serve with now. Struff, little steps towards the net as that came to his backhand, and the punch return is good enough. It's a mistake long off the Alcaraz forehand.
Yeah, and on grass, you don't always have to come over the return. Sometimes it's good just to slice it back in the court and ask the question of your opponent with the ball that low.
Little pause, and then the serve into the body, just lent out of the way, did Struff to give himself room. Now he's made a nice backhand cross, hits the forehand fizzing into the backhand wing, and that forces the error. We hadn't seen him do that, where he stepped around the ball in his backhand corner to use the forehand.
Yeah,
but he used it so well.
Yeah, the reason he was able to do that was Alcaraz's slice didn't have a lot of pace on it. It kind of sat up a little bit, which gave Struff time to get around it, and you're exactly right. Some of those, earlier on in the match, he was just hitting backhands from that, but now he realizes, you know what, let me look for a forehand. That way I can find the inside out, give it a little bit more pace, and Alcaraz missed the next shot.
2-3, 15-30, and the Spaniard with a serve down the middle, and a come on from Carlos as he makes a good serve, and the return flies high and over the baseline. Again, just looks up, takes his time, and now from in the shaded part of the court comes in behind that serve, volleys into the forehand, and then a stunning volley from him with the second ball that he was able to absorb so well and redirect up at the net.
Yeah, that's exactly what Carlos Alcaraz is all about. You know, the big thing is when you get to the net, you want to keep your body moving forward, use your legs on the volley. But he was able to stay so low there with his soft hands to hit the drop volley.
Looking to sort out this game, having been behind, and then he just does a very clever serve there. He took all the pace off that first serve. It was only 98 miles an hour, a kicker onto the side of the service box, and it went off the frame and wide from Struff's attempted return. 3 games all, second set. Quarterfinals of the Australian Open before losing to Novak Djokovic. But then a wonderful time on the clay, all he achieved, and particularly, of course, at Roland Garros. Slice from him to the whipped forehand of Struff. Back down the middle, but a good attack now. Struff's come forward, he's got a delicate little volley to make, and he comes up with a beauty.
Yeah, he sure did, Arnaud Struff. That's 8 of 13, net points won. And I've played doubles against Struff. I've seen his hands at the net. He actually has good hands. And like I said, a lot of the volleys earlier on in this match, he was trying to go deep, and that was giving Alcaraz time to pass him. He's got to use that little short volley to bring Alcaraz in.
Hefty serve, just missing the T-junction. And he then aces him down the same route, and you could hear the lunge, the effort made by Alcaraz, and he couldn't reach it.
Yeah, Struff went for a second serve down the tee. Alcaraz wasn't looking for it.
Mixing up the serve and now making very good on the next one with a volley behind it. Again, the short, sharp angle.
The short, sharp angle is priceless on grass because that grass just helps it die so well.
40 love. And he's aced him again down the middle. So this is definitely the best part of the match so far for Jan-Lennard Struff, having got back on track, that break back, and since then has looked more like the Struff who did get to almost top 20 in the world.
Yeah, I mean, that is Jan-Lennard Struff tennis right there, where you don't get much rhythm on the return. He's going to ace you a couple times on a first serve and a second serve. And, you know, look, one thing that he's done is, we're looking at a stat here, shots taken inside the baseline, 46% this set, as opposed to in the first set, only 26%. So being able to take some bigger swings, take time away from Carlos Alcaraz.
And that's it, finding, if you can, the way to do that. I mean, because he does normally have so much time on the ball and is a genius at being in the right place at the right time.
Well, and then look, you know, when Carlos Alcaraz struggles, he struggles when it's a faster surface, right? When he's not able to kind of use all the variety, when the ball's coming too fast at him and he can't use the genius that we know from Carlos Alcaraz. We saw in Miami when he lost to David Goffin, and that was a very fast court there in Miami. So if you can get inside the baseline, you can play with extra pace, not let him create his genius, then that's when you might have a chance.
Well, a real buzz around centre court, as I'm sure you can hear behind us. And now the umpire asking for quiet, and Alcaraz prepares to serve again, missing out wide. Second serve to come from the Spaniard. Right-handed serve, backhand drive down the line, attempt by Struff. He certainly had an idea of what he wanted to achieve, just missed the target, not by much. But looking to be aggressive, to be more proactive. He's certainly come in and done better things at the net as this second set has developed. Alcaraz looking up again and serving, but that doesn't clear the net once more. 62% first serves in from him, 51% only from Struff. And a second serve that doesn't get in because that goes off the tape and long. It's a double fault from the Spaniard. That's his fourth of the match.
Yeah, and only first is said, and I think, you know, you get the double fault there because Struff's been hitting the ball so hard and taking time away. So it starts to make Carlos Alcaraz think a little bit on that second. Okay, I can't just sit it up there. I got to go for a little bit more.
400 reply is good, whip back, but shortish from Alcaraz, and that sets up Struff to hit that transfer shot from the T-junction. He comes forward and hammers a backhand winner.
Yeah, Alcaraz tried to serve body forehand, but it didn't actually get into the body forehand. It went right in the slot for Struff, and he was able to get his arms outstretched, hit a big shot, which then set up the short ball. And Struff said, see you later with the backhand cross.
Possibilities perhaps here for Struff to do some real damage. That's what Carlos thinks of that. That's an ace out wide at 135 miles an hour.
Yeah, Carlos said, you know what? I can also do that. You can ace me, I can ace you.
Yeah.
Carlos has had his fastest serve this match has been 139, and as you said, that one was 135.
Big return to the serve, but Struff's got to cover some ground, drags it across the court. That's a good ball, sliced from Alcaraz to the slice of Struff, and that time it's Struff's slice that is the better, the sharper, and it's a ball in the net. from Carlos Alcaraz, and it means he's facing break point.
Break point, as you said, and you know what's been so impressive from Struve is he said, you know what, by the second or third ball, I'm getting to the net. I'm not going to stay behind this baseline. I'm going to get inside it, and that has set up the break point.
Serve comes now, but again, it's not good enough. It's not high enough. And Struff is really looking very eager and hungry for this. What might he do with the reply? Can he make the breakthrough? He's on the charge, and he's done it perfectly. Really committed to that, Nick, as he stepped in, hammered the backhand, put it right onto the baseline, and that wasn't coming back.
You know what? And when I spoke with Craig O'Shaughnessy with Brain Game, when he gave him the analysis against Carlos Alcaraz today, he said, I want you to hit a second serve return and come in at least once a set. And that was the one that he did in this set at 30-40, break point to break.
Biggest point yet.
Yep.
So he's serving for the second set now. 5-3, backhand reply, but the serve did the umpire call a let, I think. And again, that was 140 miles an hour, which is matching his quickest.
Let. First service.
That was slow by comparison. It was 139.
Kind of like your serve.
I wish. Return to the next serve, though, is good. But again, he's gone hard to the backhand. He's certainly having more of a say in these rallies now, really looking to put all the power into it, and it's making a significant difference.
Well, you know what we call this? We call this getting in your kitchen. And that's exactly what Struve's doing right now. Taking that second serve return early to get the break. Now just hitting so big, getting the net. He's in Alcaraz's kitchen.
Yeah, he's cooking up a storm himself, isn't he? He's really going for this set now. Didn't land the first serve there, but what can he do with the second? 5-3, 15-love. Comes back to him off a backhand return, but he's hit good length again. Then he's pushed back off the baseline by the quality. Now the drop shot from Alcaraz, and that's wonderful play because Struff got to the drop shot, flicked it cross court, but Alcaraz read it like a book, dived across and volleyed the winner away.
Yeah, as you said, Alcaraz diving across the court to make that volley. He's got a smile on his face as well because he dove for the backhand volley. The racket came out of his hand after he had made the shot. Is down on the ground, gave a fist pump to Juan Carlos Ferrero without the racket in his hand, said, you know what, I'm still here.
15 all. We had Tom Daly here the other day, the Olympic diver. I think he would have been impressed by Carlos's arc there across the court. Serve out wide to the forehand, that comes back, bit shortish, under pressure, blocked back by Alcaraz to the two-hander. Very good to the corner again from Struff, and that is a sensational second backhand, which he directs down the line. And as quick as Alcaraz is, he could not catch it.
Yeah, I mean, Struff is now starting to change it up so much, where Carlos Alcaraz is just, now he's kind of like, wait a second, this guy's coming in and hitting the ball so early, getting to the net. Not sure what he's going to do.
At 5-3. 30-15, little delicate volley, but Alcaraz then has a ball to attack and pass him, but dumps it in the net.
Yeah, Struve got away with that one. He came into the net, hit the deep volley, and that's what he was trying to do in the first set with a deep volley, and he was getting past every single time.
Struff at set points. Just missing out wide. At 5-3, 40-15, second serve. Forehand return in the net, and Jan-Lennard Struff is here to match Carlos Alcaraz big time. He's got his tail up now. What a fight back in the second set, having been a breakdown, but once he broke back, he's looked a different player in a much higher gear, and he's taken that set superbly, 6-3.
Yeah, we talked about getting in his kitchen. I mean, he's starting to boil right now as Jan-Lennard Struff, and you know, Carlos Alcaraz is starting to feel the pressure. He's not able to use his variety because of the pace and weight of shot that Struff's been bringing to that second set. And, you know, we had the stat of him taking balls inside the baseline 46% of the time. That was big. And first serve points won for Struff was massive, 75% first serve points won. But the biggest stat, 13 of 19 net points won. So getting in 19 times just shows your opponent that, hey, I know I'm not going to beat you from the baseline, so I'm coming forward. So guess what? You got to beat past me for 3 out of 5 sets. And we'll see if you can do it.
Well, I was thinking back to yesterday's match, Draper against Cilic, and it took Draper perhaps too long. It took him 2 sets to really realise what he had to try and do. Struff, it's taken him a set and a bit, but having found that now, he will try and ride that, you know, right through this. And this is a very different matchup now to what we had after the first set.
It sure is. I mean, and that goes back to being 35 years old and playing a lot of Grand Slams. You know, Struff's Grand Slam record is only 28 and 42, so he's on the minus side of things, but he's played a lot of Grand Slam matches. So he knows that he has to make adjustments. He knows that, you know, look, I'm probably not going to beat Alcaraz from the baseline. I have to kind of get out of my shoes for a little bit.
What adjustments do you think Carlos might need to make now?
Well, I think what's going to happen is Carlos is going to be the one trying to come forward a bit more, because typically what happens when somebody's coming in against you so much and it's winning, all of a sudden you say, you know what, I'm going to show you I can do that and I'm going to beat you to the net.
Well, it's certainly grabbed the attention now. This is not the procession that it perhaps looked like it might be after Alcaraz claimed the first set. He's serving with new balls here, beginning set number 3. But he's missed another serve. Down the middle, long. The Spaniard's next serve to the forehand. Struff took it on, didn't time it, put it in the net.
Yeah, and that was the second serve to the forehand. And what we found is a lot of players are starting to serve more second serves to the forehand because that's just a bigger swing. And most guys are used to it coming to the backhand where they have the shorter swing.
Heavy serve, hefty return long.
30 love.
But we've seen the genius of this young Spaniard, what he can do and how he can wriggle out of trouble and problem solve. And of course, he did such a fabulous job of that in that great final in Paris against Yannick Sinner. Sinner, who has obviously done very good things already himself this week. Couple of wins in the bag. He'll be playing Pedro Martinez of Spain tomorrow. And these two rallying fiercely from the back of the court, and then Alcaraz with a bit of a bellow after that because it was a beauty. That just flew off his backhand down the line for a winner. Perfect position, so well balanced as he struck that. And it went sweetly down the line. 40 love, first game, third set. Coming in behind the serve, but a fault called on that serve. And again, checks himself back at his mark. Looks up and tosses the ball, serves this to the forehand, comes in with a little stop volley, and that is exquisite play. I mean, he made that volley from sort of midway between the baseline and the service line. And yet he landed it just into the four corner, well out of Struff's reach.
Yeah, and again, once again, there's the drop volley, right? I mean, I think on the grass, it just has to be the play when you come forward because, you know, we've seen the deep volleys, and if it's going to be deep, it's got to be with a lot of pace behind it. And points 1 in attack for Jan-Lennard Struff in the second set, 73%, 19 out of 26. So he's got to continue to attack as he did in this first point here with a little serve and volley play, but an ace down the tee.
He takes very little time between points, so if you're trying to kind of catch your breath and push him back a bit, it's not easy to do even for one of the world's best. But Alcaraz does find a way to respond to that serve and hits a clean winning return out wide to the backhand.
Yeah, and Alcaraz took that well inside the baseline just so Struff couldn't get set for that +1. It was a forehand inside out from Alcaraz, too good.
Yeah, there was some pigment that came up there, but it did catch the line on the side long beyond the box. And then he's double faulted, and this is where he's just got to be careful he doesn't undo all the good that he has done of late and hand the initiative back to the second seed. It's very easy from here, isn't it? What can he do out there? 15-30. Oh, that was very long serve. The second one now, and he's done it again. That's another double fault. And again, it's just rushing himself.
Yeah, and you start to feel pressure, right, when you're playing a guy like Carlos Alcaraz. You know he's going to make the return. You know you kind of have to kind of do something special. And then that's when, like you said, he starts kind of rushing his own service game.
Took some pace off that serve, but it was secure into the box. And Alcaraz perhaps not quite expecting it. Puts the return in the net. But still Struff, break point down. This serve with more pace comes back to his two-hander. He's hit very well into the backhand, but now a volley from him. Oh, that was knifed beautifully by the German, because Alcaraz still asked him a question with another ball back here. He's on the approach. The ball comes to him close at the net, but he's just met that beautifully. It had actually dipped just below the height of the tape, so it was very well judged. Again, persisting with the serve and volley play, but he's got to go back to his mark because the serve was a fault. Second serve at deuce. Off the tape. Another serve now. And that's not the return that the Spaniard was hoping for.
Yeah, definitely not the return he was hoping for. That was a kick serve to his backhand, kind of body backhand, but just right in the slot. You don't typically see Alcaraz slow down his racket head speed on that.
Reply to the serve on his backhand, but then hooking that one wide to Struff off that return.
Yeah, Struff is used to getting returns off of that serve that are a lot shorter in the court. That one came deeper in the court where he's like, wait a second, I thought I was going to have something I could take advantage of, but not always against Alcaraz.
Big serve down the middle, half volley from Struff, who's up at the net. The lob's gone up and it's won the point wonderfully by the Spaniard. I mean, it was a 137-mile-an-hour serve. He comes in, has to make a very good half volley, which he did, and yet the poise of the Spaniard to hoist that winning lob.
And that's the tricky part, right? As you said, he has to make a half volley, and not a lot of players hitting a half volley that you hit it short, right? Everyone works on the half volley, and when you go deep, and that gave Alcaraz too much time.
So at break point, on the second serve here. Well, he went big with the serve, and he's missed it. He was about an inch wide, the wrong side of the center line. So as we had early in the second set, it's Alcaraz who breaks first in this one. But the genius of the defending champion, that winning lob off that previous point, superbly struck. I mean, and it landed inside the sideline by a few inches. He just had the route down to a tee. And that serve, not so pacey, but kind of into the body, and it deceived Struff. His reply long. Carlos Alcaraz looking to reassert his authority in this matchup. 2-love, 15-love. Steps back after the reply, but then hammers the forehand, as you can hear the effort, and it's too long from Struff in response to that.
Yeah, and Struff's still got to stay with the same game plan that won him the second set. I mean, he's still got to kind of play a little bit out of his comfort zone, right? He's still got to attack. He can't get into this, you know, try to hang from the baseline type rally.
The serve out wide is an ace.
Yeah, took a little bit of pace off of that serve. Came on the outside part of the ball, 111 miles an hour. Carlos Alcaraz is averaging 122 miles an hour on his first serve, but that was 111.
The next serve, again, not putting full pace into that, 114, but that was into the net. Stronger serve, almost, it seemed, and the reply is long. So a variety from the Spaniard, and all of a sudden he's opened up some daylight again between the two. He's 3-love up in the third set at 1-set all.
Yeah, and things kind of start to go quickly when you're playing against a guy like Carlos Alcaraz. You know, you're not ready for your first service game. Alcaraz ends up getting the break, and then he starts to make a lot of first serves and put a lot of pressure on you.
Match win streak that he's on, and I think that's the longest he's had in his career, certainly on current form. He is playing brilliantly in terms of titles picked up, another major success. Will he become the latest to do a three-peat at Wimbledon? It would put him amongst some elite company if he does that. Great player on all surfaces, of course. Bidding to become the third youngest player in the Open era to win 3 Wimbledon men's singles titles. Boris Becker was just 21 when he achieved that in 1989. Bjorn Borg was only just over 22 when he won his 3rd successive title back in 1978. Remember that great run of years for him, the 5 titles in a row that he amassed. Sampras, of course, who won 4 in a row and another 3. And then Roger Federer's overall tally of 8 singles titles here, the best there's been. Djokovic could equal that this year if he wins again, but of course the man who has beaten him, deprived him that the last 2 years, is the man that is at the moment looking to deny Jan-Lennard Struff, who's not able yet to get on the board in this 3rd set after winning so well in the 2nd, but Alcaraz has put that forehand in the net and is having a bit of a word with himself.
Yeah, Carlos Alcaraz is like, wait a second, how do I miss that forehand? He does have 10 unforced errors off the forehand, only 5 off the backhand.
Strong serve. Reply just missing the corner.
As we know, the forehand from Alcaraz is what's going to do the most damage, and he's also going to have some of the most unforced errors off that wing as well because of how big he hits it.
Talking of big, that was pretty big. That was 136 ace down the tee from Struff.
Yeah,
right down the line.
Yeah, and Struffy typically averages 126 on his first serve.
Apply to the forehand. He whips that back to the backhand wing. Then goes cross court to the forehand, but Alcaraz comes back, going for the cross and kind of pulls up on his back a bit as he misfired that, hooked it wide. So Struff has held well there and is on board in this 3rd set.
Yeah, that's kind of what's been recognized from the analytical company, was that it seemed like over the first couple matches, Carlos Alcaraz wasn't hitting through the forehand quite as consistently, that he was kind of hitting the forehand and bringing the racket up as opposed to through. And that's when you get some of those mistakes because you're not able to get the direction.
That was centrally directed with the serve, but he missed the target down the middle. 3-1 up in this 3rd set. Pushed back by that return, but then he flicks it up the line. It's a good shot to stay and play off the backhand from Struff. He's then brought forward by a little delicate chip by Alcaraz, and Struff unfortunately couldn't put the brakes on the ball sufficiently, hits that long. The Jarry Fonseca contest continuing to thrill on court number 2. I think I can actually hear some of that on my effects mic in the background. Some way away from centre court, but that was right on the line. This is great from Struff, but that is even better. The counter-punching pass up the line, and it catches out Struff's volley.
Yeah, and that's what makes Alcaraz so good. You know, you come into the forehand side, and when he doesn't have time for the big swing, he can just kind of take the continental grip and just beat you with pace that way as well. Just the shortened backswing, a little slice to it, and can find the open space.
30 love, the serve into the body. Well, in fact, it was more to the backhand, and the return meekly into the net that time from Struff. So no signs in this 3rd set yet of Alcaraz faltering on his own serve. make the first attempt there. But the second serve now is decent, comes back to him on the forehand wing. He stays going into the backhand side, and Struff again with a mistake off that shot. And it's a 4-1 lead now for the Spanish second seed and two-time champion here. So he took the body blow of losing that second set comfortably enough, and has reasserted himself somewhat in this third. 4-1 up as it is. Now, I mentioned I could hear noise. I'm sure it was from court 2, which is some way from centre court, but with the Brazilians and the Chileans cheering vociferously there around Jarry and Fonseca, I can kind of understand why, because although Jarry took the first couple of sets, the towering qualifier from Chile against the 18-year-old Brazilian, Fonseca won the third set 6-3. It's 4-all in the fourth set. And I think Jarry has already had to save a couple of break points, but he's still got another one to face, so he's currently at 30-40. So you can imagine there's probably mayhem around that arena right now. But it just brings even more to the sport with the young Brazilian, and they've been so desperate for another great hero to follow, and I think they found one. Jarry's actually got to juice. Right, let's return to centre court here with the next game. Struff's on the charge, makes a little half volley pickup off the reply. He's back-pedaling, waiting for this ball to land, and it lands in the doubles alley from the lob off the Alcaraz racket.
Yeah, and I like to see that from Struff. I like to see on the first point, you're using the serve and volley, and you still keep coming, right? You're down 4-1, but you say, you know what? I know how I won the second, and that was coming forward. Another serve and volley on that second point, but on that volley, just didn't get low to it. Kind of stayed too upright. Ball got into his body. He's got to continue to use his legs to get low.
He's a very sort of mildly, soft-spoken guy. Doesn't have much to say, that he, chooses to, keeps himself to himself very much in terms of what he does. But his racket is certainly doing some talking today. Alcaraz, a much more kind of open personality, able to embrace that and show his fun and enjoyment on the court somehow amidst all this. But a fault now from Jan-Lennard Struff.
Yeah, and that's already 8 for the
doubles,
match for Jan-Lennard Struff. And again, he's been going big on some of these second serves because he doesn't want to give Alcaraz time on it.
At 15-30, that certainly had to say. That was a superb serve, 132 out wide.
But might as well go big if you can hit an ace, right?
Why not? Why not? Yeah, his quickest has been 140 today. 139 the quickest from Alcaraz. At 30-all, this serve to the body comes back. There's another backhand volley in the net. And that's critical because it brings up yet another break point for the Spaniard here. And if he can secure a double break, surely he'll be shortly taking the third set as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you hit a volley, you really got to get down low, got to use your legs, but now he's down a break point.
Serve only into the net. That twiddle of the yellow-framed racket. This serve kicks up, comes back to him on the forehand. He hammers that into the forehand wing, sliding shot from Alcaraz to defend it. He slides again on the backhand wing. Now a little deft volley covering cross-court winner from Struff.
Well, one thing's for sure. I mean, if you're gonna get Carlos Alcaraz on the move, you got to keep him on the move. Alcaraz does such a good job of sliding into shots, and he's gonna ask the question. He's gonna make you hit one more ball, but the drop volley was what got the winner for Struff.
Up to juice. Fault on that. More than half the court now in shade, but bright sunshine is where Alcaraz stood and tried to whip the return up the line, went wide with it. I was amazed the other day how Olli Tarvet slid around this court with such purpose and ability and chased down so many short balls and did so well against Alcaraz in that regard. Obviously, he'll be assessing his performance over the last few days and what he does next, whether he continues at University in San Diego, as he's talked about doing for one more season. But in terms of that last game, it was won by Struff, so it's 4-2 now in the Spaniards' favour here in this third set. Just to update you, that Jarry Fonseca contest, Jarry somehow from love 40 at 4-all managed to hold. So the Brazilian will be serving to stay in contention at 4-5 there. Here it is, a break advantage to the Spaniard, but another first serve. I'm sure he'll look at this match today and think he should have perhaps found a higher percentage of those, but the second serve good enough to get him the point as the return goes in the net.
Yeah, Jan-Lennart Struff, it definitely goes big on every return, right? I mean, that was a second serve return to the forehand. Sometimes it's good to just get it in play and then go to work, but, you know, he goes big on every one.
Up on his toes, bends the knees now, steps in, can let that serve go by. A little further forward, waiting for the Alcaraz second serve. Backhand, down the middle he goes. Using the backhand again, Alcaraz working the forehand, inside in winner, thank you very much, he says.
Yeah, that was picture perfect. I mean, when he ran around the backhand and hit the forehand, he made sure that his body weight was going forward when he hit that inside in forehand. Typically, you want to stay inside out, especially if you're not on balance. But if you are on balance, that's when you can go inside in, and that's exactly what he did.
Again, this steady preparation to the serve, not rushing himself. Jumped into the court, looking for another serve and volley play, but he can't do it with that one. Good body serve. Struff a little cramped in his attempt to drive it back, puts it in the net.
Yeah, and again, a lot of times we think, okay, serve body, but these pros, they're thinking body forehand, body backhand. They're thinking which side do you want to serve body to then ultimately set up your next shot. That time in the body backhand.
Another second serve to come from the second seed. Down the middle, reply, half volley attempt from Alcaraz, but that was tricky for him, and even he was unable to get it back over the net.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, 40 love, why not serve and volley? You're up in the score. Even if you lose that point, it's still 40-15. So he continues to show Struff something different throughout this match.
At 40-15, 4-2. Plenty in this match from him. Another serve into the net. Down the middle, the reply into the net, but it is a let second serve. Alcaraz, who has won the majority, but not by a long distance in terms of the shortest points, 0-4 shots. That reply to his half volley pickup, and then just a little flick back, attempting the lob, but it goes wide. So good reply there from Struff, trying to extend this game.
Yeah, and one thing about all these guys on the tour, they don't relax when they're down love 40. And, you know, as a returner, Struff, he's down love 40 in this game, but he stays in there, keeps working, because you just never know when something might turn for him.
We've only had 3 rallies that have been 9 shots or more in the whole match so far. Alcaraz winning 2 of those. He's won 15 of the sort of mid rallies. 5 to 8 shots, and just 9 won by the German. It's another second serve from the Spaniard. Down the line he goes, sorry, down the middle. He's then forced wide on the back and has to single-handedly slice that back cross. He does. Now he goes up the line. That's the shot he was after. And it was an absolute beauty from him again. Perfect balance down behind the ball, and this just shot away. Struff, no chance.
Yeah, again, you know, Struff looking for that forehand to go inside out, and you know, it's a good play, but against Carlos Alcaraz, it almost has to be with so much pace that Alcaraz can't hit it, but it just wasn't enough pace, and Alcaraz can hit a ball on a dime, especially with the backhand down the line.
Well, it's evening time, of course, well into the evening now, 6:42 local time, and there's still a certain match to come on this court tonight with the world #1, Aryna Sabalenka, the top seed, looking for her first Wimbledon title, of course. She's been a semi-finalist a couple of times before, but in her way this evening will be the British #1, Emma Raducanu, who had such a good win against former champion Marketa Vondrousova a couple of days ago. So that will top the bill tonight. What match that might prove to be. And how soon will it be? We will find out. So Jan-Lennard Struff is at the royal box end. He's still in sunshine. He's just checking the ball toss in the sunshine. Most of the court in shade, but now serving to stay in this third set. 2-5 behind. Played so well in the second set to turn that around, but he hasn't been able to get the break back in this third set yet. It's 5-2 in the Spaniard's favour. A net called reply. Struff's on the charge, comes in, makes a backhand volley, but the flick up lob. Struff's got to chase back, comes around, hits a two-handed backhand, and then a brilliant covering volley on the stretch from Alcaraz. Struff was too deep then to charge back for that. And that was a wonderful play from the defending champion.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Jan-Lennard Struff win a point when he's volleyed deep in the court. It's just giving Carlos Alcaraz another chance to hit a passing shot. He's got to use more drop volleys to bring him in.
Yeah, the short angles, if he can find them
that's
somehow.
Been the winning play, right?
Yeah. Twiddles that yellow frame racket again. And this serve down the middle at pace, comes back over, hits the forehand winner. Cleans up that very nicely there, does the German. Trying still to get through to the fourth round of Wimbledon for the first time. A couple of times he's made the last 16 at Roland Garros, but never here yet, the German. His second serve, taken off the body, backhand reply, good. Slice from Alcaraz, low. Comes back again, but he manages to use the forehand to deal with a difficult bounce, and then off a more routine bounce, hits a regulation forehand in the net.
Yeah, you don't see many of those missed forehands from Carlos Alcaraz from pretty much the middle of the court. That is 12 unforced errors off of that forehand wing as opposed to only 5 off the backhand. But Struff got away with 1.
Struff serves, but puts that latest serve into the net. For the match, his percentage is only at 52%. Not that the Spaniards is much better. Return, though, into the forehand side now. And now the drive back into the forehand. The lob's gone up from Struff. Backpedaling, Alcaraz waits and then smashes the winner cleanly. And he wants to take this set here. He wants to start the fourth set on his serve, I'm sure. And he might well do so. It's 30-all at 2-5. Looking at the strings of his racket, just making a bit of an adjustment. But despite the resurgence of Struff in that second set, and he definitely found a higher gear, some sting has been taken out of him again, the way Alcaraz has dealt with this third set. Makes a reply to a big serve, heavy forehand, and that's gone back behind the Spaniard. That's a good play from the German there.
Yeah, and I liked how he really took his time actually before that first serve. You know, actually even after the couple of bounces he had, he really took his time to kind of look at his target and visualize his spot, right? He doesn't need to rush this moment, even though he's down 2-5. Just continue to take his time and find his rhythm.
And another excellent serve. That out wide at 134 miles per hour is a clean ace from the German, and that is his 8th of this match.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for, right? You want to get the hold, send the balls back on the other side and say, okay, is Carlos Alcaraz going to feel any tension in this game? And you want to just take your cuts on the return.
But as you pointed out, Nick, he took his time there, yes, which he needs to do, and sometimes he's been guilty of rushing himself. Yep. Of course, he wants to have that momentum, that intensity, but sometimes it's sort of overamped and a little too quick for his own good. Here, though, is Carlos Alcaraz now serving from the far end towards the royal box end, serving for a 2-1 lead against the German, who took him the distance when they met here previously, 3 years ago. Backhand reply, chipped back by Alcaraz, and then it's another backhand error, and they have cost the German a fair bit. That is an 11th unforced error from his backhand into the net.
Yeah, and it's interesting, you know, it's so many that, as you said, it actually now went up to 12 off the backhand and only 2 on the forehand. So that backhand side is typically the side that he doesn't make as many unforced errors on.
5-3, 15 love. And another attempt at the serve and volley, but the serve was just beyond that service box. The Spaniard tries again, kicks this out wide. Good kick serve. Struff tried to get the two-handed backhand on it cleanly, but can't time it correctly. And step by step towards another set, it would seem, for Alcaraz. Been on centre court all week. Spent a lot of time here, of course, in that first match against Fabio Fognini, over 4 hours. Somewhat shorter route through Ollie Tarvit in the second round, and now this return right into the baseline. The great return, because it's right onto his toes.
Yeah, and I think he kind of recognized that that serve was going to come into his body, because so many times Alcaraz has served in that body backhand. So that time Struff was able to get around it, get more space, and actually move his body weight forward when he hit it to create that depth.
At 30-15. This serve down the middle. Forehand reply is wide. It was a pacey serve. It was well directed. And going in a forward direction here, Carlos Alcaraz right now at set points for a 2-1 lead as he looks to advance again to the second week of Wimbledon. This for the set. Framed reply. Come on, he shouts. And you know the result. The return goes wide. Can Struff summon up more again, or will it be a 4-set win this time? Alcaraz takes the third set by 6-3.
Yeah, Carlos Alcaraz did a great job there. Once again, we've been talking about the body serve and how much he started out the beginning of this match with the body serve in his very first service game, and he continues to use it, especially more into that body backhand, because Jan-Lennard Struff likes it when it's kind of out away from him and he can kind of get a big swing on it. But just going back to the well, Carlos Alcaraz tying him up and just doing what Alcaraz does. You know, if you look at the numbers, he only had 3 unforced errors in that third set. Carlos Alcaraz, first serves in, could have been a lot better for Alcaraz, 39%, but he did win 88% of those points. So Carlos Alcaraz finding a way to be up 2-1, and he seems in form.
A beautiful evening and plenty more entertainment to come. And what will be going through the minds of Arina Sabalenka and Emma Raducanu. They'll be wondering how much longer they've got to wait until they do get onto court here to finish off the day's schedule. But so much other great tennis being played. Great entertainment. The Mertens Svitolina in contest on court 1 right now has the Belgian Elisa Mertens leading by a set, and 4-3 on serve in the second against the Ukrainian. And that South American contest on the number 2 court might possibly go the distance, because Jarry and Fonseca, Jarry leading, the Chilean leading 2-1, but Fonseca, the 18-year-old Brazilian, took that third set, and he's now 4-2 up in the 4th set tiebreak. We get underway with the 4th set here, and it's Struff serving from the far end. A second serve now. Blocked return just over the net. It brings him forward. He has to be quick, and the volley is long from Alcaraz with Struff by the umpire's chair. He was taken so wide.
Yes, Alcaraz almost can't believe it, but he wasn't sure. He thought Struff's ball was actually going to go long, and he was looking up at his camp as if to say, wait a second, if I were to let that go, is that going in or out? But I think it was going to go in.
Big serve down the middle, response into the bottom of the net. Sets himself again, the German. The fact that he is starting this full set on his serve, vitally important that he makes a hold and does establish himself. Kick serve just returned over the net. Whip forehand long though from Struff. Got a short reply. And then transgressed beyond the baseline with his attempt to find the back of the court. Waiting for the ball kid to collect one stray ball from the baseline, and now Struff serving. Good serve. Pacey again, accurate into the tee and on the stretch.
Yeah, a lot of
return going in the net.
Yeah, a lot of Struff serves have been on the line. They've been deep in the court or deep in the box, but also on the line.
And that one smack in the corner. No time really for Alcaraz to react to that.
Yeah, no time for Alcaraz to breathe, and also just didn't take much time in between those 2 points, right? And that's what big servers like to do. And if they start to get in a rhythm and start to hit those big serves and not a lot of returns coming back, they don't want to take time in between points because they want you to feel rushed. They want you to feel like you can't breathe. And that's what Jan-Lennard Struff was able to do there, not let Alcaraz breathe at all.
3 German men started the main draw, but Struff is the only one left in contention. And a good beginning to this fourth set by the 35-year-old as he seeks a place in the fourth round for the first time in his career here. Strong serve from the Spaniard, but the return just inside his baseline. Then he unloads with a massive forehand, and that is just too strong for Struff to control his response to, and he veers wide. The Spaniard's next serve is too long down that middle. The next one, though, is perfectly weighted into the tee, down the same way. And again, Struff is stretched beyond his comfort zone. The German having to sort of look through the bright light towards the shaded part of the court. Not an easy time or place to be in at this stage. Peering through the brightness just behind the baseline. The second serve blocks it back, and then a looping ball from Alcaraz. He's tried to go into the backhand corner. He's missed the target.
Yeah, and you don't normally see him kind of miss that shot right there. It was short in the court, and when he's gotten Struff on the move, he's kind of been in control. He had Struff on the move there, would end up missing that approach. He's got to stay dialed in here.
30-15, serve to the backhand. Well, he's still struggling somewhat to find enough first serves today. And yet there's still been some excellent play from him. The second serve, as that went off the tape into the box. To the backhand, reply is long, and Alcaraz just calmly going about his business to try and level this fourth set. And as I say that, I can tell you that that Fonseca encounter with Nicolas Jarry has ended in victory for the qualifier from Chile. Some battle it was, 6-3, 6-4, 3-6, 7-6 over 3 hours. But well done to Nicolas Jarry, who's been somewhat off his game, struggling for a while to recover. But with his game on this surface particularly, it ends the Brazilian's run here, his first run here in the third round. And Jarry advances to the fourth to face Cam Norrie in the next round. Alcaraz versus Struff on centre court still, 40-15, return right onto the toes again. He's gone right back at the Spaniard. But Alcaraz dealt with the first ball nicely enough. Not with the next one, though. He's put that in the line.
Yeah, just to finish off that thought about Nicolas Jarry, I mean, he's hugging his family. It's a big moment for him. He's down to 143 in the world. Started the year at 33 in the world, so really dropped a lot. And his grass court record is now 12-11. So going up against Cam Norrie's got to feel pretty good going into that matchup.
And he's matched what his grandfather did here. Jaime Filiol was fourth round here some years ago, Nicholas Jarry. He's now got his young son in his hands, walking back to collect his things and get ready for the on-court interview. But yeah, wonderful scenes again. All that families go through. We saw that yesterday with Marin Cilic after his victory against Jack Draper. Well, we know that Carlos Alcaraz is being watched here by his dad and his brothers here as well, and plenty of others supporting. But they've just seen him miss out there on that. So it's a juice game here at the moment, early in this fourth set. And Struff might sense that he can do what he did in the second. Makes a reply to a very good serve, and it surprised Alcaraz. Struff is still trying to hammer the ball home here, but it keeps being defended well by Alcaraz, who now makes a very good slice, and the whip forehand is away. And was that the chance there that Struff had really to put pressure on that he couldn't take, because the defense was excellent from the champion.
And that's what the top champions do. They go from defense to offense extremely well. But yes, I do think that Jan-Lennard Struff could have gotten in on probably 2 different balls, but the last slice was what makes Carlos Alcaraz so amazing. It was a slice down the line, short in the box, making Jan-Lennard Struff go 45-degree angle to the forehand, but he couldn't find it.
And you can hear what it means, the effort there. He knew the importance of just making sure he did find a way to hold. He doesn't want to give any more oxygen to Jan-Lennard Struff and fire him up again by conceding a service game there. So 1-1 in this fourth set now between the German and the Spanish second seed. Struff begins the third game of this fourth set with another ace. He's got into double figures now with those. Served down the middle, but comes back to a great length, and it's an awkward little flick half-volley attempt by the German into the net.
Yeah, and Carlos Alcaraz just readjusting that forehand grip. It was more of a Eastern grip to return that one. Didn't go to his normal grip to get that extra spin. Was able to just kind of bun it back nice and deep.
The next serve down the middle. And the reply was not a good one. 30-15, 1-1 in the fourth. Comes in for the volley and puts it away. That was very well met. Behind the serve, got to the tee, made his split step and put away the forehand winner. And I just wonder if Alcaraz has got a bit of an issue. He seemed to tug on his back a couple of points ago, and just there he was stretching over, touching his toes, trying to loosen something up. It's not surprising the way they fling themselves around this court. Little chip return, that was so clever, wasn't it? Because he saw Struff coming, Nick.
And that was a la Roger Federer there, right? I mean, how many times have we seen, opponents back in the day serving volley against Roger, and he'd go with the little short chip at your feet, but we don't see that a lot from Carlos Alcaraz, because I guess, we don't see a lot of serve volleyers, but now he's showing that he has that shot. He has that ability to keep it low off a slice. Incredible.
Blocks this return just inside the baseline. Now he's on the charge, was he? He was thinking about it, but he's hit the backhand drive long. And it is on serve still in the fourth. Early days, 2-1 in Struff's favour. Alcaraz being offered the ice towel, but declines it this time. Struff, though, making good use of the one that's offered to him. Mertens and Svitolina 4-4 in the second set on number 1 court. You can get full commentary on that match as well if you retune. Belgium taking the first set 6-1 against the Ukrainian. And a matchup between Nuno Borges of Portugal and Karen Khachanov on court 3. That match has gone into a 5th set, 2 games all.
Yeah, and, you mentioned that Nicholas Jarry match, winning 3-1 against João Fonseca. That moved Nicholas Jarry back inside the top 100. Now he's at 95 in the world, and we mentioned he was at 142 coming in. Now he's back inside that top 100. He's going to be main draw US Open again, and well-deserved. I mean, he's such a great player, just had a little bit tough run, but that's what tennis is all about, right? Being able to take some of those lumps and get the wins back.
Certainly that. Ready to go again. More fans just making their way back with some refreshments nearby our commentary position. But Alcaraz already underway with the next service winner. It's going to be a late start, isn't it, for the final match of the day here. Backhand response is a long one there. Of course, we had the match between Taylor Fritz and Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, which looked like it was going to be a straight sets win today for Taylor after his epic 5-setters. And then the Spaniard found a way to break back and claim that third set, and it was a highly entertaining fourth before Fritz got through. But that's been a great effort from your compatriot.
Oh, yeah, Taylor Fritz, I mean, he's showing, we saw so many dives in his previous match against Diallo. We saw a dive against Davidovich Fokina. I mean, he wants to keep going, Taylor Fritz, in this draw.
Alcaraz with another serve that doesn't get over that white band. Struff standing up, punches back with the two-hander, now drives, but there's, again, a catalogue of backhand mistakes from him, and that is an area when they look back on this match, you know, particularly that's actually his 14th mistake now from that side. And he'll be questioning in his mind, he'll be well aware of that, I'm sure, what he's got to do to try and just do it a bit better. But it is a flat strike, so the margin for error is generally less. And then a nonchalant little chip forward, but Struff was wise to it. He was there quickly and just flicks away the winner.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Struff had studied in the analytics as well, was that Carlos Alcaraz does like to use the drop shots. We haven't seen many of the drop shots throughout this match from Alcaraz, but Struff was waiting on that one and got up to it quickly, almost before it could even drop below the net.
Alcaraz serves down the centre, comes in, plays a half volley, but then has to play a stretch volley, and another one, and can he get back for this last ball? No, he can't. Somehow Struff won that cat and mouse, and they both got smiles on their faces.
I mean, that was unreal athleticism from Carlos Alcaraz. Even he had to smile over to his coaching team after losing that point. I think the coaches were like, wait a second, just let one of those go. You know, we don't want you to get injured, you know, because he was just diving over all over the court. Incredible dexterity.
Still leading the game at 40-30. Return takes off his toes off the forehand. Heavy shot from Struff, but still defended by the Spaniard, but he can't defend that. Excellent force applied by the towering German.
And that's what Carlos Alcaraz makes you do. He makes you hit 2 or 3 winners before you actually win a point. Jan-Lennard Struff was hitting big, but waited for the third shot to go for the winner on.
Well, there's a sense about this fourth set that Struff has got some of that zip, that extra sort of vim and vigor about him right now that he had in the second. Blocks the return, shortish, and just finding the corner does Alcaraz. Struff can't believe it.
He can't believe it. Carlos Alcaraz can't believe it. He was looking up to the sky as if to say, hey, he exhaled there a little bit. Oh, wow.
It's another one that is on the back edge of the line.
That's what makes him so good. He finds every part of the court that is in.
Yeah. Advantage to the title holder. Forehand reply. And it's right at him, and then he's a bit frustrated, turns away and swishes the air because he made a mistake there. Didn't deal with that, but it was quality returning from the German.
Just impressive with Jan-Lennard Struff. I mean, he's bouncing around before this return. He's showing positive energy. He's showing he's not going anywhere.
Return comes strongly, but what a half volley that was. That was asking a very tough question of the Spaniard, because the return came dipping down fiercely, and yet he had the perfect weight on the ball to flick it back over for the winner.
Yeah, you can learn a lot from this half volley. Just kept the racket still, really got his knees down to the grass, down low below that ball.
And not for the first time. I mean, again, thinking of Roger Federer doing that kind of play. How, although he's from Spain and obviously the comparisons with Rafa, and yet, in a way, much more like Roger in some of the ways he plays.
Great racket work.
Yeah. Backhand now up the line from him. Struff fights back, though. Strong, putting a lot of power into these shots, but he can't control the last one. That's too much. And a big vamos from the Spaniard.
And Carlos Alcaraz knew he was under the gun there. I mean, Jan-Lennard Struff was doing a great job of getting a lot of returns back in the court. Not only were they in the court, but they were deep in the court, putting pressure on the Spaniard. But that little half volley that Carlos came up with the previous point, I mean, he's keeping so much great energy as the Spaniard.
Struff serve to the forehand, or volley. Oh, it was so quick, it was difficult as hell, but I think he hit it on the full, and boy, did he hit it well. He went right into the far corner for a winner.
I mean, that was like Patrick Rafter. He hit the serve, and then the biggest key about this is he made contact right even with that service line. You always want to try to get at the service line or in front when you make that volley after the serve.
Well, the greatest serve and volleyers would be delighted to have made that volley as you did, as you said, Pat Rafter.
Yes.
Stefan Edberg, another. It was that good. And he's made a good follow-up to it, a service winner. 2-all, 30 love for Jan-Lennard Struff, determined to try and go the distance here with the Spaniard. But he's taken wide there by that reply, perhaps a miscue. It was awkward then for the German to get over the net. A bit of a pause and perhaps a wise move by Struff, because we have said already that at times he's rushed himself. Good serve, backhand volley, decent but not put away, and he's passed. And that's the trouble. Again, he went deep with the volley, but it played right into the hands of the Spaniard's forehand pass.
30-all.
And it's 30-all.
Yeah, once again, you just give Carlos Alcaraz any time, he's going to find the open space. He's just so quick with his first step. That's why he's able to get to that ball. But Struff still pumping his fist over to his coach.
One of the quickest serves of the afternoon, right on the service box line. 137-mile-an-hour ace. So ahead in the game again at 40-30. And the return comes off a big serve. Big forehands, though, from Alcaraz. And a too big forehand there from Struff long.
Yeah, and that starts to get frustrating, right? You know, you hit 137 mile an hour the previous point. This point, you hit 138, and the ball comes right back. I mean, normally you're so used to getting free points there, or you're used to getting an easier return that you can then pump the first forehand. But Carlos Alcaraz just doesn't let you breathe.
Prepares himself, Struff, to serve at deuce. And he made the right decision there.
Alcaraz thought he made the return.
He did, because Struff came in for the volley.
Requesting a replay of a call on the left baseline.
He wants to see where this landed, and it went so quickly. It was actually a couple of inches long. But he certainly hit it well in terms of its coming out of the sweet spot. Just a bit too much on it. Too much on that serve, going beyond the box. Struff has to retrace his steps, but with the advantage to claim a third game in this fourth set. Makes a backhand volley into the net.
Yeah, and that's also where you start to feel the speed from Carlos Alcaraz. He serve and volley, that was probably one of the easier volleys that he's gotten in this match, but when you have a guy like Carlos Alcaraz scampering behind the baseline, you end up missing that volley just because he's so quick and you feel his speed.
Struff bouncing up on his toes and now serving again from the far end. Just not finding the service box when he needed to. Second serve, good one, comes back to his backhand and he goes back up the line behind, and that's a play he's doing more of, Nick, going back behind the Spaniard.
Yeah, and I think that's what you kind of have to do, right? Carlos is so great as far as hitting his backhand, and then he moves to his left to find forehand. So if you can just make him stay in that right-hand corner as much as you can, that was kind of what the analytics said, to try to go 70-30 into that forehand wing.
Again, silence around centre court, but a full house here, absolutely engrossed in this, and the British fans obviously waiting to see Emma Raducanu's tilt at the top seed, Aryna Sabalenka, in due course once these two are done. Forehand reply to the next serve. Big forehand right onto the baseline from Struff. Just out long from Alcaraz. He again questions whether that was actually too long from Struff, but too late now. There was no call from the system, so it is another game to the German. He leads 3-2 in the fourth set, trailing by 2-1. Alcaraz, you can just hear saying to the umpire, not sure about it. There's a bit of a discussion. He would have asked for the challenge had he been available.
The machine have mistakes. You know, it's not the first time. So I'm not sure.
Well, we've had one or two moments like that, haven't we, this week? I can think of Draper yesterday in that match with Cilic. He questioned a couple of times whether the technology got it absolutely right, but
yeah, much better than this.
I think he's adding his vote to that he wishes he could still be able to challenge.
Well, and this is a very prolonged conversation between Alcaraz and the chair umpire, right? I don't think I've ever seen Carlos Alcaraz speak to the chair that long before, talking about the ELC, the electronic line calling system, and he was saying, look, I've seen some missed calls before. It wouldn't be the first time that I've seen a missed call with a challenge, so that's why he wanted to see the challenge. That's why he wants to at least have a visual of what that they're talking about, but, you know, he wants her to make sure that, hey, I'm not on you, I'm just on the challenge system.
We're getting a TV replay in our commentary box, which has actually shown that the ball did catch the line.
And it was right on the line, right?
Yeah.
And then the challenge system showed it out.
Thank you. Ready for play?
No. Challenge system did.
Yeah. No, there was no call.
Yeah, no call.
He wanted it to be out. He thought it was out, but
right.
actually it was in. So 1-0 to the challenge system. That was out, though, with the next serve from Alcaraz. 2-3 in the fourth set. Strong reply. Good from Struff, and perhaps taking advantage of the slightly distracted Spaniard here.
Yeah, and that's just so smart right there. You know, you have a guy that you heard he was talking to the umpire for the entire changeover, and then this is when you absolutely want to put pressure on him. You want to come in on that second serve. That's the third time he's done it this match.
2 hours long now, this contest. How much longer to go? It might be quite a bit, because Struff has certainly got his tail up again. He's sensing the chance to hurt Alcaraz's bid here. But it is 15-all in this sixth game of the fourth set. Reply to the backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand driven right into the baseline from the German, and then he's just missed. Guess with what? A backhand.
Yeah, this is, you know, it's pretty shocking to me. I mean, normally I feel like with Struff, he's got 5 unforced errors off the forehand, 16 off the backhand, and I feel like normally he's pretty handy off of that side because he stays pretty low with it. Sometimes even runs around the forehand to hit a backhand, so it just kind of shows you he's happy with that side.
A volley from deep, but not a good one from Alcaraz. Did he slip slightly as he tried to sort of step forward to that ball?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a slip. You know, it's 7:16 p.m. here in London, so courts are getting maybe a little bit damp. It's shady on center court right now.
Hush again, and he's taken a deep breath there. He's standing very still, looking up at Struff, thinking about his next move here. Alcaraz, he's served out wide, but he's only put that in the doubles alley. Struff sensing the chance here Forehand reply is decent, pushing back the Spaniard. Now the heavy angle with the backhand, and Alcaraz can't reach that cleanly, puts it in the net on the slide, and Struff's got a break point at a critical stage here in the fourth set.
And just looking up at his coach, just fist pumping his Leonard Struff right now, saying, you know what, I can sense the moment. I want this moment right now.
Break point for the German. 30-40, the Alcaraz serve. Backhand return is quick. Chipped back by Alcaraz. Forehand to the backhand wing from the German. Now he uses the two-hander down the middle. Flicked back wide, but just inside the line. Now a little drop shot from Alcaraz. Struff comes up, slides to it, makes the backhand, has to chase back, and the volley was superb from the Spaniard to save that. And he gets a huge ovation from the crowd after demanding it with a salute to them.
Wow. Impressive defense to offense, as Carlos Alcaraz always seems to be able to produce. I think he was surprised by the return at first. He went body backhand. It was a deep return from Struff.
Thank you.
But then the athleticism from Carlos Alcaraz to stay in that point was impeccable.
What a point it was. And it could be certainly a game-saving point. Maybe a match-saving point. Who knows? It was a strong serve next. It's framed wide from Struff.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
And the Spaniard will be relieved if he can hold here. Now with the advantage. Bouncing the ball 3 or 4 times and then hits a massive serve. Well, there's the response of a champion facing significant adversity, under huge pressure, produces an incredible finishing point and then sees off the game like that.
But also sensing that it was a critical situation, right? Not just playing the point like any other point. He buckled down when he was down that break point, knew how big it was to get that hold.
Second serve after the fault on the first. Return to the forehand side. Chip now from Alcaraz to the backhand of Struff, who's put another of those two-handers in the high part of the net. And has his best chance come and gone? Maybe. The Spaniard looking to turn the screw here now. And of course, what brilliant problem solving he produced in that final in Paris against Yannick Sinner. Saving those championship points, finding a way through in the end to the title once more. The two-time title winner here tries to get onto that, but it's a big serve beyond him. Off the second delivery at 115, that's an ace. Another one from the German. $15 all at 3-all, fourth set. Ace again, number 13.
Yeah, and once again, Struff just, he seems to always put that ball right on the line, right? He does such a good job of finding that dime on the court.
Great serve, backhand reply, half volley from mid-court. Struff now under a high ball and smashes home the winner. I mean, still, you know, the Spaniard's ability to create, you know, ask one more question, flicking that lob up.
Yeah, well, that, but also the return, right? Being able to offer that 134-mile-an-hour return to get it low and sense that Struff was coming in and just make it awkward for the German.
But it is game points for the German. Look to get it there with a serve down the middle. Too long. Alcaraz right up towards his baseline. Onto it now. Backhand reply. Punched right to the baseline on the other side. But then his attempt at a little short slice goes in the net. And Struff has held again and again. There's a bit of scoreboard pressure building nicely from his point of view on the defending champion. Struff up 4-3 in the fourth. On number one court, Elisa Mertens of Belgium trying to finish off Elina Svitolina's bid here. Svitolina a couple of times to the semi-finals at Wimbledon, but she's right up against it herself. 5-6, 30 all in the second set, trying to hang on and force a tie break. Nuno Borges of Portugal. He's had some good wins this year, he really has, and he's going to have another good one very shortly if it carries on like it is, because he's 5-3 up in the final set against the 17th seed Karen Hachanov, another seed in peril.
Yeah, Nuno Borges also another college player. You know, we
Yeah.
talk about the amount of college players that are playing here at Wimbledon. What's the numbers at 26?
25, 26 at the
25,
start of the
yeah,
week.
I mean, unreal. He played at Mississippi State, Nuno Borges. He's playing doubles here at Wimbledon with Marcos Garron, who played at UCLA. They actually won their first round yesterday against Jean-Julien Roger and Robin Hasse. But as you said, Nuno Borges, he's a guy to watch out for on any surface. You know, he likes the clay, likes the hard, but now he's showing he can play on the grass. He's up 5-3 in the fifth, but love 30 on his serve.
Wow. Plenty of tension all around Wimbledon on this fifth evening. Plenty more to come, no doubt. Still waiting to get Sabalenka and Raducanu on this centre court. But Struff detaining the defending men's champion right now very well. Alcaraz serving at 3-4 in this fourth set. Second serve. Return is a cracker right across his bows. Clean winner. Thank you very much, says Struff. I'll have some of that.
Yeah, he's saying, you know what? I mean, it's 3-4. I got to take my chance here. But what he did do was get inside that baseline and not let it get too far away from him. He really cut off that angle 45 degrees inside. That's what helped him get it there.
6'4", the German. He really did impose himself on that. He's got a good return in again. He's looking very energetic. He's on the drive forward. The high ball's going long. He lets it drift past him, beyond his baseline behind him, but he was putting pressure there with his movement to the net.
And look, Jan-Lars Struff decided there, after he made the return, he then came in on the next ball, and it was a ball that wasn't typically a ball he would come in on against anyone else. But against Alcaraz, he said, I got to get in. This is a ball that was midway between the service line and baseline, and it was almost kamikaze, and it worked.
We're going to see Alcaraz being taken to the fifth set yet again this week. He's put a little stun volley, and that is exceptional play from him on that one.
And one thing we got to mention about Carlos Alcaraz after the, not that last point, but the point before, he put his hand on the grass to feel the dampness of the grass, to kind of say, okay, let me see how it's feeling and how my feet were going to feel with the grass under me, because as we know, it is getting late, 7:24.
Yep. The evening dew. Good serve down the middle, return in the bottom of the net.
Struffy would want that one back. He was able to hit that one right in the middle of the strings. He read that slice serve, and he got on himself for just a split second, but now he's back to being positive, jumping around behind the baseline, ready for this next serve.
One ball in his left pocket, another in his left hand. A little pause, not rushing himself. He knows the importance of getting this right if he can. Good serve, right onto the back of the service box, and the framed reply goes back behind the umpire's chair there from Struff.
40-30.
Once again, answering the bell, Alcaraz when under pressure. Just losing control of a ball before preparing to serve, but now in hand. Game point, but not game one yet. That serve in the net. Ball girl darts out from her position to the side of the net post nearer to us, I should say. Backhand reply, deep, and the forehand, the second ball from Alcaraz only in the net.
Use.
Still much to do, Carlos Alcaraz, to extend his defence of this title this year. And Struff trying to repeat what happened 3 years ago between them here when they went the distance. But he's going to do well to win this point, and he won't, because he was pushed out wide by the serve and then had to quickly cover across to the other side, and that was asking too much of him.
Yeah, and I want to see where Carlos Alcaraz goes in this pressure moment here. An advantage. He's been serving a lot into the body backhand, and Struff's been starting to look for that serve in key moments.
Hush again, and now the serve. But how often have I had to say that's gone in the net from the Alcaraz first serve attempt? court now in shade, but a very bright evening overhead as Struff fires it up, but fires with a bit too much force on that. Well, he had his chance, got close to getting further ahead, but Alcaraz has evened it again, 4 games all.
Yeah, Carlos Alcaraz finding a way to get through that game because Struff was on top of him.
How aggressive will they each be here? It's fascinating, isn't it? Because obviously Struff wants to continue, you know, firing.
He knows that's his only way.
But Alcaraz would love to shake him up, get the breakthrough, and he might just have done that there because he made the return. And guess what? Again, it's the Struff backhand volley that goes in the net.
Yep, the backhand volley, but again, it was a shoelaces volley from Alcaraz. And once it's that low, you got to go for the little short volley on the grass, especially if it is dewy out there and it's hard to move. You want your opponent to have to move forward there.
Serve made, little volley made, but Alcaraz with all the time to set up the pass, but it was read brilliantly by the German. He went to his right, that's where the ball came, and he volleys the winner away the other way.
Yeah, and the backhand volley was just what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a short volley, but it was actually way too high. It was too high. Alcaraz was able to read it, but Struff got close to the net and was able to cut off that down-the-line pass for the volley.
Next serve into the body, forehand reply off his back foot. There's a huge forehand. He jumped up off the ground to hit that, did Struff. Hit it so well, and Alcaraz can only put his next ball in the net.
Alcaraz, Struff is just pounding that forehand right now.
Let's preserve it.
136 miles per hour, but he's got to try and fire it up again after the let. He does. The return is going to go long. And Alcaraz, as the ball comes back to him, kicks it back over the net. A little frustration, clearly, for him. And very shortly, he may need to hold serve to stay in this set. Alcaraz doesn't go near that one, but it was a wide serve, slightly long. The next one to his forehand comes back down the middle, just over the net from Struff. He's then forced wide, and he cannot create the platform necessary to drag that one back over the net.
Yeah, and Alcaraz, once again, he does such a great job of just keeping you on a string, right? If you can't hurt him, he's going to hurt you. He's going to keep you running. He's going to move you up and back, and you're in trouble.
Well, good news from Struff's point of view, perhaps taking a time, just gathering his thoughts, not rushing, but not finding the service box with the next attempt. This serve is another fault, so a double fault, and it brings them to deuce. And that is, what, a 9th double fault in the match now from Jan-Lennard Struff, his first of this set.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at the numbers, I mean, the fastest second serve he's hit was 116. That was 112. So he was trying to go pretty big on that second serve, starting to feel a little pressure.
That serve right into the tee, brought up some pigment off the line.
Advantage, Struff.
And Struff now with the advantage. And as I say that, Elisa Mertens has just beaten Elina Svitolina. See on my monitor the delight for the Belgian, but for the Ukrainian, disappointment that she can't go any further this year, can't get into the second week again. But Mertens, who has advanced, 6-1-7-6 there. And as that occurs, Struff does it again. He's double faulted yet again. Cannot find a way yet to close this game. Demand on the German serve, huge here. It's a great serve, and he can watch that drop away. He did suddenly have to backtrack in case it landed in, but it was such a heavy serve, so well placed into the corner of the box down the tee. And as good as Alcaraz is on the return, and he's been great at times, and we know him for that as well as everything else, but that one went long. Deep breath from the German, looks up to the blue sky above, now focuses on the ground in front and on this serve for the game. But again, from the ad side, he's missed one. Doesn't want to be double faulting yet again, or will he? Second serve, that's in. Comes back sharply, though, to his backhand. And Alcaraz read that quickly, knew what would hurt him.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part. You know, once you're having to hit too many second serves, I mean, Struff's only won 39% of his second serve points won. Alcaraz can read your toss. He's so quick with his first step to the return. So he's got to make a couple first serves here if Struff's to get out of this game.
Well, from the Jew side, he continues to blast the ball very well. That was immense. That was 139. Not quite his quickest, but almost. Just 1 mph slower than his fastest of the day at 140. But he needs one of those from the ad side.
Maybe he needs a 153 like Giovanni Pecci Pericard earlier in the championships.
And of course, that point was won by the returner, Taylor Fritz. Oh! Well, there was the point to win and win the game, but he's put a forehand volley in the net.
Yeah, you know what? That happens a lot. You know, first of all, you don't expect the serve to come back. Then second of all, you do get then an easy volley where you're like, okay, I've got the whole court. You end up taking your eye completely off the ball. And then also what happens on those easy volleys, players lose their target. So I always say an easy volley, aim for the service line. That way, if you miss it long, it's still in.
Now he misses a first serve from the Jew side. Has he given Alcaraz the opportunity here? Forehand reply. Struff, heavy forehand. That was courageous. He went big time. And it was showtime from Struff there. Finds the corner of the court in the backhand side. And has, again, grabbed the initiative to go up with the advantage. This long game, what a critical game it is. And once again, he's taking some time, just calming his body, calming his thoughts. Now jogging up and down on his toes. He's still got 4 seconds on the clock. And serves here, but he's missed that one. Second serve coming. Alcaraz is stepping up here. Backhand reply. Struff calmly with the backhand there. Just on the sideline, I think, from Alcaraz, who now comes in with the drive volley winner attempt. No, he doesn't. It's a volley winner in the end because Struff somehow had the wherewithal to still bring the ball back off a very low forehand, and it demanded an exceptional volley again from the Spaniard.
Yeah, I mean, look, we see the dexterity that Alcaraz has, and he's kind of showing to Juan Carlos Ferrero on that swinging volley. He let the ball get too close to him on the swinging volley. That's why he framed it. But then he was able to have a stretch backhand volley for the winner.
Another juice in this marathon game. Another fault on the serve. And the backhand return to the second serve. Good backhand approach, and that is in because Struff let it go and it drops inside the sideline. How great was that from Carlos Alcaraz?
Yeah, it's just so good. I mean, look, under pressure, he doesn't, I mean, look, he raising his fist to the crowd saying, look, I know this is it. I know I need this point to try to serve for the match, but his heart rate doesn't jump up in pressure situations. He just stays so calm. He found the outside part of the ball for the short angle money.
So break point here for Carlos Alcaraz. His first break point of a 15-point game. And dare I suggest it, with all the double faults we've seen, is Struff going to cough it up now? Oh, he made a good serve, but the return was just as good, and the forehand's gone in the net from Struff, and that could be the key moment. Alcaraz has broken the German. Is he about to beat the German next? Because he will be serving for the match. 5-4 ahead in the fourth set.
Fourth set, and by 2-1.
Well, it was huge, wasn't it? I mean, one of the longest games of the match. All those juices, the advantages that Struff gave himself, and yet he just couldn't find the right place to finish off. That missed forehand volley particularly, that was the one.
Yeah, the missed forehand volley was everything, right? I mean, he hit the perfect serve out wide, got the floater that he wanted, and then when he had the forehand volley, he just lost track of his target. And you want to aim for that service line. That way, if you miss it long, it's still in, and if you miss it short, it's still in. But we just think, oh, it's so easy. We take our eye off the ball, and then you miss it, and then you can't believe it. So
Jan-Lennard Struff, oh, he certainly played his part in this encounter. He's detained the defending champion for 2 hours and 21 minutes, but he has just missed out on a game that he'll know he should have won. He had the opportunity to win it. One particular forehand volley that would have closed the game in his favor. He put in the net, and somehow Alcaraz found a way eventually to break him again, and now will be serving for victory to take himself into the round of 16 yet again at Wimbledon. The defending champion, winner of the last 2 years, and on centre court once more, is serving for the match. He's serving with new balls, and he starts what he'll hope is the final game with another ace. That is his 9th of the contest. Taken to 5 sets on the opening day by Fabio Fognini. Certainly detained for a while by Olli Tarvet in the second round. And Jan-Lennard Struff, who went the distance with him when they first met here 3 years ago, has been close to doing that today, but it seems now the Spaniard should be on his way through in 4 as he aces again down the middle. And I'm sure a lot of the support, not just for him to do this, but also to complete this match so that the next one can get on the court, because it will feature Britain's Emma Raducanu against the world #1 Aryna Sabalenka. It's 7:38 in the evening. They'll close the roof for that final encounter tonight, but under the blue sky, Alcaraz trying to finish things off, and he's put a delicate little drop shot winner in play there with Struff way back after the serve. And that break was decisive, it seems, in the previous game, because now Alcaraz is at 40 love and has 3 match points. Looking for a 21st win in a row. This winning run that he's brought in here and continued so well. Is this the moment? Misses with the first serve out wide. Numerous phones held up to catch the moment. The serve to the backhand, the return to his forehand. He goes into the forehand wing. Struff goes in the net. Victory does belong again to the defending champion. He salutes his corner. And there's a standing ovation for the Spaniard as he now shakes hands and embraces Jan-Lennard Struff. Struff denied a place in the round of 16 once again at Wimbledon. He's never advanced that far here, but it's the Spaniard who celebrates, and you can see the emotion from him, the roar from him, and now the wave to all sides of centre court. He started so well. He was then put in reverse somewhat by the excellence of Struff in the second set, and there was plenty more in the fourth, but ultimately it's the Spaniard who has prevailed. 6-1, 3-6, 6-3, 6-4, and his next opponent will be Andrei Rublev.
Yeah, I mean, Carlos Alcaraz, he doesn't flinch, does he? I mean, it's one of those things where wins the first set, then gets a little tricky in the second. Jan-Lennard Struff did a good job of changing things up, trying to hit some second serve returns and come in, using the serve and volley play. But even on the serve and volley play, every time Carlos Alcaraz was able to get the return down to the feet. It wasn't, he didn't let the guy hit a easy volley really ever, right? He just made it so difficult for Struff to find his rhythm, and the crowd's gonna salute Struff, the 35-year-old, ranked 125 in the world, trying to get his ranking back inside the top 100 so he can get main draw US Open on these big stages consistently. And Carlos Alcaraz also clapping for him, but just well done from Carlos Alcaraz.
Really well done indeed. The Spaniard doing enough today to win it in 4. But he continues his defense into the second week. Rublev will certainly challenge him, one would imagine, in the round of 16. They're in the same quarter as well as Britain's Cam Norrie, who had an excellent win against Matteo Bellucci earlier on in straight sets, and Chile's Nicolas Jarry, who won in 5 earlier on against the young Brazilian João Fonseca. Annabelle Croft is coming up to talk to the Spaniard now, who is stood at the microphone ready to tell us how he got through that one.
Well, many congratulations, Carlos. I think you could hear from the reception you've just received. It was a wonderful, wonderful contest, a wonderful match. You faced such a tough opponent today with a big game and a big serve. Just tell us, how did you get the win?
Well, I knew at the beginning that it was going to be really difficult. I had to be really focused on every shot, on my serve games in the return. I mean, I think his game suits pretty well to the grass. Big serves, you know, approaching to the net as much as he can. So I just really pleased about everything that I've done today. You know, fighting, running, making great shots, and then, you know, I try to make the opportunities that he brought to me, you know, in the match, and just proud about get the win in 4 sets.
Yes, I'm not surprised. For all your fans watching, it was such an exciting match, but it was a very stressful one for them. What was it like for you?
It's stressful as well. I mean, to be honest, it was kind of I was suffering in every serve game that I did today. Low 30s, break points down, and it was yeah, as you said, it was stressful. Every time that you know, he could pushing me, he did it. So it was kind of survived, I guess. Just as I said, I just really happy that at the end I got the break, and it was more calm.
I was just going to ask you, what was the key to getting that break at 4-all in the 4th set?
I don't know, because he missed a volley, you know, 1 minute from the net. So I just still can't believe that I'm standing here, you know, 6-4. As I said, I just try to run every ball, try to fight every ball, just to put in as much ball as I can, you know, and try to see if he was going to miss some easy shots. I was lucky in that shot, and I made the most of it, and I ended up, you know, making the break. But as I said, I still don't know how he missed that volley.
Okay, maybe best not to ask him. Well, we've just witnessed you playing sensational tennis to come through that one, but we're going to put tennis aside very briefly, because I know you love your golf. And just ahead of the tournament, you did play, I understand, with a certain Sir Andy Murray. So we've got to ask you, how did it go? And more importantly, who won?
He said to you to ask me this question, right? Okay, I know, because he beat me that day. He beat me in golf that day. But then, few days later, we played again, and I beat him. So it was 1-1. We're tied.
Okay, so any plans to play again with him during the tournament?
Let's see. I just love playing golf in my days off. So I know he has a busy schedule. I guess so. I will try to set it up. You know, a golf round again, 9 holes, and we have to see who wins. You know, we are tied 1-1, so I have to play again. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we look forward to hearing for it, and I think you might be a bit busy as well. Well, well done. You're through to the 4th round. Carlos Alcaraz.
Thank you.
Oh, he's a real character, isn't he? As well as a heck of a tennis player. My goodness. He continues to fight another day, and yes, the golfing rivalry keeps us entertained as well with Andy Murray. Who certainly enjoyed the first one, but perhaps not the second match, and whether there'll be a decider between those two. But in terms of the performance today, Nick, how would you assess where Carlos is in his defence?
Yeah, look, I still go back to the Fognini match and how it was 5 sets, and I felt like that was actually good for him to kind of have a big test over 4 hours after winning in Queens. But you have a week you know, to get ready for this tournament. And he started, I felt like he was seeing the ball like a basketball in the beginning of the match. It was, you know, 6-1, 1 love, and he was on top of him. And then obviously Struffy made some things a little difficult for him. But, you know, look, I would assess it probably an 8 out of 10 for Carlos Alcaraz. I think, you know, he would say to himself, I could serve a little bit better, only 58% first serve percentage. You know, he even mentioned Struffy missing that high forehand volley, and he's like, wait a second, I don't even know how I'm standing here having this interview right now because, you know, Struff was on top of him. But again, that's what the great champions do. He's able to problem solve and just find a way to win matches, and that's what he was able to do.
He sure did. Nick, thank you very much for your company through the last 2.5 hours that we've had with those two on the court. The next two in the women's draw, it'll be the world #1 and top seed against the British #1, Emma Raducanu, the former US Open champion. See what she can do to try and join Sonia Cautel, her compatriot, in the next round as well. Norrie and Cautel flying the flag for Great Britain, but will Raducanu be able to upstage the world #1? That is to come in a few minutes' time. They'll be due out here in about 8 minutes from now. We'll pause briefly on the Centre Court radio channel for you on the Wimbledon radio channel feed, and you will be joined in a few minutes' time by Lucy Earle, the former British #1 and coach, and alongside commentator Peter Marcato.
The players, the fans, and everyone watching, the opportunity for them just to get on with it. So, yeah, closing the roof.
That makes the sound even louder, Tracy, and it makes the atmosphere, I think, even more intense.
It'll help with the crowd because it'll be louder for Emma, but I actually think playing-wise it could help Sabalenka. Because just a little wind, it's tougher to serve cleanly. And Sabalenka, we know, has one of the biggest serves in the world, so there'll be no conditions for her to contend with, no balls blowing with her bigger backstrokes. I haven't served quite clean.
We are, I should think, what are we, about 7 minutes away from players walking on court. So just a quick chance, Tim, to reflect on what you were watching there with Carlos Alcaraz. And again, we're not looking at a star yet, are we?
No, I mean, it wasn't plain sailing. At 6-1, 2-1, you're thinking, okay, you know, Alcaraz is playing some great tennis. Struff was very shaky on first serve. It's such a big weapon. He was down at 35% of those first serves finding his mark. But Struff really stuck to his guns. He wanted to be aggressive, and suddenly he made a few of those big returns. He started to find more first serves, and suddenly you were a set all. And then, you know, you're thinking, wow, is this going to get tricky again? But so often is the case with Alcaraz. He was able to find the solutions and you know, to get the job done in 4 sets. He'll be pleased with his tennis, but he'll also appreciate that there's areas that he can improve.
Is that him still there? Are those shots?
Is.
Oh my word! He's signing tennis balls. He's seeing. Honestly, the guy. There is. I can't.
Not enough kind words to say.
Is there not enough good words to say about Carlos Alcaraz? But in terms of his tennis, obviously, hey, he's still here, and that is the main thing. Let's focus on Aryna Sabalenka, the top seed here, the #1 player in the world, and the strength that she brings, and what Emma Raducanu is going to need to do to get up against her and to get her concerned, to get her worried. And Emma Raducanu has got so many strengths, Tracy, but what is it that she's going to have to do out here tonight to trouble Sabalenka?
I think she's going to have to return well. She's going to have to get a lot of first serves in because the second serve can get attacked. I also think it's very important for Emma to have a quick start because Raducanu is going to be nervous, but I think Sabalenka will as well because she'll know that about 15,000 fans will most likely be for Raducanu. So once Sabalenka, if she were to get ahead, she can play with a little more freedom, not be quite as rattled. We've seen her emotionally rattled in some big matches. Emma doesn't have a lot of pressure. I mean, this is a match that playing against the #1 in the world. She played so well in the second round against Vondrousova. Vondrousova played with freedom. She's going to have to hit really deep. Any neutral ball the Sabalenka gets, she can crunch those in the corners. So if it's neutral, meaning the middle, it's got to be hard and deep, and then start to get to work to move Sabalenka and maybe go behind her.
Can I ask you, Tim, for the you know, the insight that only you and Andy Murray really can provide of walking out here as the fans' favourite in front of your home crowd, what it does to you, for you, and what it also does to your opponent.
Yeah, look, for me it was the best. If I could have played my whole career on one court at one time, it would have been third match on centre at Wimbledon, because I just loved the atmosphere, and I think I played a lot of my best tennis. And you know, for some people, they don't feel that sort of freedom. I always felt the crowd, you know, lifted me. I think they put extra pressure on my opponent. I remember when I first started playing on centre court, we used to walk onto the court, get level with the service line, and then we turn around and we bow to the royal box. I always thought that was worth a breaker's serve, because quite often my opponents were petrified of getting that wrong. But no, I think there is, you know, there can be an intimidation factor. I don't think it's necessarily relevant to Sabalenka, because she's so experienced. She's a Grand Slam champion. She's played on the biggest stage against Australians in Melbourne, against French players in Paris. But I think it is something that Raducanu can and will use if she gets off to a good start.
Well, Raducanu, if she plays as she did against Marketa Vondrousova, she is going to be so hard to beat, because this really was flawless tennis.
The centre court noise to herald a match point.
As a little girl, you know that Emma must have been thinking, I want to play at Wimbledon, and I want to play unbelievable tennis at Wimbledon.
The sun starts to dip in the sky.
The atmosphere is building nicely. It's Emma Raducanu against Marketa Vondrousova.
I'm very happy to be back. She always seemed way above me.
The Wimbledon champion from 2 years ago.
This is the match of
I'm
the
going to
day.
need to play very well to get over the line.
Oh, she's got incredible. It's hard to imagine she's played a better set of tennis this year.
That was the best I've seen her play since the US Open.
The US Open follows me everywhere I go.
US Open.
US Open.
She just played just about the best I've seen, as I said, since the US Open.
So good!
She just looks happy out there.
I found a really good balance of when to conserve energy, when to be intense.
I can't remember the last time I saw her so vocal.
Serving was awesome.
She is just freewheeling her way through this match.
We are enjoying peak Raducanu. Touches turning to gold. The centre court noise to herald a match point. How good? How good?
I think I played really well today.
It was spectacular tennis.
And she's set up a date with the world's #1.
Thank you.
The roof is closed on centre court. The lights have just gone on to a big ooh from the crowd, and they are going to make some noise when these two players appear. Interesting to reflect that Aryna Sabalenka was beaten in recent years by two different styles of players. On Jabeur a couple of years ago, Karolina Pliskova before that, and maybe Raducanu might have to employ a bit of what both of those players did to undermine her. There is no doubt Aryna Sabalenka is the favourite here. She comes in with all the form. She comes in with the Grand Slam experience of reaching finals. But as far as Wimbledon is concerned, and don't forget, Emma Raducanu herself is a Grand Slam winner. Wimbledon, she is getting more and more comfortable with this place being home. Aryna Sabalenka leads the way onto centre court. Here we go. This is the big one. Emma Raducanu takes in her surroundings and looks up at the roof, and Aryna Sabalenka actually taking a fair old swallow there as she walked out. And I was thinking, Tim, of what you said about it's worth a break of serve. On body language alone, yeah. Are you reading anything into it?
Yeah, well, that's our job, isn't it? But I think focusing on Raducanu, she looked very relaxed. She's got a smile on her face, and I think she, you know, revels in this atmosphere, playing at home Grand Slam, roof shut at night almost, with a full house. It's going to be an incredible atmosphere.
And for Emma, she says she is very much looking forward to taking on the best in the world here at Wimbledon.
There is a little bit of added pressure just from yourself, because you don't want to be out on the first Monday or the first Wednesday. I'm just really happy that I get another opportunity, and I'm extending my stay here. Arena has been so dominant at the top of the game for so long. I just have to try and control my side as best as possible and be smart, but at the same time take my chances if I have any, because she can take the racket out of your hand, you know, and just dominate if you give her that chance.
But is this the best place to play her? Centre court at Wimbledon, if you're going to play her anywhere?
Yeah, if I'm going to play her anywhere, I think centre court at Wimbledon is, yeah, the most motivation.
I remember you saying to me at Roland Garros after the Iga Swiatek match that you felt that there was still quite a gap for you to close between you and the very best in the world. What do you think you need to do better to be able to do that?
Yeah, I think I need more weapons. I think I need to be able to hit the ball with better quality more often. I think I need to serve better. I think I need to hit better on the move. So I think there are a lot of things I need to do better.
How good. Emma of old.
Marketa, you know, she is one of those top players, has been and has won this tournament, and everyone knows just how dangerous she is. So that for me was a really good marker. But I think to bridge the gap to the very, very top, I think I need to do those things that I mentioned.
I know you said that quite often you take the opportunity to have a little peek up who's in the royal box. Have you had a chance to do that through the match? Or were you too focused on what you were doing on court?
No, I was really trying to stay focused today because
Were you genuinely oblivious as to who was in the royal box? Olivia Rodrigo was there,
yeah,
Dave Grohl was
she's
there.
got some great heartbreak songs. If you're ever going through it, she's the one.
Thanks for the advice.
Thank you. I wouldn't know though, of course not.
Of course not. We're immune to that.
Love seeing her in this sort of form, and she's, you know, she's ready as well to poke fun at herself. She is having a great time, and that is when she plays her very best tennis, Tracy, and that attitude is going to help her here because Sabalenka is someone who could break her heart.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like Emma is just in a really good place. She seems happy. She seems fit. Remember, it was just a couple of years ago where she had a surgery on each wrist. She had an ankle surgery as well. So she missed a number of months. Her ranking is back to 40. She's been as high as 10 in the world. But I feel like her base level of play is just improved. More accountable each and every day, going deeper in tournaments, winning back-to-back matches. And I think coming here to Wimbledon, she knows that she's had success here. She feels good about it. She plays well on grass, and there's so many players that don't feel comfortable on this unique surface.
One of the things that she's going to have to absolutely nail this evening is the return of serve, because Sabalenka has got a big serve.
Absolutely, and because Emma has such good timing, it allows Emma to stand very close to the baseline, just a little bit behind the baseline, receiving a first serve. But then on the second serve, she's going to move in and visually show her opponent that I am willing to attack. I'm going to have a short take back, hit this ball early, and try to get it deep at your feet to put you on the defense immediately. And because Emma hits so clean and through the line of the ball, hits that deep and immediately looks for the forehand to start to dictate, to take control, hit with authority.
They have met once before, Sabalenka and Raducanu. And just having a look at, you know, what Raducanu was doing so well against Vondrousova, my word, that was a really, really good performance. She was great with backhand slice as well, and that would disrupt Sabalenka, keeping the ball down low if she can.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our final match here on Centre Court. We have Sabalenka versus Raducanu in what is going to be a fierce matchup here in the third round of the ladies singles as we get ready to go in 2025 for the Wimbledon Championships. Let's check in with the BBC as play is about to begin.
Let's have a look at Sabalenka, the way that she dominates, the way she controls the court.
One of the biggest serves in the game, and so she'll get usually a ball in the middle of the court for the second shot, and she can find the corner. And then Sabalenka has shown her improvement, has been in the area of a little more diversity in her game, and also finishing points off at the net. She's 5'11", tough to pass her. She's moving forward with ease, so that has made it more difficult as well. So this is what Emma has to do. She really has to try to contend with that power, try to deal with that first shot and try to absorb the pace of a big return like this, and then keep her feet going, keep that length on her shots, and then if she gets a short ball inside the baseline or near the baseline, use the angles to open up the court, spread the court, get Sabalenka moving.
Tim, you love your tennis history. The last time a British woman beat the #1 seed at Wimbledon was?
Let me quickly
Virginia
read it.
Wade.
1977.
Virginia Wade.
That ended well for Virginia.
Tracy, going to let you go out to the commentary box. Bear in mind the women's seeds that are out so far: 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9. Now it's the #1 seed up against Emma Raducanu. Here's Nick Mullins.
Well, here we go then. Are we about to see a major upset on centre court? As we are fully prepared, ready to go. Let battle commence in round number 3. Away we go then. A fault on the first serve to begin inwards. Not exactly what we were expecting, but we will take hold of it as well. Straight down. Backhander comes in as well. Forehander from Raducanu. Sabalenka very much controlling, but goes out. It's love 15 straight away for Emma Raducanu as she begins the pressure and starts to put the push back into the proceedings.
And with the roof shut, all this noise stays inside.
The tension rises. Sabalenka with the serve. Straight down centre court. Emma Raducanu into net. It's 15 all. We were kind of expecting that as well, to be fair.
Anton Dubrov, Sabalenka's coach, bottom left-hand side.
Good evening, everybody. In camera for the first time. Imagine the lights on. It's getting dark outside. Raducanu doesn't have to defend that one. Sabalenka into the net. It's 15 all at the moment. Good evening, everybody watching. Hope you've had a wonderful day of tennis action here. As Sabalenka serves straight down. Forehand return goes out wide for Raducanu. It's 30-15. It's been an amazing day at Silverstone. Nothing happened as we prepare for the rain to come in tomorrow as well. For rain on race day and qualifying day. You can catch all that on JBMotorsports as well. We'll stay with the tennis as well throughout the weekend here on JBSportsXtra. Sabalenka serves, but faults on her serve. Raducanu did get her racket to the ball, though. Couple of bounces. Sabalenka serves straight down. Backhand return coming in from Raducanu. Now into the volley we go. Oh, and Sabalenka out wide, makes it 30 all. Just wide, and the exit was not what we were planning and not what we were expecting there today. JT's got his mic in place. He's behind the scenes producing the scoreboard. Good evening to you, my friend. How are you?
Hello.
You've been a busy bee, haven't you? Climbed to the tallest part in England, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
Where was it?
The tallest part in... Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Sabalenka straight down. Goes out. Takes it to 30, or takes it to 40-30. But there's a challenge on the call, I understand. We stay with 40-30. It's now corrected itself. They wanted to just make sure on that one as Sabalenka comes in with the serve once more. Ball up. Straight down into the net on the serve. Yes, go on, JT.
The tallest part in South Wales, the Brecon Beacons.
Ah, that's where you were.
Yes.
That's a long day away in South Wales. Straight down. Forehander return comes in then between the two of them. Oh, and Sabalenka out wide, makes it juice in the first game here on centre court. And Sabalenka's making her own errors here.
Well, she is the best women's tennis player in the world right now. Top seed, 3 times a Grand Slam champion. Never won this one. Twice a Wimbledon semi-finalist. The best it's been for here so far.
Yeah, 2021. and to 2023 as Sabalenka serves straight down centre court. Raducanu skies it anyway with a fault serve. Nice catch there from the ball boy.
Smartly taken.
He's smiling with that one. Sabalenka straight down, forehand and return, stays in, but it was a good point from Raducanu to take it now, as JT says, to break point. Advantage to Raducanu.
92 miles an hour, Tracy.
By the way, this is the only match left on at Wimbledon. Centre court is the last one. Isn't that crazy? Sabalenka serves, forehanded return, goes up high and out. It's back to deuce for the second time. I've repaired my chair, by the way.
How? What happened?
The arm was unscrewed it and stuck in 2 cocktail sticks so it won't move up and down anymore. Oh, Raducanu sends it up high and wide. Sabalenka takes the advantage. Yeah, just so it doesn't move anymore. So me and Megan like it up high anyway. We don't like it down low, so we can sit in relative comfort. All we care about is moving the in and outs, which we do anyway. Sabalenka serves straight down. Backhander goes up high from Raducanu. Tries for a drop shot and takes it. Sabalenka first game.
She gets there in the end. But Raducanu got a few punches as well. There's Dubrov, Jason Stacey, her fitness guy, physio. Hitting partner as well. Andrei Vasilevsky not far away. It's a full coach's box for the 27-year-old from Belarus, born in Minsk, but tends to base herself these days in Florida.
Sabalenka is a 3-time Grand Slam champion. US Open in 24, Australian Open 23 and 24.
3-time Grand Slam champion, US Open.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Tracy. This is of our BBC. As now it will be Emma Raducanu with her serve down on centre court. Let's see what she can do. Tensions. Ball up. Straight down centre court. Forehand and return from Sabalenka. Raducanu with an early 15 love. Bottom right, centre court. Lovely shot. Taken with expertise on the front. Forehand winner with ease.
First coaches, one of her oldest friends, confident that she will let nobody down tonight.
Raducanu. Straight down centre court. Forehand and return. It was a fault in the serve. Raducanu again. Straight down. Double fault. 15 all. She can't be giving those away
First
this early.
serves are going to be important for Raducanu so that Sabalenka doesn't climb all over the second serves.
Win at the start of the week against the teenage Briton Mimi Zhu, and then Wednesday's rocket-fueled performance against Vondrousova.
Raducanu straight down centre, and it's an ace. A lovely ace from Raducanu takes it to 30-15.
Performance since winning the US Open in 2021 and becoming a global sporting superstar. I'm sure we're all aware of the stories that have followed her around since then, but we said at the time that was just like the old days.
Raducanu straight down, backhand return comes in again, forehander from Raducanu, then from Sabalenka out wide.
As bizarre as it is to talk about the old days when you're only talking about a 22-year-old. But you
Teenager,
get the idea, yeah.
and she won the US Open as a qualifier, winning all 10 matches in straight sets. Just great to see Emma healthy again after 2 wrist surgeries and ankle surgery a couple of years ago.
She's 40-15 now against the world #1 as she straights down centre court. Into the net, Sabalenka! 1 game all here on centre court.
Back on a court that seems to give her wings.
Sabalenka to serve. Well, this is a surprise in the books.
Sabalenka has taken a minute longer than Raducanu to reach this first Friday evening, 2 hours and 48, plays 2 hours and 47. Opened up #1 court on Monday with a win against Canada's Carson Brandstein, And then the Czech Maria Balskova, seen off on Wednesday in the second round.
Fault on the first serve. Sabalenka with another. Straight down centre. Backhander from Raducanu. Then from Sabalenka. Oh, Sabalenka. Nice deep serve. Raducanu skies it. Goes centre down low. 15 love.
The second serve of Sabalenka. Get it hard and deep. Probably down the middle and not give Sabalenka an angle.
Sabalenka now with the serve again. Backhander from Raducanu. Takes it out wide. Trying to play the long distance play. Sabalenka into the net. 15 all.
15 all.
That was a surprise.
Already a few unforced errors off that forehand wing. A little off balance.
Sabalenka now serving. Straight down. Forehand returns from Raducanu, goes out. 30-15, Sabalenka. So the advantage starting to grow. Tell JT something about F1 later on as well, actually, about Channel 4, in case he hasn't already seen it. Unless he's recorded them. He's nodding in agreement. Straight down. Hey! Oh! Fault was called. It was nearly a lovely ace from Sabalenka. Just went out too deep. Can she repeat? As Emma Raducanu ready. Sabalenka straight down. Backhand return from Raducanu. And goes out. Sabalenka to 40-15.
These two only met once before on a hard court Indian Wells in the Californian desert. Sabalenka won 6-3, 7-5 at the start of last year. She's actually never lost to a British player. Won the previous 8. Raducanu never beaten the world #1. Just to map out the steepness of Raducanu's hill tonight.
Raducanu has beaten 3 top 10 players, which that's good news.
Sabalenka served just into
Nobody
the net.
quite as good as Sabalenka.
Yeah, that's right.
Sabalenka straight down centre court. Backhander comes in from Raducanu, and Sabalenka goes out, keeps it in. Raducanu returns the serve and says, okay, you're going to have to try better than that. They're making each other dance right centre court. Sabalenka beautifully down to bottom left, and she takes it 2-1. Opening set here.
It is Sabalenka who leads 2-1 first set. Watching two Grand Slam champions in the company of a former Grand Slam champion as well. Multi-Grand Slam champion, Tracy Austin, who knows all about these stages. Tracy, and winning the US Open at a prodigiously young age. What have you made of Sabalenka this year?
It's been an interesting year for Sabalenka. She's won 3 titles. She's been to 4 other finals, including the Australian Open, where she lost a heartbreaking 3-setter to Madison Keys. And then the other at Roland Garros, she lost to Coco Gauff, another heartbreaking 3-setter. So the most successful, won the most matches this year. Soundly ahead at #1 in the world, but she would have loved to have won one of those. And she's desperate to win a major this year.
That's Professor Brian Cox, nattily dressed as everybody is in the Royal Box, and Tim Peake, somebody who gazes at the stars with somebody who's been to the stars behind him, the spaceman Tim Peake. Raducanu, 1-2 first set.
Straight down from Raducanu. Forehander comes in. The crowd's still a bit noisy actually out here as the play begins. Raducanu sends it down. 15. Love. Brilliant run from Emma Raducanu.
Has improved her forehand, so she's going to use that today to try to get ahead in points quickly. She gets an opportunity to get her feet set, really give that forehand a ride.
So Raducanu on 15. Lost our timing screen at the moment. I can't get it operational. Raducanu, so straight down centre. 30 love. I've got our timing screen back operational. Whew. Couldn't load the iPad quick enough, but the Mac I can. Raducanu with the serve. Ace Raducanu!
2 aces already.
40 love. Straight down for Raducanu. Backhanded for Sabalenka. Raducanu can't be allowed here for Sabalenka to get 3 games in, and she won't! Into the net for Sabalenka! And we now move 2-2 here on centre court.
Really aware of the string tension and having a tension that allows her to have some control on the ball without it flying off it out of control.
Yeah, the first round against Mimi Zhu, she changed her racket 3 times in about the first couple of games. Then had a racket sent away to be strung tighter for control.
Let first.
Let on the first serve. Sabalenka with the serve now. Ball up. Straight down centre court. Forehanded return from Raducanu. Then from Sabalenka. Backhand to Raducanu. And Sabalenka forehander switched up. Goes high from Raducanu. Chance for a drop shot coming from Sabalenka. Takes it!
Some noise from the other end.
Physically intimidating.
Well, that was needed from Sabalenka.
And the echo with the roof closed.
Wonderful atmosphere here on centre court. Sabalenka serves. Backhander from Raducanu. Strains in over. Goes out wide. 15-all.
Forehand a little errant. Sabalenka has a big take back. Sometimes she misses the right contact point.
Roof closed, by the way, not because we're expecting rain, but I suspect, just in case this goes beyond 9:30 when it starts to get dark, we will have the floodlights.
Raducanu went for an aggressive defence. Sabalenka's serve, though, hits the net. Sabalenka straight down, backhander return from Raducanu. Then again Sabalenka, forehander swaps up again from Raducanu. Sabalenka returning the serve, trying for a slow shot coming in from Raducanu, but Sabalenka's not falling for that.
Bad idea from Raducanu. She felt she needed to be creative today. Raducanu said she couldn't out-hit Sabalenka. She's going to have to hit with power, with strength, with depth, but once in a while mix in the drop shots, the backhand slices, even forehand slices.
Yeah, she's going to have to find some craft and some guile over the course of this contest.
Straight down Sabalenka, forehander return, goes a bit high, stays in, tries for a drop, and that was just about in for Sabalenka's return serve. Raducanu trying to take out Sabalenka with as much energy, and it goes out, it's 30-all.
Forehand long.
The crowd are on their feet.
First up that forehand wing, just one on the backhand for Sabalenka.
This is undeniable good tennis. Wonderful atmosphere here on centre court. Is Raducanu going to try and break Sabalenka's serve? That will settle the world number one. Sabalenka, they're level. Straight down. Fault. It's 2 games, 30 each. As we start our 5th game here tonight. Sabalenka straight up now. Down centre court, backhander returns coming in, just ever so slightly, a bit more treacherous to come in. Sabalenka really trying to slow down the play. Raducanu!
Great point.
Well, the way she used that backhand slice to get herself back in the rally and then the way she won the point.
Yeah, and the backhand slice can be used offensively to disrupt an opponent or to get yourself that extra ball back in play. But I love how Emma run directly towards that ball inside the baseline. Great racket head speed.
Let's take another look then as well, as Raducanu goes for break point here against Aryna Sabalenka, the world #1. It's an ace. Wow.
Champions do 118 miles an hour, an ace down break point.
Juice with an ace. Sabalenka not giving this one up. They are tied.
That's the second break point she's saved.
40 each. We'll have to go to advantage for the 5th game here in the first set. Sabalenka straight down. Raducanu backhander. Backhander Sabalenka with some power. It went out. Advantage Raducanu. And break point for a second time. She really is saying.
Just off balance mid-shot. Such a big backswing. You want to be pretty compact on grass in case you get an awkward bounce.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Sabalenka serves. Forehand return from Raducanu. Sabalenka sends it backwards. Drop shot coming in. Juice again. Second time.
It's one of the areas of Sabalenka's game that she's worked hard on. 20% of her practice time these days is spent on those touch shots, finesse around the net.
Here we go again then. Straight down, backwards coming in. Oh, and Sabalenka hits the net! Advantage again, Raducanu!
Return from Raducanu has been really an asset for her. Receiving such a ball with so much power.
And challenge it as it comes through the crowd behind.
Third break point.
Straight down, ball high. Raducanu still in the game after sending that one high. Trying again with tricky shots coming in. Oh, and Sabalenka hits the net! Break point comes for Raducanu. It is now 3 games to 2.
Always tell you, Emma Raducanu has just broken the top seed. 3-2. And after her fastest serve of the tournament as well. Fire with fire, Tracy.
Yeah, and I talked about this with Claire before the match, that Raducanu needs a fast start, and she has gotten a beautiful start. She's striking the ball well, moving freely, serving to her spots, already has a couple of aces, and she has Sabalenka a little rattled.
There's a piece in the Wimbledon programme today all about the dangers of doing nothing. Emma Raducanu in her own preview of this match saying if she gives Sabalenka what she's described as nothing balls, then it might get uncomfortable tonight. Talk to Rennie Tracy about how she can go toe-to-toe when she needs to. We've just seen that testing the power game, but as we've said, it will be as much about creativity tonight, creating the gaps and the spaces to hit winners like that.
Hard, and then slices, short, and then deep, and then angles. Lots of disruption. Time from Raducanu.
So the first significant punch in this first set, delivered by Emma Raducanu with the break, 3-2.
Here we go again then. Ace from Sabalenka? Or ace from Raducanu? Ace from... JT on 7 because my pictures broke up.
Forehand force error from Sabalenka on the return.
Thank you, JT. We'll get our pictures back operational again fully shortly. As I just broke up with the weather that's circling over my house right now. Backhander comes in for Sabalenka. Oh, Raducanu brings it into the net. Raducanu's going to get a drop shot here, and it hit back. Beautiful game from Raducanu.
She locked off against Vondrousova, but maybe even better.
Very low.
This is a shock and a half right now in centre court.
Sense of urgency that Raducanu is playing with is just exceptional.
Straight down. Fault on the serve from Raducanu. Backhander comes in again from Sabalenka, was a bit strong, but a weak on the second return. Straight down centre court. Looks like Raducanu was just trying to play with Sabalenka there a little bit. Into the rally we go. Forehand return, just nearly in. Raducanu got close to the net. Oh, and Raducanu hits the net. 30-15.
30-15.
That rally was 12 shots.
Unbelievable doing this lot. Raducanu serve, straight down centre court. It was a fault. Close to an ace. Just missed out ever so slightly. As Raducanu now picks up the serve once more. Straight down centre court. Forehand the return. Goes with some power from Sabalenka, but she's hitting the ball high and low. Now again, drop shot chance coming. Raducanu tries it. Sabalenka straight there. Sabalenka is going to hit the net at this point. She's fighting aggressive, but she goes out. It's 40 to 15. It was a close call, and it was out. It is Raducanu who could go 2 games up on the world #1. Wimbledon is going nuts.
Chance for a 4-2 lead here. The Raducanu first serve is up 4 miles an hour from her first 2 rounds, and the second serve up 3 miles an hour. It's early days, but still showing intent.
Here's Raducanu. Straight down. Backhand return was okay from Sabalenka. Raducanu desperately trying to take it to the edge. Oh!
There's no way Sabalenka meant it that short.
40.
She's even laughing.
40-30.
Humour on the court, and Raducanu doesn't think that.
That's not a shot from the coaching manual.
No, it's not.
However, it did the job.
Straight down from Raducanu into the net. Straight down, backhander comes in, it goes out wide. Emma Raducanu now leads 4 games to 2.
An awkward bounce, it was effective.
Raducanu leads by 4 games to 2 first. Thank you. Thank you.
Straight down from Sabalenka. Return was out.
Sabalenka trying to maintain her cool. She showed her frustration in the finals of Roland Garros, and it really was her undoing against Coco Gauff.
Backhander was a bit poor there from Raducanu, and Sabalenka's able to straight down with a forehand winner.
is Katarzyna Radwancho from Poland. The ball was called in, and it was in by 4 millimeters.
Straight down for Sabalenka, and Raducanu goes out, and suddenly it's 40 love for Sabalenka. Straight down. Oh, lovely little slow return for Sabalenka. Makes Raducanu come in high. Raducanu doesn't get it. Beautiful! Raducanu played Sabalenka at her own game, made her come into the net. Sabalenka couldn't get back there in time.
40-15.
That was Sabalenka underestimating Raducanu.
Slice and drop shot that Raducanu has started to perfect last year.
So it's 40-15 here on centre court. Sabalenka serves. Forehand was good return there from Raducanu. Backhander comes in. Forehand goes up, stays in just about. They're dancing with the line here on centre court. Raducanu, backhand was a little bit slow there. Forehander goes up high and out on the return for Raducanu. 3 games to come through.
They take some controlling. Sabalenka onto this service game. But it's still Raducanu with the break. 4-3 first set. Seeing a little bit more of it over the course of this match so far, Tracy. Raducanu's developing ability to win points in defence when she's seemingly on the back foot. We've seen that slice already that gets herself back into rallies. We've talked about how she has to be aggressive, but very often against the ground shots of Sabalenka, she will be in defence. She's got to work with that tonight.
Yeah, without a doubt. Raducanu. See that have so much power, you just want to blunt the force, and that slice helps you to do that and change the rhythm, maybe even send it back short and low with the slice. Also, if you're on the full stretch, get that slice, keep it low if you can, just to keep the point going.
We go again then with Raducanu serving. Smooth game so far, as the game will progress.
Well, that's an interesting graphic simply because that 5 to 8 shot range is being dominated by Raducanu.
Also, the 1 to 4 is even. That says a lot about how big Emma is going early in points.
Raducanu straight down, back forehand return from Sabalenka, goes out. Sabalenka will lead, love 15.
Full throttle start to this third round match.
The crowd cheering on Raducanu now as she serves. Straight down centre with a fault. It's amazing how the players can see the faults even before they happen and not react to the ball, especially for a world #1. Her talents are definitely coming inside everywhere else, as Raducanu serves straight down as well, coming in, makes Sabalenka run for it, and Sabalenka makes Raducanu run for it on the return.
Raducanu.
30 love. Love 30.
Last 2 games we had talked about Sabalenka, too many unforced errors on the forehand. She's taken 13 miles off her forehand the last 2 games to be more in control.
Raducanu with the serve once more.
Adjustment.
Straight down. Computer voice new here at Wimbledon with the laser grids, but they don't work in the dark. Straight down. Forehand return coming in as well. And it's out from Raducanu. 40.
Does not hit cleanly. The return of serve.
Great point.
Effective.
Yep, Sabalenka could break Raducanu's serve now, and Sabalenka wants to make it 4 games all first set. This is going to be a long evening. Somebody informed Mid-Ohio for IndyCar. Straight down, backhander goes a bit high there. Forehander comes in, from Raducanu goes out. 4 games all first set.
There's an indication of the pressure that the world #1 can build.
4 games all first set.
And whether Raducanu was able to sustain that level that she started out so quickly to get to 4-2. Really almost coming out of her shoes on these ground strokes.
Here we go again then. Sabalenka serves. Great return from Raducanu. Right on the line here. So far, now Raducanu tries to slow it down. Sabalenka sends it the other way. Goes out. 15 love.
15 love.
Sabalenka's starting to enjoy herself in centre court.
Sabalenka a little more patient with her shot tolerance, not going so close to the line so soon in the point.
We go again. Sabalenka. Straight down. Fault on the serve.
Sabalenka's won the last 6 points in a row.
Straight down, forehand return from Raducanu. Backhander again from Sabalenka. And it's out to make that 7 in a row. 30 love. Raducanu is off her game here. Seven points
indicating
lost.
With her hands that the ball's flying off her strings. Doesn't feel the control.
Ball's just a game and a half old, having recently been changed.
Straight down, backhander. Nice kick from the back of Sabalenka there, JT. Control and arm. Maybe she should be a footballer as well. That might be something to consider. Forehander return again from Raducanu. Backhander goes a little bit off and out. 40.
It's tough for Raducanu. She's made a few unforced errors, so she pulled back there. Can leave anything central. Sabalenka climbs all over it, trying to find the right balance for Raducanu.
It's 8-point lost in a row now for Raducanu. She's going to lose 2 games running at this set. Sabalenka serves. Straight down. 400. This set of balls, not happy with either of the 2 ladies out centre court. They're both just stating that they're not good enough. Fresh out the package to go 1.5 ago as we're now getting into the rally once more. Forehander return with some power from Raducanu. Oh, and Sabalenka sends it out. First time in 8, Raducanu gets a point.
It's just too good, and it was acknowledged by Arina Sabalenka. And it ends a run of points that had been monopolised by Arina Sabalenka.
Yeah, great return as well coming in. Raducanu knew where she was going with it as well. And Sabalenka just sends it out wide on her own side of the court. And a round of applause there from the world #1. Sabalenka serves straight down. Forehand return goes up and out. Game Sabalenka.
Game Sabalenka.
5 games to 4 first set.
Flying off tight strings.
5 games to 4 first set.
New
Sabalenka,
rackets coming for Raducanu.
5-4. As her hitting partner brings down the next round. Andre Vasilevsky, Belarusian, played in the Davis Cup. It's a fairly high-end delivery service. I think this one would work better, says Vasilevsky. Give it a go.
Special delivery.
The old one was working okay,
It was.
to be fair. I mean, if the old one's been sacked, that's an industrial tribunal job, I would have thought. Anyway,
So
it's there
what
now.
happens with a lot of the players is they'll take 6 brand new, strung rackets. Rackets aren't brand new, newly strung rackets out on court. A lot of players will have them all strung the same. Some might have 1 or 2 tighter or 1 or 2 looser.
Well, she's stuck with the racket. She just won the last.
Does change the
2 sets
conditions with the roof closed.
Who does it favour?
I think it favors Sabalenka because she's such a big hitter and she has such big strokes. The ball won't blow around in any wind.
Ready again.
This game, this Roma Raducanu needs to win it to stay in the first set.
Straight down we go. Forehand returns from Sabalenka. Then Raducanu, and Sabalenka sends it out wide. 15 love Raducanu.
15 love.
Doesn't break her serve to begin with, which is good for her. Good momentum to try and get on the swing of things. Raducanu serves again. Backhander from Sabalenka. Forehander going to go to the right from Raducanu. Ah! Just out wide. 15 all.
15 all.
It's just a little more cover, a little more topspin. Petchy looking on. He's trying to distract her from thinking about the tension of the strings.
Raducanu serves again. Forehand return from Sabalenka. Raducanu, beautiful shot, drop knee.
The most impossible position.
Brilliant. That was a great return.
Made that look easy. It is not. This was a rocket coming at Raducanu. Just absorbs the pace with her knees and with her hands.
Superb return there. Raducanu serves then straight. Oh, no. Forehand winners, 6 for Raducanu, 3 for Sabalenka. Straight down for Raducanu. Forehand return, stays in. Raducanu tries to pick the pace back up just inside the line. Stays in again. Raducanu skies it. Drop shot coming from Sabalenka. 30 all.
I think everybody in the stadium thought that one ball was going to go long.
Oh, hello. The umpire is just stating down there, making sure it was good with style of play. Straight down for Raducanu. Forehand return comes in again from Sabalenka. Oh, and Raducanu hits the net.
Great point.
So now we're going to see Sabalenka try to take the first one.
Moment of opportunity for that lot and for her. Set point.
If a message just came through, I haven't seen it by the way. So Sabalenka, break point and set point, as JT mentioned. Straight down for Raducanu. Ace! It's juice!
Third ace is the charm to save set point.
Here we go again then. Raducanu straight down centre. Forehand return with power from Sabalenka. Raducanu trying to come closer to the net. Goes out wide. Goes out. It's advantage Sabalenka.
Second break point, second set point.
Tension now starting to rise. Can Raducanu save yet another set and break point? Raducanu serves. Backhander from Sabalenka to the net. Juice again. She knew. Looks up to the closed roof. Can't believe it. Raducanu serves again. Don't cheer, it wasn't an ace, it was a fault. She's trying though. And Sabalenka can't let that happen. Raducanu, straight down. Backhand return from Sabalenka. Forehand coming in again. Bit of power coming in now. Oh, Raducanu drops.
Lost her footing.
Lost her footing.
Third break point.
Raducanu's going about 56% out wide in this ad court. 33 down the tee.
And here's where Raducanu starts to come undone as well, losing her footing, losing the concentration, and then the mental aspect goes. Backhander coming in, into the net! Sabalenka!
So the first set point with an ace, and then 2 backhand returns in the net.
So third juice coming.
Jason Stacey, Sabalenka's fitness coach, physio, saying just keep it going, you're not far away.
Raducanu thinks all her Christmases have come at once right now as well, that she's still in this game. She serves again, straight down centre court. Forehand return goes a bit high there from Sabalenka. Tries to bring it down low and makes Raducanu run, and Raducanu hits the net. Advantage Sabalenka.
Fourth set point, fourth break point.
Keeps on going this one tonight, doesn't it, as well? IndyCar is going to be interesting. We'll lose JT's voice for 90 minutes. As we stand down, backhand return. Oh, and Sabalenka into the net!
Wide serves are working.
Juice again!
And Sabalenka can expect a wide serve here. Raducanu serving 91%.
JT's going to start communicating on clipboards.
Not one down the line yet.
Not one down the tee.
Yeah, don't worry, Josh. It'll all be done by 9:30 anyway, JT tells me. 10-9 now. We're still on the first game. Let's see. Straight fault on the serve. This might go to all 3 sets, you know. We have got the curfew at 11, which means we might have to return and play tomorrow. Straight down. Forehand. Double fault. Advantage Sabalenka.
Advantage Sabalenka.
She's already had to launch 4 rescue missions on break points in this game.
Go out wide again if I'm Raducanu. She's gotten 3 missed returns on the backhand side.
Fifth set point, fifth break point.
Raducanu serves straight down centre. Backhander goes a bit long there from Sabalenka. Putting all her power behind it. She comes close to the net. Goes out! Juice! Fifth juice! Fifth!
Sabalenka's boyfriend in the brownie top. Georgios Frangoulis. Looks like he's living every point with her.
Let's try this again, shall we? Raducanu with the serve. Backhand. Oh, fault on the serve. Raducanu serves straight down. Forehand return with a bit of power there. It's going to go out, surely. It does go out. Advantage Sabalenka.
Unrelenting power.
And so close to the lines.
Sixth set point, sixth break point.
So she can get the first serve in.
6 apiece right now. Scarcely police talking about. Right, let's go again. Raducanu with the serve. Straight down centre, backhander, out! Sabalenka!
Second serve.
Juice again!
Sabalenka late.
Sixth. This is the first set.
She's saying 6 break points. We've had 17 points in this game.
Madness, what we're witnessing right now. Raducanu serves. Backhander for Sabalenka. Stays in. Raducanu tries to swap directions. Forehander comes up with power. Raducanu meets it, but hits the net. Advantage again. Sabalenka.
7th set point, 7th break point.
And if you thought that forehand from Sabalenka was fast, it was 90 miles an hour. Doesn't matter who's at the other end, that takes some control. Once again, set point.
Raducanu with the serve. Backhander for Sabalenka. It's a fault. It is set point again. Raducanu serves. Backhander for Sabalenka. Out! Juice! You remember that scene from SpongeBob in the movie when they're calling for new ice cream sundaes and it's always calling for the waiter? It's that. It's that level. Waiter! Hackney all over. Raducanu now. Straight down. Backhander for Sabalenka. Stays in. Raducanu as well returns it high. Oh, that's a drop shot coming from Raducanu. Advantage! Raducanu! The comeback of all comebacks on centre court when nobody wants to win. Scarcely believes thinking about what we are witnessing right now. And Raducanu to serve. Can she get an ace? Straight down centre. Forehander. Good from Sabalenka. Forehander again. Between the two. Into the rally. Sabalenka changing her directions. Backhander. Into the net. Juice!
I don't know why she served to the forehand. She misses off the backhand.
That was bad from Raducanu. She cost it. That's the 8th juice. 12 minutes this game alone. We are back to juice. Raducanu with the serve. Forehander stays in for Sabalenka. Oh, she's out! Advantage Raducanu. She gets another go. This 10th game now going on for 14 minutes. Raducanu serves. Oh, halts it. Trying to outsank Sabalenka. Straight down centre court. Backhander from Sabalenka. Oh, she's out! 5 games all! And Emma Raducanu does the greatest comeback we've seen she's done in a while. From 40 love down to so many juices, and now 5 games all. 8 juices, wow.
Durability.
They don't even get a break. It's not even after 3 games. Straight back to it. That
was a 13-minute, 10-second game.
What on earth are we witnessing? Sabalenka serves now, straight down. Forehander comes back up. Raducanu with a backhander, wins the first point. Raducanu now at love 15. Don't think we expected it to be this close this evening. Certainly as dramatically close as we are witnessing it here on centre court tonight. Sabalenka with the serve. straight down centre with a fault. She tries again. Straight down centre, backhander from Raducanu, backhander from Sabalenka, forehander switch up now between the pair of them, trying to send it opposite directions. And Sabalenka keeps it just in the line, sends it back, Raducanu's there, and Raducanu makes it love 30. Coming out of nowhere. What a weird game. Tension building as Sabalenka serves. Here we go again then. Sabalenka straight down. Forehand return with a little knock there from Raducanu. Drop shot coming. She slips on centre court. Raducanu sends it back. Sabalenka gets a 15, but Raducanu down on centre court. Oh, and holding her back there.
For much of the year. Concern on the face of Mark Petchey and concern from Marina Sabalenka as well immediately, which was good to see.
Just making sure she's okay.
Dealing with the back spasms through the spring and all the way up to Wimbledon.
Oh, just a little fall on centre court. Just slipped on her ankle as well, tripped her up.
So disconcerting. You start to fall on grass, it's completely out of control.
15-30.
Emma's back in now to a little timeout. Ready to go. Sabalenka's serve. Sabalenka straight down centre. Forehand fault on the serve. Sabalenka straight down centre, backhand return from Raducanu, and then some pace goes out. It's 40-15, break point Raducanu. JT.
All her old mates from school as well. Some dating back to when she was 6. She has a tight-knit friendship group, and they're all here tonight. They've come from all over the world to roar her on.
Sabalenka with the serve, straight down. Forehander returns from Raducanu. Backhand to Sabalenka. Forehander again, Sabalenka. Raducanu sends it back. Shot and a half coming with power. Raducanu's kept it in. Oh, Sabalenka hits the net! But takes it to 30. Drops over the side.
Make the point.
30-40.
Not how you like to have points.
Break point opportunity. Raducanu saves 7 of 8. Sabalenka 4 of 5.
It's not how you like to win points, but it's sometimes key. We go again. I need a drink. Straight down. Backhander was good there, and a little spinner pirouette from Raducanu to get back on. Sends it up high, keeps it in. Drop shots coming in. Brilliant return from Raducanu. She's got a shot down here. Sends it back Sabalenka. Both of them going up, but it goes out. 6 games to 5 for Raducanu. First set, she now takes the lead against the world #1.
When the opportunity beckons, take it.
An hour.
Something that Arina Sabalenka has just learnt the hard way.
So at that point of the game now, where if Sabalenka wins this game, we go into tiebreak, and if Raducanu wins this next game, then it's first set to Raducanu. And Raducanu's got the serve, so it can go either way, as we've seen in previous games.
Yeah, well,
this is a game which you can win or lose the first set in.
And if Raducanu takes it, we might go all 3 sets here. IndyCar is going to be entertaining. Don't suppose you've got the Mid-Ohio background, have you, JT? Just as a thought.
Checking.
Because let's check in with...
Expecting to see not going out. That's over on BBC Two. Meanwhile, here on BBC One, Emma Raducanu is about to serve for the first set against the top seed.
Well, one of these ladies is not going out tonight.
I'll send it to you.
No, I've got it. I just wondered if you had it. Back up in case I can't get my stream working. Emma Raducanu is serving for the set. Because I'll lose your voice, you see. Raducanu straight down. Forehand. Fault coming in. I'll still be able to see JT, but he'll have to communicate to me via whiteboards. Raducanu now. Straight down on the serve. Forehander returns with power. Sabalenka takes it to 15. Love 15. The tension now palpable. Will we go to tiebreak in the first set? Raducanu with the serve, straight down on centre, backhand fault. Raducanu with the serve. Backhander from Sabalenka, then again from Raducanu. Point Sabalenka, 30 on her score sheet. It looks like we're going to go to a tiebreak at this rate. Raducanu with the serve. Straight down centre. Backhand of Sabalenka. Let first serve. Computer voice still shouting.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Raducanu with the serve. Backhander. Raducanu still trying. Sabalenka backhander's coming in. Raducanu now trying to send Sabalenka to the other side. Oh, Sabalenka slowly comes in. Drop shot comes in. Drop shot! Doesn't miss out! Love 40 Sabalenka.
Happiness from Sabalenka, the world #1.
Great point. And the point to send it to tiebreak.
Yeah, Emma.
Back strong this game after not converting on 7 set points.
Emma should never have gone for that drop shot on the inside. Set herself up for it. Emma Raducanu serves down the net. Forehand return as well. Slowed pace from Sabalenka. Hits the net! 15-40.
15-40.
Second great point.
I feel a redemption coming on here. It's the same thing we saw in the previous game. Raducanu serves. Backhander for Sabalenka. Forehander goes out long, but still in. Out from Sabalenka. 30-40.
30-40.
Third great point.
We see this coming an awful lot, don't we? Raducanu with the serve again. Forehander with power. Stays it. Oh, it goes out. It's tie break for set 1.
First set.
6 games all, first set tiebreak.
Tie break. And Sabalenka to serve. Elena Sabalenka then with the serve. This is tie break. Sabalenka serves. Forehand was good for the return from Raducanu. Backhand goes a bit too high. Drop shot coming. 1 point, Sabalenka.
1-0, Sabalenka.
This is not news to encourage Emma Raducanu fans, because Aryna Sabalenka has won her last dozen tiebreaks.
World #1, usually able to raise the level of her game. She won 44 matches this year.
Sabalenka now loses the serve to Raducanu, who sends it down centre. Ace!
Tell you what, Nick, this doesn't feel like the third round. Such a heavyweight encounter.
It's 1-all. Raducanu with the serve again.
We hoped it would be. Feels like today has been leading up to this, and it's not letting us down so far.
Raducanu with the serve again, straight down centre, backhander for Sabalenka, then again Raducanu. As we get into the power breaks between the two, it's out, it's 2-1 Sabalenka.
A mini break, however, shelled by Emma Raducanu.
Sabalenka.
Sabalenka with the serve. Forehand return, lack of power from Raducanu. It's all coming from Sabalenka's side. Raducanu trying to slow it down and bring the pace up. Trying to think for a lovely attack again. Beautiful from Raducanu to make it 2-all.
There's that backhand slice from Raducanu that kept her in the point and stayed down so low.
2-all.
Huge improvement for the Brits' game.
Sabalenka's serve.
Break recovered.
Here we go again. Ball up, straight down into the net from Sabalenka. Sabalenka ball up, straight down centre court, backhand return, out from Raducanu. 3-2 Sabalenka.
Sabalenka.
We might not have good old-fashioned line judges anymore, but we still get the reaction from the crowd when they see the ball on the big screen and how close that was.
Yeah, first time we have electronic line calling at Wimbledon this year.
Raducanu serves. Forehand return, bit long there from Sabalenka. Raducanu tries to pick up the pass, so does Sabalenka. Into the rally. Oh, Raducanu a bit too wide on her backhand return. It goes out, 3-all. Sabalenka return was too long. 3-all, tie break coming up.
3-all.
Both retrieving rackets, new rackets, freshly strung.
Raducanu with the serve then as we go to tie break. Straight down the serve. Backhand return from Sabalenka. Raducanu keeps it on. Oh, and Sabalenka comes in high. Raducanu's ready for it, but so is Sabalenka. 4-3.
That's the finesse that Sabalenka works so hard on day in, day out.
That's brave to come forward, and obviously confident in her abilities in the forecourt. She's won 2 majors in doubles.
Here we go again then.
She has another potentially significant mini break hit. 4-3 in the first set tie break.
Ball up for Sabalenka. Straight down. Return with a backhand again from Raducanu. Sabalenka in the net! Fall! Long game. Sabalenka serves. Forehand return was good from Raducanu. Into the rally. Raducanu trying to pick up the pace. Sabalenka change of directions and goes long.
Well, it's like a little mini symphony.
5-4.
Watching and listening to Arina Sabalenka.
That was such great hitting, quality hitting at such a critical moment. And then Sabalenka just hit the sharper angle.
And the noises that follow the shots almost tell you where the shots are going to go.
1 hour, 10 minutes for the first set is mad.
4-5.
Raducanu serves straight down. Backhand fault on the serve. Raducanu serves. Straight down centre. Backhander coming in from Sabalenka, goes a bit too long. Raducanu sent it up high. Oh, but it was Raducanu who went out. 5-5. You can't write this stuff tonight.
Decided a little late to come in. Trying to cut it too fine. What a defining moment. That would have been down 2 set points.
We go again. Raducanu serves. Hits the net. Straight down for Raducanu. 400. Oh, Sabalenka in the net! It's 6-5 Raducanu!
Well, this is a set.
JT.
If Sabalenka gets to this point and it goes to 6-6, the player must win by 2 points. If Raducanu gets this, Raducanu wins the set.
And Sabalenka, it's set point now. Sabalenka is serving. Raducanu will have to break that serve. Straight down for Sabalenka. Fault on the first serve. That's 1 away if Sabalenka does it again. Sabalenka ball up, straight down. Backhand return from Raducanu. Forehander comes in strong again. Oh, tries the cheeky shot. 6-all, must win by 2. That was cheeky from Sabalenka. Tie break in the tie break.
Raducanu forgetting that it's time to switch ends. Whew.
It's the first set.
Hour and 12 minutes in. Raducanu has saved 7 set points. Sabalenka has saved 1.
And the decision to shut the roof, absolutely the right one, because it will be getting dark around now. And if every set's like this, we're coming back tomorrow. Remember the 11 o'clock curfew.
You lot are, I'm not, I won't be here.
Anyway.
So it's
Back on serve. 6-all.
Yeah, 6-all, 6 points, 6 games. It's tie break. Sabalenka serves straight down. Backhander was good on the reaction there from Raducanu. It goes up high. Drop shot coming in. If it stays, it's out. 7-2 Sabalenka.
121 miles an hour matching Sabalenka's fastest serve of the evening.
8th set point.
Both players have had set points. Sabalenka now with an 8th.
Raducanu to serve. Ball up. Straight down. Backhander comes in. Backhand again, Raducanu. Forehand switches it up for Sabalenka. She's coming in again, and it goes through. The first set goes to Sabalenka after an amazing run of 1 hour and 14 minutes on the clock. First set, Sabalenka, 7-6.
4 minutes, won by Aryna Sabalenka, 7-6. Well, well, well.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Raducanu. She fought so hard. She played so well. Got it back to that one-set point. She did nothing wrong. Sabalenka absolutely raised the level of her game to win the last 3 points of that tiebreak. Net points won for Sabalenka, 9 of 13, so she's more than happy to press forward. Even on unforced errors. And one interesting little stat that's not on there is that Emma Raducanu felt the need to back up the last 4 games, a half a meter in the rallies just to give herself more time. And she stopped using the backhand slice as much and just was driving her backhand. Seemed to be effective.
Time.
The umpire, Katarzyna Radvancho, just redirecting Aryna Sabalenka, who in all the excitement strode out to the wrong end. She's got the right coordinates in right now.
Second set.
When does IndyCar start? That's what I want to know.
Raducanu needs to dig just as deep again. Serving first at the start of this second
12
set.
minutes, lovely. Straight down from Sabalenka on the serve from Raducanu. She was not waiting around for that one. Raducanu wants to get going. Forehander from Sabalenka. Then again Raducanu. Goes a bit out wide. Raducanu's still there. Sabalenka is going to have to really... Raducanu's going to... Oh, Sabalenka hits the net. It's 15-love. Raducanu serves, second
If you're
set.
Raducanu, hopefully you can take some positivity from that first set. She had the 4-2 lead. She was up a break. Going toe-to-toe, matching the power. She said she didn't think she could out-hit Sabalenka, but she's really doing a great job matching her speed of shot.
Straight down. Backhander comes in good from Sabalenka. Lovely drop again from Raducanu. Second set, she wants to come back and fight for it as she's going to have to. Sabalenka makes a 15-all.
How well has she hit those shots this evening?
15-all.
Caressed off the strings, much to the delight of Anton Dubrov, her coach.
Straight down, forehander return with some power for Sabalenka. Beautiful from Raducanu with those drop shots again, coming in with the legs, using all the power. It goes out. It's Raducanu, 30-15. Straight down as well. Forehander comes in. Again, that's a tricky shot coming in. Raducanu falls for it every time. It was called out, and it was out. It's 40 for Raducanu! It didn't work out this time for Sabalenka.
What a bounce back by Raducanu.
Raducanu with the serve. Straight down, backhand, it goes wide. First game, second set, Raducanu.
Actually troublesome service game, but she dealt with it very well. It's just worth having a quick reminder of the Emma Raducanu story, since she really fired herself into the tennis stratosphere nearly 4 years ago now. A story of all that inevitable expectation that came with it, the win at the US Open in New York, the hype, the headlines, the injuries, a merry-go-round of coaches, of which Mark Petchey is the latest to get on. Surgeries. All of a sudden, Tracy, life was not quite so much fun. All of the physical and mental strain, she was dropping down the rankings, but she's dug in, and we're seeing absolute signs here this week that she has rediscovered herself.
Yeah, I think this spring we've started to see signs where she's reestablishing herself, good foundation.
Straight down again. Great from Sabalenka.
To take in, to be ranked 150 in the world. It had never happened before to go through qualifying.
Ace.
And win a first major. She's won one title, and it happens to be the US Open. That's a good one to win if you're going to win one.
Sabalenka straight down into the net on her serve.
Has 20 titles. 3 of those are majors.
Good serves between the two. Sabalenka into the net. It's 15 all.
It's a lot to ask a young lady who just, the landscape changed so immensely.
Straight down again, into the net, Raducanu.
It was a magic round of coaches. We talked about all the injuries. It was just a lot to take on when she was not used to having so many eyeballs on her. Like she's now starting to get her footing, and she's fit, healthy, strong, improving.
Straight on again. Raducanu in the net, 40. Love. 40-15.
One of the first things that Mark Petchey said to her was, forget the US Open. That's history. Let's just imagine that this is year 0 and you're starting your career here. Stop comparing what you're doing now with what you did back then at Flushing Meadows.
No apples and oranges here. Sabalenka serves again. Raducanu sends it up high.
They seem to be having more fun. You know, more smiles. That's so important.
Good return from Raducanu, and again Sabalenka tried a trick shot, missed, makes it 40-30.
Tried to disguise it for so long. Tricked herself.
Straight down from Sabalenka, faults on the serve again. Straight down. Backhander, forehand comes in. Desperately trying to take up several different positions here. Goes out wide. Raducanu in the net. 1 game all, second set.
That's the pressure that you feel as an opponent. Raducanu took just a little off that forehand. It sat up, and Sabalenka sends it with pace to the corner.
Just to let you know, JT, the IndyCar will be ready shortly. I just need to break in play in order to set it all up. It's ready to go, though, before we go on the air. Raducanu with the serve, straight down, forehander with power for Sabalenka, goes out, 15. Love.
15 love.
Straight down again. Return was good. And Raducanu with the drop shot, and it pays out for her. 30 love.
Raducanu has done an excellent job of putting that first set in the rear view mirror. Can't see any disappointment, all positivity.
Oh, poor return for Sabalenka. It's 40 love, Raducanu.
Raducanu getting about 76% of her first serves in. I was asking for about 70, and she's exceeding. It's excellent.
Raducanu with the serve. Straight down centre court. Fault on the first serve. Double fault, 40-15.
Blue t-shirt is fitness coach Ian Elwood.
Straight down centre court, forehand return for Sabalenka. Backhander from Raducanu, forehander Sabalenka, backhander again, now trying to pick up pace. Sabalenka in the net, 2 games to 1, second set.
Raducanu is by 2 games to 1, second set. First set, Sabalenka.
Two very confident service holds at the start of this second set.
What a match this is, and of course here on BBC One we will be staying with it right to the end. So if you are wanting the power of Parker, that will now be on BBC Two.
It's as busy as ever been at Wimbledon this week. Shot the queue at about 5 o'clock. Lucy snuck in late, have found their spots.
What a great place to be on a Friday evening. Wonderful weather.
Number 1 court. They're a little earlier in the day. Elise Mertens booked her place in the 4th round, and she will play one of these two.
Sabalenka and Mertens won the 2 doubles titles together in majors.
Good return from Raducanu. Forehander. Oh, clips the top of the net from Sabalenka, but she takes it.
Oh, she's had a couple of those.
15.
Champions earn them.
Straight down centre court. Return hand was good. Forehand again for Sabalenka. Forehander from Raducanu. Pace coming up again. Goes out wide. 15 all.
15 all.
It's one of the things that Emma Raducanu was talking about a couple of days ago, about how these Slazenger balls that so much more when they're new, but once they fluff up, and they fluff up relatively quickly, a few games in, they do become heavier and slower.
All ball when they're brand new.
Great point.
But the Slazengers seem to fluff
Oh,
up
yeah, I get
a
you.
little quicker and a little more. And starts to take on some of the moisture from the grass.
So we're doing two things at once. Sabalenka serves. Backhand was poor from Raducanu. Forehand picks up again. Goes out wide!
She's lost it again. She had a stint in the first set where it was sprained.
Picks up the pace. Picks up the power. IndyCar is just starting over.
Makes more winners, but also makes more unforced.
Sabalenka serves once again, straight down centre court. Forehand return as well coming in as they pair, and it goes the way of Emma Raducanu.
Distress from Sabalenka. She's been trying to keep it in, trying to breathe, stay calm.
Second break.
Broke Sabalenka in the 5th game of the first set. Here we are in the 4th of the second.
Here we go again then. Straight down for Sabalenka. Faults from her. Is she about to go 3-1 up in the second set? As Sabalenka serves again. Straight down centre. Forehand return was powerful. Sabalenka into the net! 3-1, second set. The comeback is on for 3.
Just right on the top of the bounce. Going on Sabalenka so quickly.
Raducanu leads
time to
by
react.
3-1, second set.
Incredible focus, incredible concentration.
They push again. Straight down centre. Raducanu with the serve. Backhand for Sabalenka. Once again. Raducanu drops it.
Sabalenka's done such a good job in this contest so far at biting back straight away. So often winning the first point of Raducanu's next service game.
Raducanu with the serve again. Straight down, fault. They're trying again with the posts. Straight down once more. Forehand and return coming in from Raducanu. Sabalenka desperate to get back, keeps it on. Raducanu shaping up her lines now. She's making Sabalenka run around centre court. Forehander comes in with power. Wonderful rally, but it ends with Raducanu in the net.
Interesting to see Sabalenka kind of lock down that point. She made so many unforced errors to lose her serve.
It's 30-love.
14-shot rally. Every single one of them of the highest intensity.
More power, more pace. Raducanu is loving every minute of this. Falls on the serve. Raducanu serves. Forehand return from Sabalenka, then Raducanu as the rally continues. A little bit high of pace there from Sabalenka, bringing it back down low. Raducanu trying to send it all over the net. Oh, it goes out wide. It's 30-15.
18-30.
Raducanu starting to come back in. Tension rising as Raducanu serves again. Straight down. Forehand return. It's a fault. Raducanu serves again. Straight down centre. Backhand return for Sabalenka. Goes out wide, it's 30-all.
That second serve shot through the court. It's more of a slice and stayed down low. Love 30 to 30-all. Really thinking her way through these points.
Raducanu serves it straight down. Back goes in high.
Another body serve. She's gone to the body serve more often now.
40-30.
Applause in the background, by the way, from Toby West, who's the performance analyst at the LTA, who's feeding Mark Petchey live numbers, the kind of numbers that Trace is crunching through at the moment.
Raducanu serves straight down. Backhander for Sabalenka. She too trying the drop shots. Raducanu's find some pace here, and she plays Sabalenka at her own game. 4 games to 1. Second set is going the way of Emma Raducanu.
Underlines the break of serve in this second set, leading 4-1. So Tracy, I know you want to drill down a little bit on the quality of Raducanu's serve.
She's gotten a very hefty percentage of first serves in, 73%. But she's changed it up a bit, not so predictable. The first set she was serving about 90% out wide in the deuce, so the far number that's now become 64%. The number in the middle at the body has raised, so that's where she's changed. She's really jammed up the 5'11" Sabalenka with more body serves, still just 1 or 2 down the tee. And on the ad side, she's not going so much out wide. She's dispersing it in all 3 spots pretty evenly.
And she may well have come up with that tactic herself. But may well have been handed down by the likes of Toby West and Mark Petchey as well. Just a suggestion. Look at that. And there's a man bottom right who studies these things, and a man top left who's been a bit closer to it than most of us.
Serve ready then here. Good from Sabalenka. Backhander coming in. Raducanu serving everything that Sabalenka sending her way. Trying for a trick drop shot herself. Raducanu's ready for it. Drop coming in, and she gets it back. Raducanu is in the form here at Wimbledon.
Moving from Raducanu. It's like she's flying through the air. She's feeding off the crowd's energy.
Love Fokina.
Tension rising here at Wimbledon. A third set deciders on the cards here. Sabalenka straight down centre. Forehand return, but it is a fault. Sabalenka serves. Backhander from Raducanu. Then again, forehander from Sabalenka. Raducanu needs to pick something up here as well. She goes forehand. Sabalenka back. And it's point. Raducanu.
In capital letters.
Love 30.
Raducanu having no trouble with the pace coming her way from Sabalenka. She's getting used to it. There's just confidence behind these shots.
Sabalenka with the serve. Forehand goes high, and point out there from Raducanu.
15-30.
Well, this time it was Sabalenka doing the jamming up. That one exploring Raducanu's ribcage.
Yeah, trying to win that point, but also maybe push Raducanu back. Such an aggressive position on the return.
Sabalenka with the serve. Straight down. Forehand return goes up from Raducanu. Goes out again. That's 2 drop points. 30-all. We go again. Sabalenka. Forehand return from Raducanu. Backhander now again from the pair. Forehander switches up for Raducanu. Nearly strips on the cross. Sabalenka senses that. Brings her in for a drop net close point. Raducanu!
Raducanu slipped in the middle of that point and was able to recover and still get to that drop shot.
It's break point.
30-40.
And here comes a point for a double break.
This would be big for Emma Raducanu. Break that serve, Emma. The crowd chant out to her. Sabalenka serves. Fault on the first. Straight down centre. Backhander comes in again. Forehander, Raducanu looking quite strong. Oh, goes out long. It's 40-40 and juice. Juice it comes to. Tensions are palpable right now. Straight down for Sabalenka on the fault serve. Gonna have to try something different. Tensions to the roof. Straight down again. Forehand return from Raducanu. Backhander. Forehander Sabalenka with power. Too high from Raducanu. Advantage Sabalenka.
Well, I'm sure you can sense it at home. We can certainly sense it here. There's a little bit of well-directed anger in what Sabalenka's all about at the moment.
Yeah, she's got a brick wall on the other side. Raducanu has actually moved forward in her positioning. She's inside the baseline. Average rally hit point now.
Straight down. Goes out wide.
So hard
Game
to do
Sabalenka.
against anybody at the pro level, but Sabalenka.
Raducanu wins by 4 games to 2 seconds.
Raducanu for the first set was about half a meter behind the baseline. Now she's a little more than half a meter inside the baseline for the second set. That's very...
Well, we're waiting to see what it's going to be like. We go again. Straight down, backhander from Sabalenka. Goes out! Raducanu punches the air. 15 love. Couple of the bounces. Raducanu sends it down centre. Backhander again from Sabalenka. Raducanu, forehander returns. Backhander Sabalenka. Clips the top of the net as she does so. Raducanu changes her approach slightly as well. They draw her in. Bigger thing, and Raducanu returns
more width
into the
on
net.
that backhand from Sabalenka.
Raducanu now. Straight down. Forehand return coming in from Sabalenka. Raducanu trying to bring into the net. Sabalenka hits the net! 30-15.
Raducanu got away with one there.
She did, but I think that almost change of pace. Kind of slow ball. Surprised Sabalenka she didn't get up to it.
He's catching a lot out here. Raducanu. Backhand of Sabalenka, out wide. 40-15.
Oh, smart game. Working her way through it, Raducanu. Love to stretch the lead here to 5-2.
This is some power coming through now from Emma Raducanu. Straight down centre court. Forehanded return coming in from Sabalenka. Backhanded with height, stays in from Raducanu. Now brings it back to Sabalenka. Raducanu into the rally with her as well. Sabalenka is delivering more power. Raducanu hits the net. It's 40-50. It's 40-30. Unbelievable power. Listen to the crowd on centre court.
Crowd sensing how important and crucial this point is.
Raducanu with the serve. Straight down centre. The crowd knew it, we knew it. That was close to being an ace. Straight down. Backhander Sabalenka. Backhander again. Raducanu. Forehander to defend again as Raducanu changes position. Making Emma go for it. Emma hits the net. It's juice.
That's the beauty of having the power and the drop shot combination like Alcaraz on the men's side. Push him back, pull him forward.
Raducanu serves. Straight down centre. Forehander with some power from Sabalenka. Matched as well with the returns. Oh, that was just in from Sabalenka. And she gets it to advantage.
Shot on the raw.
It's break point.
To win back that break of serve.
Crowd go nuts. Break point, Sabalenka. Raducanu serves straight down. Backhander from Sabalenka, then Raducanu keeps it in wide. Raducanu is going a bit too long here. Sabalenka tips the top of the net. Raducanu gets it back to juice.
Such a great job for Raducanu to balance herself, stay calm, and wrong foot Sabalenka.
This is rising beautifully out here tonight. Beautiful game. Raducanu with the serve, straight down centre. Forehand with power coming in once again from Sabalenka. Goes out wide, Raducanu goes out, it's advantage Sabalenka. Why are we not surprised? Great point for the second time.
Sabalenka putting more spin on these forehands for control.
Raducanu straight down. Fault on the serve. Keep the power, keep the faith. Straight down centre, backhander for Sabalenka. Too high for Emma.
And Sabalenka breaks back. And we're back on serve in this second set.
4 games 3, second set.
Tracy, our hard-working boys and girls in the Tennis Insights team have been looking at how that much more aggressive Emma Raducanu has been in this second set and helped explain at least why she was ahead up until a few minutes ago.
Yeah, she's become in the attack more often, which is hard to do against Sabalenka, because so often, even Emma said, I feel like the racket's being taken out of your hand, but she's moved up her court positioning, which is aggressive, and she's just accelerating through her shot. She's looking like she's hitting with so much confidence. Those last 2 games for Raducanu, tough to lose. She had a break point to go up 5-1, and she had 40-15 to go up 5-2. But Sabalenka, as so often number 1 in the world will do, raise the level of her game. But I like that from Raducanu, that she's feeling comfortable enough to feel like she can stand with the power of Sabalenka.
This is good.
It's outstanding.
Deep breaths for the players and for all of us. Sabalenka second set 3-4.
We go again, straight down. Sabalenka with the serve, looking strong. Raducanu trying to dive around several bits. Oh, and Sabalenka goes long. Raducanu tries to play into that, and it's worked out. Sabalenka can go deep and take it. 15.
Backhand approach from Raducanu, the way she moved through it and kept it deep and low. To redirect it on the line, such high risk.
Sabalenka serves straight down. Ace!
Very low.
And on the ace at 110 miles an hour.
30 love.
Fastest so far for Sabalenka has been 121.
Not from my side, that's theirs. Yeah, that's their side. Just check mine. Must have pulled out a headset lead or something from the commentary box. Sabalenka serves straight down. Backhander from Raducanu was strong. Sabalenka's there, 40 love.
On that second serve, got out of strike zone of Raducanu. Couldn't get enough on it.
To 15, Raducanu.
40-15.
Vocalizing that tells its own story in facial expressions as well.
You know how she's feeling.
Oh dear. Anyway, she still has 2 game points.
Sabalenka with the serve. Straight down centre. Forehander returns. Backhander goes high. Guess we're trying to change the directions. Oh, it was out from Raducanu. 4 games all, second set. This is a shake-up.
This is what you can do. You can problem solve midway through sets, midway through matches when you've won so much. Sabalenka has most match wins on tour this year.
I'm sure that we're not the only ones here sensing it, Tracy. I'm sure all of you at home sense this. This feels like an enormous service game for Emma Raducanu.
1 hour, 53 minutes. Was supposed to be a quick game. Backhander coming in from Sabalenka. Forehander from Raducanu. Again, just trying to change direction. That was beautiful from Raducanu. She's got a real opportunity here, but Sabalenka's there. Drop shot coming, Raducanu misses!
Just out of reach enough. These last 3 games, she's going to stop this momentum.
It's love 15, Sabalenka.
She almost certainly had to hit that. That was bouncing in.
Yeah, well, the smash just missed out wide. Another one straight down. Forehand, slow pace. Sabalenka also, and out again from Raducanu if I can even finish my breath.
Love 30.
Love 30. Raducanu serves straight down. Forehand goes out wide, trying for a drop, coming in. Raducanu still trying to play cheeky against Sabalenka, and Sabalenka goes in too deep. Raducanu comes in again. Into the rally. Oh, Raducanu hits the net. 40. It's break point for Sabalenka.
Just to try to regain the focus here.
Sabalenka with 3 points to move within touching distance of the fourth round.
Straight down. Fault from Raducanu. Ball up. Straight down. Backhander comes in slowly. Oh, and it hits her own net. Sabalenka was not happy with that one. Crazy, she says. (15-40).
A little brain cramp there.
Just need to take a breath, regroup, and see what you can do. Raducanu sends it down. Backhander for Sabalenka goes in deep, but she still keeps it. Raducanu hits the net. 5 games to 3 for Sabalenka. In second, 5 games to 4, I should say. Second set to Sabalenka.
She's won 3 Grand Slams. Might have been 5. Might have won 2 more this year. Finals of the first 2 majors of the year: the Australian Open, Roland Garros, losing to Madison Keys in Melbourne, Coco Gauff in Paris. That one on Court Philippe Chatrier Tracy, particularly tough. But she's never won this one. Here for the first time as the #1 seed. She's twice been to the semi-final. If she gets through this, right now she feels like a clear favourite, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think she's raised her game immensely from the first 2 rounds that she's played. She's had to, the way that Emma Raducanu has played. The women's side has really opened up. So many seeds have fallen.
Time.
Off the #2 seed out in the first round. Bagula as well. Sabalenka's not going to be thinking about any of that other than trying to hold serve here.
Sabalenka
needs something special.
Sabalenka is now serving for the match here tonight. Straight down centre court, backhander out from Raducanu. Sabalenka takes it to 15. Well, do you know, it caught me by surprise serving for the match. It's been that type of day where you just didn't know what was going to happen next. Sabalenka sent it down. Fault on the serve. Starts to get a little bit more tense now. Sabalenka straight down. Backhander coming in from Raducanu. It's 30-love, Sabalenka. She's 2 points away from the 4th round at Wimbledon. And she's serving. Sabalenka, straight down, forehander to fault on the serve. She's 2 points away, Sabalenka, from a place in the 4th round at Wimbledon. Straight down centre court, backhander from Raducanu, and again for Sabalenka. Putting all her power into the points now as Raducanu darts around centre court and drops the ball. It's 40-love. Sabalenka is on match point, and she's 1 away from the 4th round.
2 minutes short of 2 hours. 3 match points for Aryna Sabalenka, the top seed.
But what a comeback from Raducanu. Straight down for Sabalenka, backhander from Raducanu, and it's out. 40-15 for Raducanu. Second set point. And second match point as well. Sabalenka doing the bizarre, unusual things we know she can do. Ball up, straight down. It's a fault. She's looking to end this with an ace. Sabalenka serves again. And it's double faults. 40-30. This is coming out of nowhere. Third set point. Sabalenka serves. Raducanu into the net! Game, set, match for Sabalenka. She wins 7-6, 6-4 here at Wimbledon. And Emma Raducanu is knocked out at the third round. But she has shown tonight that she is back on form. And Sabalenka showed exactly why she's number one. A fantastic game at centre court. Sabalenka through to the fourth round. 7-6, 6-4.
First set down 4-1 in the second set and found that extra gear, that ability to come back. But for this young lady, Emma Raducanu, she has got to be, it's going to be tough after having those leads to lose this match. But when she has a time to reflect, she is playing such phenomenal tennis. And she's in the upward trajectory, getting close to being, if she keeps up with this, close to being seated at the US Open. She's healthy, she's strong, she's playing well, improving. Oh, that's beautiful.
Let's hear what they've got to say then on centre court.
She had to kick it up another 2 or 3 gears from the second round. This was high quality. She was pushed.
Arena and her huge tennis bag will now head into the fourth round, where she'll play Elise Mertens, the 24th seed, who beat Alina Svitolina a little earlier. Next up for Arena, a chat with Annabelle.
Well, many congratulations, Arena. What an incredible match. Just describe for us what you put yourself through to win that match just now.
Well, honestly, guys, she played such an incredible tennis, and she pushed me really hard to get this win. I fight for every point like crazy, and I'm super happy with the win, of course, and happy to see her healthy and back on track. And I'm pretty sure that soon she's going to be back in top 10. And guys, wow, what an atmosphere. I mean, my ears are still hurting loud. I was pretending. Honestly, every time you were cheering her up, I was just trying to tell myself, just pretend they're cheering for you, and I was having goosebumps. Honestly, it was just wow. Thank you for the atmosphere.
I was going to ask you about playing a British #1 out here on centre court, but I think you've just answered it. But how did you stay so calm in such a cauldron of an atmosphere out here?
Well, honestly, I had a lot of experience in the past, and especially recently, where I just completely lost myself, and I couldn't play a point, and today I was just like trying to keep telling myself, like, just do not do the same mistake. So I was just trying to stay calm, and I was just trying to push myself to the limits.
Yeah, well, you certainly did that. Talk us through the first set. It was 74 minutes to get through it. You had a lot of set point chances. She was ahead 4-1, nearly 5-1 in that second set. What made Emma so tough to play tonight?
For me?
Yes.
Well, she was playing incredible tennis once again. She was making me move a lot. She was serving well, and from the baseline, she was playing great tennis. And I don't know, honestly, I was just trying to stay focused. I was trying to put as many balls as I can on that side and try to put all of that pressure on her.
Yeah, and just finally, I know you want to get back to the locker room quickly. You've had a very long day. It was a long wait to come out here. If you had to have commentated on yourself tonight, how would you have summed up what you did out here today?
Yeah, I agree, guys. I just say, wow, unbelievable.
Okay, we'll let you go back to the locker room. Well done, you're through to the fourth round. Arina Sabalenka, ladies and gentlemen.
I'd like to thank JT for producing, and to Matthew Owens and USRN as well for putting us on here tonight, and to all of you watching here on JB Sports. What a fantastic evening of entertainment and action has been. Yeah, she beat your favourite players, JT's just typed out on the back chat. What a weekend we've got lined up. I will be back tomorrow evening to cover the final Wimbledon. I'll miss Sunday due to all the action of racing at the British Grand Prix. But JT and Matthew will be with you for the next few days. We'll see you soon. Take care, as tomorrow we start day 6 at Wimbledon. Bye-bye.